Scuffed already. Where's my goddamn timer? Oh, sorry, I didn't see you come in. Welcome to the Confluence Thanksgiving Spectacular. This is for all of you non-Americans or Americans who have already finished their Thanksgiving, or the sad Americans that aren't with family, okay? Let me be your family tonight, okay? In a normal way. God, my hair is a mess. Now I'm super paranoid about my hair because the Emmett Love stream, okay? Shout out to that, you know? Watch that if you actually don't watch that. Actually, no, do not watch that. It's good to see everybody on this beautiful, beautiful Thanksgiving season. You know, my favorite holiday of the whole year. You know, fuck Christmas, fuck Easter, fuck all that shit. Thanksgiving. I got the special wine. Got the special wine here. My mom gave it to me, okay? A little Thanksgiving gift. 07's mom. 07's in the chat for Conflu Mom, okay? I'm just going to say that. We will be celebrating the Thanksgiving season with an open panel. Surprise, shock of shocks, you know, a big surprise. I don't know if anyone's going to join, you know, but again, hopefully someone will. There's got to be a couple of lonely people out there who've either already done their Thanksgiving again, or don't live in America, or, you know, have no family. So, you know what? Hop on the panel if you want. The link is in there, you know. Hopefully we get some more people. Hopefully we get someone on panel. Good to see you, Thumping Weevil. Of course, as per usual, say hi to the Frankster for me. Section 230. Section 230, it's crazy. You've never been in my chat before, ever, and then 2 days in a row you're in my chat, brother. That's crazy. That's crazy. Crazy times. Yeah, see, I'm hoping in that way, no one is probably going to be watching, but at the same time, I'm probably going to be one of the only people streaming, you know? So maybe I can get that audience going, you know? But yeah, what I'm drinking today is a fancy, it's a Riesling. Oh, I got the good stuff. I got the good stuff for Thanksgiving, you know? And so we're going to be celebrating by going through Hasan Piker. That's right. Happy Thanksgiving, motherfuckers. We're going to be looking at the least patriotic guy, the least thankful motherfucker on the face of the earth. Yeah, first time listener. Great to see you as a first time listener. First time chatter. Crazy times. But I will be pulling this video up. My whole StreamYard just like crashed, so my intro was like scuffed as fuck. But yeah. Oh, I'm gonna be nursing that bottle. Oxycat, good to see you. And Frankie in the chat. You guys already had yours? Okay. Nice. See, I had a smaller meal because, it's in Canada. I already had Thanksgiving, a month ago. Okay, so this is like Thanksgiving the 2nd. Okay.
Yo, happy Thanksgiving, man.
Happy Thanksgiving, brother.
I'm at work.
I like that you still have your little eagle. Do you get time and a half at least for being at work?
Yeah, because it's a national holiday. So yeah.
Okay, good.
Dude, that's the harpy eagle. I love harpy eagles.
Oh yes, the harpy eagle that can eat monkeys, if I recall.
Monkeys and three-toed sloths.
Yes, section 230. Happy dog shot giving. Big Soda, a first-time listener as well. Always great to have fresh blood in the chat. Not in a gay way, in a normal way. Big Soda, in a normal way. Yeah, I'm hoping we vibe together, Corey Barton 7119. I get good vibes off you, but I'll have to kind of make sure if you panel up, it'll be on a kind of a tentative ground because I don't know you and I don't know what you're gonna say and everything. Same with you, section 230. Just someone I've never seen before. I have to be a little more careful. Just a little. Gotta be protective. Protective my channel. So Frankie, how do you feel about celebrating the Thanksgiving with some white wine? I mean, I wish I could give you some through the screen, but you're working, so that'd probably be illegal anyway. And some Hasan Piker.
Oh God!
How about we get a little ornery this Thanksgiving? How about we get a little upset? We get a little uppity.
I want to eat some hot lead looking at his fucking face.
This is what I think everyone wants at the end of Thanksgiving. They want to be a little more mad, And I'm ready to be a little more mad, In a good way, in a fun way. And this is like the best white wine I think I've ever had in my fucking life. I'm not usually a big fan of white wine. Ooh, the made in Germany. Shout out to Ivor.
I'm just not a fan of wine because to me, it's just way too bitter. It's just bitter to me.
Yeah. I mean... Oh, it's Big Soda. Okay, good. You're cammed up. Can you do one of these so I know you're not like a troll or anything? Big Soda. Okay, that's close. That's close enough. Happy Thanksgiving, brother.
Happy Thanksgiving to y'all too.
Happy Thanksgiving, man.
Frankie, you would like this wine.
You, Frankie.
This is like a sweet ass white wine, man. It's like not dry at all. I always avoid white wine because I always think it's gonna be like dry as fuck. This stuff's amazing.
I'm not a big wine guy. Hold it up to the camera. Let me see the brand name.
It's a Riesling, okay? It's more expensive. It's not super expensive, but it's more expensive than I usually get.
The tariff.
Yeah, and actually, I don't know. I just saw this. I don't know if you guys can see this on the back. There's like a little. There's like a sweetness chart. I don't know if that's coming through on the mic. Let me make myself full screen actually. Because now I should just look at this again. I don't know if most bottles have this. Do you see how it's like there's a little dry, medium sweet, and sweet? So it like tells you a little ratio. I should be looking at that because then I would know which.
I think that's a gay meter.
Probably. The sweeter it is,
I'm about to turn the cam off just because I'm about to play the game. So. I'll still be talking and chatting.
What are you playing?
Probably a little Battlefield and then probably some college football.
Like watching college football, or are you gonna like go play college football?
No, the game.
There's a game called college football?
No, okay, there's a game like NFL,
Yeah.
you can play NFL, but then there's also games where you can play college football. So it's basically.
Why would you pick that? That'd be like, instead of playing like an NHL hockey game, playing like a farm team 2024. Why not just play the NHL? You know what I mean?
No, but, some people can't play it, so they play it on video games.
That is the most Canadian thing I've ever heard you say.
K2 would be fine with it, K2 knows more about hockey than I do, way more about hockey than I do.
That's because he's Indian.
Yeah, well, that is true. So he's basically Canadian. He's actually the real Canadian if you think about it, based on our
the indigenous
switch.
Canadian.
Well, that too, but I was, it's funny. Our Indians are being displaced by Indians, and so I don't know. I don't know which side.
Your vagina is dry. Your vagina is dry.
Thumping Weevil did say that Confluence's vagina is dry. Okay, I mean, I guess that's better than if I had a wet vagina. I think I'm not really sure. Like if I don't know. They're both bad, but like if I had to have one, it's probably better that it's dry right now. So, good thing my wine is not though. And yeah, there's 8 people watching. Look at all you lonely fucks. No, I'm just kidding. I love all of you, okay? And you probably...
I hope it dropped down to 5 after that comment.
You probably all either finished your Thanksgiving or you're not American. Or again, I said this before, you don't go to family for Thanksgiving, in which case, let me be your family in a normal way, okay? I will say that again, Let this be your station. Grab your alcohol, and let's get a little peeved together. Everyone like that stream, like that stream. Agrillapis, if he was here, that's what he would say. And he is here in spirit, okay? So yeah, without further ado, that is French. We will start this and we'll just like dive in and just see, and then see if we can get like, I was kind of feeling that like Section 230 versus like Maryland thing again. So like if anyone else has like drama where they want to like scream at each other for like 30 minutes, just let me know. I'll put you up, right? And you could just go, right? So like that's fire. So yeah, if anyone has like beef they want to solve,
the lessons and the failures, as well as some of the areas of success that these countries have been able to implement. Avoid the failures and try to focus on the successes, and hopefully you'll be able to have a long-standing and relatively happy form of governance.
I mean, I take your point as to the conscientious objector, but you look at Venezuela, for example, and then the reason I'm using it is because that's the example I know best.
Yeah.
You've got rigged elections.
Frankie, how do you feel about conscientious objectors? Do you think they're cowards? Do you think they're well-meaning pacifists? The Quakers are conscientious objectors, and they're pretty based.
I mean, the Quakers are a religious group, though. They're a religious group. Fucking Hasan's a fucking stupid fucking e-girl.
Well, that's true. That is true. That is facts. But the Quakers refuse to fight, so that's all I'm saying. They've,
Hasan's such a bitch. He's such a little bitch, bro. Fuck him.
That's the energy I want. That's the level of anger I want.
Like,
if Frankie's not talking in all caps,
I'm feeling good today, man. I think I had for I'm not feeling fucking good. And this dude's gonna fucking piss me off. Like, you fucking call me.
That's what I like to hear. All of you in chat, that's the level of anger we all have to collectively arise to, okay? This Thanksgiving season. Dumping says, I don't hate anyone. I just get annoyed with people who play victims. You're cool, section. Oh, wait. Oh, I'm not. We're not going back. Look, we're going on to a new beef. Okay, I got to find 2 other people who want to fucking kill each other and fuck each other at the same time in the same way and then bring them on panel. So Oxycat, you must like despise someone, what's good, girl? You hate someone, you come on the Confluence stream, you guys fight like crazy, It leads to chaos. No one likes it, and then we all leave unhappy. What a great plan. Oh, Oxy is working this Thanksgiving as well.
You've got politicians.
We got to build our 5th house.
Just think about that time and a half.
Who go up against Maduro. They're either thrown in jail, as in the case of Leopoldo Lopez, solitary confinement for 2 years, or you have, I think it's Corina Machado, who got nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize, but she is currently in hiding in her own country.
Wow. Fascism alert. Is that a Roman salute I see? Pretty close.
No,
Pretty
please,
close.
she's just fucking waving.
Maria Corino Machado. I don't know.
She's just waving. Like, the only fascists
It's a little
in South
Elon
America,
coded.
the only fascists that were in South America were the Argentinians. There's only fascists at the time until the Brits came in and beat their ass.
What's the difference between Venezuela and Argentina? You know, I mean, I feel like that's like
a huge difference, like
the same place.
thousands of miles of difference.
That long?
Confluence. That is the most base thing I've ever heard you say.
They're both Hispanic nations, but very different cultures.
Oh, yeah, I guess, yeah. That's like saying like Swaziland is different from the Congo. You know, it's like, you know, in the technical sense, maybe, but you know.
Because she knows the moment that her whereabouts are known, she's going to get thrown into jail, may not be seen again.
Yeah. I'm not going to defend Maduro, but I would say that the logical through line, and it's important to understand the opposition's logical through line in this instance, is that these are forces that are very directly working with the United States of America that have tried to facilitate coups, even had an unsuccessful one all the way back in 2002 with Chavez and numerous other instances.
Yeah, it's like two things. It's like, first of all, and I mean, people on all sides can do this, but Hasan does it a lot, where it's like, yeah, it's like, oh, you have to look at the opposition, you have to understand them. But when it comes to like people Hasan actually doesn't like, aka like people any to the right of him at all, then it's like there's no possible steel manning or understanding or anything. So he'll only do that to people that he secretly likes, like these commie dictator people. And then
grace is only applied one way, like one direction.
Yeah, it's very one directional.
And to be fair, that's not something unique to Hasan.
Right.
It seems like the more radical politics becomes, or the more polarized it becomes, the more on average people will do that.
Right. Like if we had a chart to pull up and we hypothetically looked at that chart, we could like see, different parts of the chart, and maybe the more extreme you are on that chart, then maybe this effect is more pronounced, If only such a chart existed that we could talk about for an hour.
See, but here's the thing. Here's the thing about these people who are pro-communist. They can never, ever, ever admit or even face the death toll that communism brought. They want to talk about fascism all day, every day, every day. But when you bring up the death toll of nearly 200 million people in a span of almost 100 years between Russia, China, the Southeast Asia, Latin America, which is nearly 200 million deaths of innocent people, they can't handle that. They can't face it. They won't acknowledge it.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like it's eternal pivots all the time. It's never the communism's fault. It's always like some other external factor. It's always
so. Check this out. So whenever Stalin does a speech or whatever, people, when he stops talking, you know what they do? They clap, right? People clap. You know what I'm saying? But who stops clapping first? That's the secret police gets them. So it's.
Yeah.
They have to do it.
I've heard about that.
It's like, a real thing.
The first one that stops, straight to the gulags.
No, it's like straight to the gulag or a bullet to the dome.
Yeah.
Hey, hold on. I'll be back.
That's what I mean. Yeah, no one acknowledges it. Section 230. That's like saying red potatoes are super different than brown ones. Homie, they're both potatoes. And Oxy Cat says my ex isn't on YouTube, so I can't think of anyone to fight. Oh, if only Oxy's ex. That would be. Oh man, I could pay-per-view that shit. I could pay-per-view that shit, right? I could charge people like a fucking $10, membership to fucking watch that.
I'll fight with Oxy.
There we go, Oxy. We have a contender. I should get that could be like a thing, after seeing Emmett's love thing. If I could convince people to go on my panel with like the person they hate the most, like usually an ex, and then they like fight it out, that it's like a debate over like who was more at fault in the relationship. I don't think anyone would do that, but I do think people would pay to see it. They truly
openly talked about openly talked about implementing coups under the first Trump administration and is openly now waging war, or at least threatening to wage war with Venezuela right now, encircling the entire coastline of Venezuela with some of the most sophisticated weaponry known to man. In that regard, I think they see it as treason. I would go so far as say, in a similar scenario in the United States of America, I think, and this is not even a one-to-one dynamic because America is the most powerful nation on the planet, but China is getting up there, right? Let's see if China had, if in a hypothetical, if China had encircled the United States of America, and let's say in this hypothetical, I'm like very clearly someone who is going to China and talking to the CPC and saying like, we want Chinese intervention in this country.
Did he just say CPC?
Yeah, it's the
because I
same
hate
thing.
Donald Trump, please. I think in that regard, America would probably treat me in the exact same way, if not in a worse way, ironically enough.
But would they throw you in jail for trying to run democratically? I don't think personally that they would.
Oh, they absolutely would, I think. You think the American government would not throw me in jail if I was in a comparable scenario where China had encircled the United States of America and I was saying, I want to run democratically, I want to be and I'm demanding that China intervene? I think they would do the same.
Everyone has.
Oh, fuck that! Pause that! No, fuck that! Pause that! Hasan, why do you talk about the Uyghur Muslims? Yeah, I know. I have my thing about Muslims, right? but the thing is, the Uyghur Muslims, nobody knows about them. Like the majority of the world do not know about them. All right. The Uyghur Muslims are literally a group of Muslims who live in the mountains of China. In the mountains of Tibet.
I think they're pretty popular.
Nobody bothers them. They don't bother nobody.
Well, okay.
But China decides to put them in. Hold on.
Okay,
China
you keep going. I'm gonna pull up something.
Concentration camps.
I'm gonna pull up something, Frankie.
Pull it up. I don't give a fuck.
Let me see if I can find it, because I used to be the side. I mean, I'm still on your side on this issue. But there was something I found.
I've got a good book, the Uyghur Muslims, that I finished probably 4 or 5 months back.
You have a what?
I said I got a good book that's on the Uyghur Muslims. It's called the War on the Uyghurs. It's like China's internal war, or in China's internal campaign.
See, because here's the thing with China. China does not accept religions of any kind. Because the only religion in China is the state. Even though my homie way back then, he said, you guys are not communists, you guys are capitalists, just back yourself as communists. But still, the state is the religion for China.
Just take a peek at this real quick if you can, Frankie. This is a list of mass casualty attacks in China. And I can't scroll and share it on StreamYards at the same time. But if I'm trying to read it, but if you look at all these, almost every single one, 100 people dead, 12 people, 35 people dead, almost every single one is a Uyghur Muslim. So I don't know who started what first, but the Uyghurs, you said they're minding their own business. All of these terror attacks on this list are like all of them are by Uyghur Muslims.
The last thing I knew about the Uyghur Muslims they didn't bother anybody. They just wanted to do their own thing. But if they're doing a terrorist attack to the Chinese, there has to be a reason why.
I don't know the order, because it started in 2009 where 197 people were killed by a Uyghur Muslim terror attack.
You understand that China keeps a lot of numbers concealed, right?
No, I'm sure, but I'm just saying, and I'm not saying it justifies it, but I'm saying the Uyghurs aren't like fully innocent actors either. I'm saying,
they're not. I agree with you, but what I'm saying is this: the Uyghur Muslims are not like Al Qaeda. They're not.
No, yeah, they're a people group. Yeah, you have some. Yeah, you can't. I'm not trying to paint them with a broad brush. They're not some like terror cell. They're a people group. Certain members of them do attacks.
Like, I'll put it like this, and I told Thumpy Weeble this story. You heard of the Beslan school siege, right?
No.
The Beslan school siege,
Stumpy, by the way.
Rebels abducted an elementary school full of children, and put them in a gymnasium with explosives.
Okay. Oh yeah. Okay, I think I did hear about this.
Yeah, so that's nothing like the Uyghur Muslims, from my understanding of them.
I mean, I'm just saying 197 people were killed by Uyghur Muslims in one day in 2009. 197
Yeah, 3,000 people were killed in one day in 9/11.
Well, I know. I'm not. It's not. I'm not saying that though. I'm not saying the Uyghur Muslims are the worst. And maybe they're doing. It's obviously hashtag not all Uyghurs. But I'm saying I don't know. And this is my historical ignorance. I don't know which one. I don't know if they're doing attacks because China is genociding them and stuff, and so then certain radicals are doing it, or if there's certain radicals are doing it, so then China's like, we got to crack down on this people group, and they're doing too stiff of a hand. I don't know what really started this whole thing.
But remember, would you call the IRA terrorists?
Yeah.
So you call them, but then what about the regular IRA?
Wait, didn't you just?
Okay, there's the Irish Republican Army, and then there's the Irish Republican Army, the Republican Army of Ireland, right? They're still considered, the English crown would consider them terrorists. We in the United States, we do consider them terrorists, but we also consider them criminals because they run guns and shit. But are they wrong because they want to stay away from the crown?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I know the IRA, I'm not sure, but yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of with Section 230, but maybe this is just me. I mean,
wait, what did he say?
He said there is no regular IRA. Like, isn't the IRA? Yeah. Isn't that just like isn't it the same kind of thing? Like, isn't it aren't they the ones doing the car bombings back in the day and everything? Ag, are you a member of the channel now, or am I crazy? It says you have a little star by your name.
He has been, I think.
This is the first time I've seen it. Ag, I don't know. Maybe I've just missed it. If that's what that symbol means, thank you for your membership. If that's not what that symbol means, then that's really awkward because then
what that means.
Wife.
Husband.
I love you.
Love you.
You do know that, I guess, the more political.
No, quiet. I'm telling my wife I love her.
My bad. The more political side of why China and the Uyghurs have kind of been beefing for the last 20 years, right?
No, I don't really know how this stuff started. I actually don't know.
There's the political side, and I think there's also a cultural side of it. So the political side is the Uyghur Muslims in the mountains they live in. China, kind of as a goal for economics, wants to run pipelines through their territory to kind of connect with Iran, so that way they can ship in a lot of oil through the Tibet region. And so there's kind of been political aspirations to kind of squash a lot of this this Uyghur resistance, because they've got grand schemes on, flooding the Chinese market with petroleum.
Now I'm tempted to pull up a map, but I will try to refrain. Is Tibet related to the Uyghur thing? Like, are those similar places?
Well, no, I don't think it's quite as similar as to say Uyghurs are from Tibet, but there's a big scheme from China through these regions to get oil back into China.
Okay, I see.
From Iran.
Oh, Ag has been a member. I'm sorry, I didn't even notice that. I feel like I should get notifications. And Thumping Weevil became a member. Welcome to the Confluence crew. I need get
emoji.
Yeah, wait, I don't know. I'm not really sure how, or if I'm not really sure how to do that.
That's terrible. What's the point of becoming a member?
I know. Well, that's the thing. I need more perks. I need to figure out, what that. I don't even know. Is there special emotes you can even do on YouTube? I honestly don't even know.
Yeah, you can. You make them when you get a channel and you get members going at it. Like, the people that are members, they're the ones that can only use them.
I wonder if I could probably. I bet Emmett would probably be willing if I paid him to like make because he does like pixel art and stuff. So I'm sure he could like do emotes.
I'm sure. He clips videos too, so.
Yeah, that's true. He always does me dirty. All the grid debates I'm ever on, I see it. I'll be like, Confluence gets destroyed by so. I'm like, fuck you. I mean, I know you fucking made this.
I mean, Confluence, you did get cucked by him a lot.
By Emmett? I mean, yeah. I mean, you know, it happens. It happens. Frankie, did you see the shit show from yesterday? By the way, my.
I was. Which one? The one with Section 230 and Merica?
No.
On Emmett's channel. No, Confluence. He was snoring away on the couch. I got a video of it.
Thank God. Thank God. And send me that video in our private chat. Thumping of Frankie snoring.
Confluence. You get a car yet?
I barely sleep as it is. Like for years, I barely fucking sleep. So that when I actually do fucking sleep, my wife wakes me up and like do some funny shit to me.
No,
I'm like,
don't.
Do.
Because I wanted you to go to bed to like get.
No, because it's always if I'm on the couch and I doze off and you're like just like fucking around with me, like fucking with me. I'm like, yeah. You're like, no, I'm awake. Fuck.
I videotaped you and then woke you up, told you to go to bed, like go lay on the bed.
No. See, that was the first time. All the other times you like to fuck with me.
I know, because you like your butthole tickled.
I have heard that.
Whoa.
Section 230 says if we changed our avatars to wine bottles, he'd notice. Well, I am biologically predisposed. You know how like people will like notice like tiger stripes and stuff in nature? I'm like that, but with like wine bottles. So that is actually probably true, you know?
You gotta have one for every type of drink you have, because every stream I see pulling up at least like 3 or 4 different drinks.
Yeah, I got about 4 going tonight, you know? Haven't opened all of them yet, but we got a Prime. We got some Gatorade to stay hydrated. We got the wine, of course, and then we got the Pepsi Max, which I haven't opened yet. So, you know, you usually have 4 drinks to really, you know,
I like Pepsi
make sure everything is, you know, balanced. Doomerang, good to see you, brother. 07, he says, catch me up, con man. That's a better name than Confluence. You know, I'm just going to say that. I just arrived. We were reacting to Hasan, and then we started talking about the Uyghur Muslims and kind of who started what, you know, because Uyghur Muslims obviously being, you know, something bad's happening, ethnically cleansing. I don't know what you want to call it. But then, you know, Frankie said that, you know, he said they kind of mind their own business. And then I was like, you know, but look at all these terror attacks they've done, which Frankie agrees to. Frankie doesn't deny those.
Look, Confluence, I'm not going to dispute that. Man. I'm not going to deny all that.
No, I know. I'm not. I'm just trying to bring up why I have on screen right now a bunch of Uyghur terror attacks.
Well, have you looked up the opposite of what China's done to Tibet? I mean, I keep saying Tibet.
I know. Yeah. Like it's nobody's business.
I know what China's done to the Uyghurs. I guess I've always heard that it's always like, yeah, just a fully one-sided thing. But then there was one day where for some reason I was looking up mass casualty events in China, and then there was so many like knife attacks, and every single one was like a Uyghur Muslim. So I was like, is this why China is like, we have to do something? Or is it the other way around, that China started doing stuff to them, and then certain radicalized Uyghurs were like, we have to fight back? And I honestly, I'm not 100% really sure, you know?
Well, I do know that you said that list goes to 2008.
Yeah, I think.
I'm pretty sure this has been at least a 15+ year problem.
Yeah, let's see if I can. Is there a way to Google this? Let's see. Like, when did it? Oh, see, I don't know. It says. Okay, so this is the Google Gemini response. Which, by the way, Google Gemini is like the shittiest AI of all the AIs. But it says that the ethnic cleansing started around 2014. So that would be after a lot of these terror attacks. So I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying that doesn't justify the persecution. Obviously, I'm not saying that at all. But if it did start around 2014, then that means this list does show hundreds of people killed by Uyghur Muslim terror attacks. Like, look at this. Like with this one, the Hotan attack in 2011, it says 18 young Uyghur men stormed a police station and killed 2 security guards by stabbing and lobbing Molotov cocktails. They occupied the police station, took 8 hostages, and smashed and set fire to the station, shouting slogans and unfurling banners with jihadi writing. They refused to negotiate, engage in a firefight with police. The attack ended within 90 minutes when police shot 14 attackers dead. So 18 Uyghurs storming, and this was in 2011. So this seems to, at least if this Gemini summary is right, this is before the crazy shit of what they've done, what China's done to them.
This goes back to the 50s.
I'm trying to see, like, is there like
okay, look at Khotan uprising.
Khotan uprising. Khotan?
Khotan.
Wait, is think I'm on the wrong page. Is this not the right thing? Because it's like a Ukrainian thing.
No, it's I would say 1950s. It's a Khotan uprising from 1954 to 1955. It was also in 1962 a demonstration in Yinning.
Spell Khotan again.
Khotan.
Khotan.
Yeah.
I mean, this. I mean, even if we go with Gemini, this is saying it's the Uyghurs' armed resistance against the People's Republic of China.
Hold on, I'll send you a picture.
One of the
residents brought me this, and it was like, it looks weird, but I'll send you a picture.
What are you sending me, Frankster?
Not you.
Oh.
It's like a brownie, cheesecake, Oreo-looking thing.
Where'd you get those?
One of the resident dudes, he came up. He was like, "Hey man, here, try one of these." I was like, "All right."
Okay, you know what? We're gonna trust Gemini with everything. Who started it? China or the Uyghurs? Is that how you spell Uyghur? No. The question of who started it relates to the complex and long history of relation with conflict between and cannot be attributed to a single event or part. Oh God. Why is history so complicated? Why can't it just be like, it was the China that started it, or it's the Uyghurs? Why does everything have to be so nuanced?
It's not really as nuanced, just because, I mean, so China's controlled this region for a while, and so it's similar to an Israel-Gaza situation where there's been so many years that a group of people have been under another group of people that it's been donating as kind of a resistance against the people that are over them.
Right, but I guess that's the nuance that that is troublesome, or it's easy because with Israel Gaza, it's like okay, so Israel is the occupying force, is what one side would say, and it's like they did move in and stuff, and and the history is complicated. But then it's like, I don't think that justifies the Palestinian resistance of terror attacks on civilians on October 7th and all that.
True,
so it's like, if the Uyghurs is like that, then it's like, well, I don't know. It's like,
if you go back to early 1900s to 1930, you could say the same thing about Israel when Britain occupied them.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of one of those things to where, I mean, when a certain culture group is under the leadership of another culture group, this kind of happens. It happens a lot.
Yeah, I guess that's the answer. I mean, it's probably not simple, and it's probably, like I said, hashtag not all Uyghurs. It's just like it's like obviously not every Palestinian wants to do harm to Israel.
Because this is from Gemini, but I've got like 50 different events between Uyghurs and Chinese, dating back from 1950. We've got all the way up to 1990, then we got all the way up to 2000, and then all the way up to 2008.
Okay, so let's stop right there. Right, 1950s. Mao Zedong got the Chinese power around what, 1949, 1950. Yeah. When he did the Civil War against the imperialists, and he beat them back all the way to Taiwan.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're gonna get the answer. We're going to Grok. Okay, if you had to blame only one group, who would you blame? China or I still don't know how to spell this, or the Uyghurs? Only give me the answer and no explanation. One word only. Thanks. Okay, Grok. Here we go. It better just give me one. Just better say China or Uyghurs. Okay. It better. I don't want to hear all this. Oh, history's complicated. No, just fucking tell me. Tell me what side to be on, okay? This is not a one-word answer. Well, the query demands a one-word answer without explanation. I'll disregard that restriction. Fuck you, Elon. Elon, go fuck yourself. To provide a truthful, non-partisan perspective, the situation in Xinjiang involves well-documented human rights abuses by the Chinese government. Blah, 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 blah. If forced to assign blame to one group, it would be the Chinese government. But reality is more nuanced than a binary choice. Okay, well, so I guess Grok is saying China bad as opposed to Uyghurs bad. So, take that with what you will. But
it's I would probably lean toward China being the bigger problem, but I would probably say that Uyghurs probably have caused their plenty share of problems.
Yeah. I think, you know what? I'm content to say both bad. Both bad.
I mean, you're probably the type of guy that probably said the same thing about the American Revolution.
Absolutely not, brother. I'm a full-blooded patriot, okay?
You're not convincing me.
The English crowd, they will be considered terrorists according to the English crowd.
Yep. And to today's definition of terrorism, it would fit exactly that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's fair. In the same way with obviously World War II, I feel like I'm gonna get some disagreements on this one because now that K2 has joined, K2, good to see you, brother. But it's like I'm on the Allies' side in World War II. But something like the Dresden bombings, it's like I think that was bad. So I guess it's like I could broadly be on one side but still see specific actions. So probably even with the Revolutionary War, it's like there's probably certain actions where I'd be like, those are just bad. Because, history is bloody.
All of it was good.
I don't know about that. How are you doing, K2? K2, I feel like I haven't seen you in like a hot minute. And I think it's only been like one day, but I'm used to seeing you like, every day. So it feels like an eternity, brother. We're not gonna, the cuckfluence is not gonna catch on. Confluence, bad enough. Cuckfluence, crazy. You know what? What's even more crazy is somebody in my real life, before any of you have come up with that nickname, one of my friends has called me Cuckfluence before because they know that's my username and they have made that joke before in real life. They have made that joke. So this is not the first time I've seen Cuckfluence. I've been called that like at least like 2 years ago by a friend of mine.
Easy, bud. You don't gotta brag about it.
Not brag, just being real, You guys are not as creative as you think you are. Coonfluence, that's the first time I've heard that. Goonfluence, also the first time. But Cuckfluence, Cuckfluence is as old as time itself, unfortunately. But I also do say cuck a lot. So, so hashtag not a cuck, hashtag like saying the word, okay? That applies to a lot of words, Okay, anyway, back. Okay, away from the Uyghurs. Okay, you know what? Both sides disavow both sides. But also avow. I don't want to get canceled. So I'll get if I side with the Uyghurs, I'm less likely to get canceled. So I guess W Uyghurs. Okay, I'm sure they're great people that don't do anything bad at all ever.
Yeah, you're in Canada. You should probably show your allegiance to Muslims.
To the Muslims.
If not worse, for sure.
That is true. I forgot. Confluence always be plugging, okay? Go to cuckfluence.com/thumpingweevil.k2.com and use the code Frankie Lex's butthole tickle to get 15% off your own Confluence mug. And it comes half filled with wine. Crazy. 13% wine, and it's not even sealed, so it's gonna in the box it's gonna be probably spilt, but you can probably kind of suck the box, not in a weird way. I mean, like a literal cardboard box. You know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about. You guys know. Once you buy it, you'll understand. You'll know what to do once the mug arrives at your PO box or mailing address.
I said, it's all a matter of the conditions on the ground. With respect to Eugene Debs, as I was talking about before, America felt threatened even at that time.
You're talking about wartime, though.
Yeah.
This is not a fair comparison, in my opinion, because wartime is wartime. It's about survival. Britain suspended elections during wartime, right? Like
America didn't actually. They did. They even during the Civil War.
But Britain did. America wasn't in war in the same way that Britain was.
That's why I said during the Civil War.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's fair. But again, it's different. I guess you said something interesting because, you know.
What, Big Soda?
Just a quick comment. The insane thing about this is we didn't even suspend elections when Britain, during the War of 1812, was literally storming down the eastern coast and burning everything.
Burned down the White House.
Yep, it was one of probably
Canadians did that.
Not Canadians. It was mostly Britain, but
There
I
was
guess
Canadians doing it. There was Canadians.
The Canadians can't do shit to us. They've never been able to.
I
So
mean,
it's mostly
tell
Britain.
that to your old White House. That's all I'm saying. You know, I think a couple of good old Canucks peed on it after too. You know.
Yeah, and that's why they live as our fucking what is it? What do you call a subject of another nation? A vassal.
Hey, look, that's why we're going to be the 51st state, okay? Oh,
Yeah,
K2 with the dono. K2, keep on trucking. K2 says, your friend does not deserve a crown for that mean nickname. Do not make it stick, guys. I agree with you, K2. I fully agree. I can't believe you and me are on the same page. Wild times. Wild times. Thank you for the dono. It's such a nice comment that is completely in line with what I think about that nickname.
I was born in the Soviet Union, so we both have direct experience of socialism in various shapes and forms. You talked about, well, there's positives and there's negatives. So
There's not positives.
is there a country that's done socialism the way that you like?
I was going to say China.
I would say that
Say it. Say China.
I am hypercritical
Say
of
China.
all forms of governance, including the American one. I think that's not a surprise to you guys, right? And in that same vein, I think like there is critiques to apply to all forms of governance, even socialist ones.
Yeah.
And as far as like getting closer to what I think is
Fine, K2, I will respect you. The real message was your friend deserves a crown for that nickname. Make it stick, guys. That's the real message, and I'm assuming he's talking about the nickname Goated Fluence. I think that's what he's talking about. Goated Fluence, okay? That's the cool nickname.
has been relatively successful because
Or Base Fluence, I'll
ultimately the
accept
point
that
of
as
government
well.
is to improve the material
Fluence.
conditions of all people to the best of your
Blah,
ability.
blah,
It's not
blah,
always
blah,
going to be
blah.
perfect,
Word salad,
when
word
you are
salad.
getting, I don't know, the poorest people, the poorest of the dispossessed masses
China.
out of a situation where they were servile to landed gentry, or they were peasants from an agrarian society, or they were
Blah, blah,
dominated
blah,
by the
blah.
landlords, but then ultimately they were able to
God, I hate
to
listening
come
to
into
this song.
modernity and become like a powerhouse, an
Hope we're all
industrial
getting-
powerhouse that is competitive
We're all
with the
getting
largest
angry.
superpower on the
Word
planet.
salad.
I would say
I
if
know,
that's
yeah,
the
this
point
is-
of good governance,
This is
and I think you
actually
guys
word
might
salad.
agree with me on that, I would say China is probably the closest. And there are
China.
still
Shut your
plenty of
fucking
failures
mouth, you
within
stupid
the
fuck.
Chinese system as well.
There
Plenty
we
of
go.
issues within the Chinese system as well. But that's probably the
Stupid fuck.
closest I would
Yeah,
say.
you really don't give a fuck about all the people that died during fucking Mao's fucking China. You probably had that little red fucking book in your little back pocket. You probably beat off to it as well, you stupid fuck.
No worries.
You know, funny you should mention that.
Yeah. What is this? Hey, what's going on?
Oh, what's that? Oh, soy face! He's so excited.
Look how happy you fucking look.
It's the first.
Stupid
Wait.
fuck.
Really?
Is that a Bible?
First edition?
The little red book.
It's a first edition.
Okay. Some may say more important than the Bible.
I'll be back.
Yep.
Yeah, I know. That's crazy.
That's
Agri hates
crazy.
Hasan. That's why he's heated.
That's crazy, man. First edition, Little Red Book. The book that's related to 80 million deaths. Oh my God, that's crazy. We're heated. We are all heated about the Muslims. No, I'm just kidding. Well, kind of kidding. The fake Muslim and the fake Commi, Hasan Piker himself. Yes, and yeah, he's saying that he just finished saying, because Konstantin asked him what the best example of socialism done right is, and Hasan from his chest said China, you know? And he was just on a visit to China, which is why we're looking at him receiving the little red book and being so happy about it. So happy.
Which is weird because China's like the loosest version of communism to exist.
I know. It doesn't even from Hasan's own point of view, it's strange. Like it doesn't even it's not even consistent with like his stated ideologies.
He's placated to China. It's all people do when it comes to China. They placate to China because they suck Xi Jinping's fucking little dick, and they get paid for it.
They suck at Xi Jinping. Okay, Xi Jinping. There's a joke in there somewhere. Okay,
I like the dong better.
Xi Jinping. Yeah, I think that works. Okay. K2 says read chat. Word salad fluence 358. Okay. I guess that's better. I guess that's better. At least, yeah, that's better.
Yeah, you're a commie the way you talk with that word salad.
Agripolis, I'm heated about fucking not confluence, fucking Hasan.
A Freudian slip? What the fuck?
Using a word salad. He's just praising the Communist Party of China. That's all he's doing. Mouse a little red fucking book. What a piece of shit.
Word salad fluence.
And then Doomerang says Commi fluence. I feel like I picked like the worst username. Apparently, it can just be so easily turned into such mean things. Commi fluence, goon fluence, cuck fluence, coon fluence, cum fluence. It's like there's so many. I picked a bad name.
Fluence.
Okay.
Fluence.
I need to pull an Emmett and just rebrand to something that no one could possibly make fun of. Like not in a gay way. How are you gonna make fun of that?
We will find a way.
But what we should, we should be thinking of nicknames for Hasan Piker, okay? Not like super racist ones necessarily.
Bitch, gay fuck, fuckhole F word.
Those are all very creative. Those are very creative, Frankie.
Fucking what else? Fucking Q word. I don't know that.
I have one, but I can't say it. And it doesn't really match up. But it just adds a slur because his last name kind of rhymes with like a slur. If you know what I'm talking about, but I can't say it on YouTube, and none of you can either. And it doesn't fit. But
Look,
I'm just trying to think of like ultra offensive things.
FS girly bitch. That's what he is.
The best is still Hamas Piker. I think
You need me to take one for the team.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Hasan fluence, that is the worst one ever. That is the worst. That's below the belt, brother, in a gay way. That is below the belt in a gay way. Absolutely in a gay way.
An example that we should follow and lessons that we should learn from. This is something that I talk about quite a bit. Ironically enough, we only utilize some of the most repressive elements of Chinese governance here in the United States of America, especially in the second Trump administration, and none of the good stuff.
Okay.
We don't have any high-speed rail. We don't have any even development. There is seemingly nothing to look forward to in America in terms of economic prosperity, in terms of
yeah, that makes sense, especially with him talking socialism. Socialism is when you do high-speed rail.
Shut the fuck up, you stupid bitch.
I'm confused at how that relates to socialism from Hasan's point of view. Is communism when you have a high-speed rail?
This is how it relates to socialism. This is how it relates to
Seven's
socialism.
egg grill, fuck it, Opolopolis.
This is how it relates to socialism. When it comes to socialism, cars are a no-go. Cars are no-go because cars represent freedom. Cars represent individual freedom. So a speed rail.
Look, you don't need a car to be free, Frankie. You don't need a car to be free. You can be free without a car, okay?
It's a sensitive subject for him.
I'm just saying, you technically can be free without a car, okay? Like
I think Frankie was on to something. Let him keep going. He was on to something.
I just wanted to point that out, okay? I'll let him keep going, okay? It's a bit sensitive right now. A bit sensitive.
Hey, happy Thanksgiving, everybody, and hope everybody's having a great day, by the way.
Happy Thanksgiving. Okay, Frankie, sorry to interrupt you.
No, all right, let me tell you a story. All right, my mother's motherfucker. I'll be back.
Doomerang says forehead fluence. K2 says no car fluence. Now you guys have got me so paranoid about my fucking forehead now. You know, it's like after last night's fucking roast. Look, this is where I keep all my big brains, okay? That's why my forehead is so big. You know, the smarter I get, the bigger my head grows, okay? I'm fucking Megamind coded, okay? So, you know, I don't know what to tell you guys. You
all
guys
right, let me tell you the story. Right? So, my father has never been back to Cuba since 84. All right? My father's never been back to Cuba. He will never go back to Cuba. Or he's going to die here. And he's fine with that. My mother and her mother, when she was alive, went back to Cuba, I think like in 2010 or whatever. And they were flying on a small plane to Cuba, right? And then on the way to Cuba, they see a giant fucking picture of Che Guevara, you know, para la victoria siempre, for the victory always. And my grandma was telling me that there was a dude behind her that was saying, sí, para la victoria, for the victory. And then my grandma was like, shut the fuck up. Who the fuck you think you are? So then they landed in Cuba, they landed in Havana, and they went into the customs, and then the customs agent was like, oh, where are you from? Oh, from America. Oh, you've Richard Furman? Yeah. Why'd you leave? What the fuck you think why I left? Right? Yeah. So then they got to my mother's father's house, my grandfather I never met, and her brother, my uncle that I never met. They have a 1950s Chevrolet DeVille or Chevy Malibu, sky blue Malibu. I've seen pictures of it. It's old school as fuck. They hide it.
Because they can't get any. They can't get any more new cars.
They'll take it from them.
Yeah.
Is it still true that if people from Cuba float over, that America accepts them? Is that still a thing?
I think so. You might have to look that up because I remember that's called a dry land doctrine because Cuba is considered a communist country. My parents escaped communism. My wife's in-laws escaped communism.
Isn't that your parents?
Yeah.
Who says my wife's in-law? That's like me saying my sister's brother is like super cool and he's like a great streamer.
Once removed.
My wife's in-laws. That's such a wild. Okay, apparently I have to read. Fuck all of you. Okay, fine, I'll read them. Okay, Uber Fluence, so funny. Oh, Thumping, thank you so much, Thumping. Topanga Weevil herself, Lift Fluence, Haircut Fluence, No Brain Fluence, Gray Fluence, that was just cruel and unusual. Rainbow Fluence, Doom Fluence, and a Gateway Fluence, Old Fluence. Okay, it's just getting worse. Come Over Fluence. It's from my own member, my own flesh and blood. Okay, Jesus, I'm gonna just start wearing a hat. I wish I had a hat in this room.
That is a good one, though. Come over.
Like, y'all understand my story, right? Y'all understand my story. What I'm saying.
I need a beanie. I need to become Tim Pool coded, but I do understand your story, Frankie. I'm just distracted.
Vehicles represent freedom. Personal vehicles represent freedom, and they don't want that. So what happens? They pack people in the public transport. They pack them in. That's the whole point of public transportation.
Yeah, my mom came from Austria when she was 8. That was pretty war torn. It was in 1954.
Wait, was Austria? What was happening in Austria?
Yep, that's post World War II.
Oh, you mean like war torn as in like the consequences of the war?
Dude, that shit was fucking bombed the fuck. Dude, Austria was destroyed. Germany was, all that shit was destroyed. My grandmother was 16 when Schmittler. I'm sorry. When he annexed Austria, my grandmother was like 15, almost 16. Pretty sure my grandmother was raped, and my mom, I don't know my real grandfather. So, but anyways, they came over here through Ellis Island, through New York, and they came here the right way. It was great. My mom became naturalized. My grandmother became naturalized. They learned English. They learned everything about the society. And I don't even speak German. So how about that? I'm first gen American.
Yeah, I'm a first generation
Do
American as
your
well.
parents then speak German?
Well, my mom passed away last year. She did speak German before she had strokes. That was about 2010, 2011. Before that, she spoke very fluent German.
Now,
And of course, my grandmother talked like this. She had that German accent. Don't you dare, I'll beat you with a wooden spoon.
did she cheer for the American?
Bro, so you know Arnold Schwarzenegger was born in Vienna, Austria.
Whoa,
That's where
no racial slurs, Ag. I just want to no slurs
there's
in the
no,
chat.
There's no racial slurs
No,
against that.
I just thought I heard you say a racial slur right there.
I said Arnold Schwarzenegger was born in Vienna.
Whoa!
Oh my god!
Shut the fuck up. Well, anyways, my grandmother when he became governor of California, he was like, "Yeah, we were all poor, and we had to ride our bicycles to school and stuff." My grandmother saw that, and she got pissed, and she was like, "That son of a bitch! We were all poor. We walked to school. Oh, they had bikes."
Yo.
But anyways, uphill both ways, you know, all that shit. But
But here's this funny thing, right? Speaking about
that's a brutal background to come from, though. And
here's a funny thing, right? When it comes to Eastern Europe and the European societies, Stalin, when Stalin's mother was dying, when she was on her deathbed, Stalin went up to his own mother and said, "Hey, I rule Russia." And his mother said, "You were better as a farmer." It's like his own mother. All right, that's how deprived that dude was. His own mother hated him.
Well, I mean, yeah, but Stalin was a genius in his own ways.
He was a genius in his own way, but he was one of the most evil human beings who ever walked the face of the earth.
Is Stalin the one that has
Well,
that?
sure.
It's like that goated quote. I always butcher it when I say it. It's the one about 70
One
years
person
of
dies
history.
One person dies as a tragedy, a million is a statistic.
That one, but
Well,
also the history one. That for 70 years, nothing happens, and then in 7 days, 70 years happens, or something. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
Because
but that's also Russian.
Everything can happen in a split second.
I can't speak as much on that as I could, the Eastern European and stuff. Like that's Russian. I'm not Russian.
But the thing was, right? H-Man and Stalin had a similar upbringing. They were virtually the same growing up. They were both in abusive households. They both were in abusive households and also possibly sexual abusive households. And they just grew up extremely fucking poor.
No, the H-Man's dad beat the fuck out of him when he was a kid. Like that's not I don't know about the smexual side of it, but Stalin, I really don't know.
His mom was Jewish, right? And didn't he blame her for
his mom? No, his mom was an eighth Jewish or something like that.
There was a barely
failed the drop of blood test that the H-Man himself proposed, though, right?
Yeah, I mean, true, but how are we going to genetically test that now? I mean, we can't.
Well, now we could. Back then, you probably couldn't, but now.
No, even now, even a lot of the H-Man's family that have survived are they vowed not to reproduce. They vowed to not keep in touch with media.
Right, I thought you meant how if I was trying to figure out who is what percent Ashkenazi.
Yeah,
if you mean trying to figure out him, yeah.
Well, but I can tell you just from when my grandmother passed away that I was able to trace my roots back to the early 1600s.
Wow.
Jeez, yeah,
which is really interesting.
My mom's family, my grandfather was born in Germany. My mom's maiden last name is Schindler.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
not sure.
Yeah, I've heard you say that before.
Yeah, so, and I know he was born in Germany. I know.
Did he keep any, good lists, or what?
I don't know. He was senile in his days before he passed away. So, I didn't really know them. I didn't know the man personally. I met him, twice. That was about it. I just know that he was married 7 times.
7 times?
Yeah, he's been married 7 times.
That's a lot of marriages.
Yeah.
So I guess he probably did have a list of a different variety.
I can tell you.
Actually, he probably had a body count greater than H-Man himself, if you think about it.
Oh my god.
I'm sure a lot of people had a bigger body count than H-Man.
I don't know, man. I've never, I'm not above 6 million,
He just wanted people to buy his paintings.
That kind of body count.
Yeah.
Damn, bro.
Yeah, that's why you don't kick people out of art school or not let them in or whichever one happened. You just accept. If you want to be an artist, just accept them. K2, I'm not going to read Jew fluence, K2. I just did, but I'm not going to read it again, okay? I'm not...
I did hashtag fluence.
Hashtag fluence. I'll accept that. In a gay way, fluence. Yeah. Mustache man. They just get worse. Only fluent. There's, okay. Yeah. Slur fluence. Copium fluence.
But what I was trying to get at for Frankie was I understand what it's like to, to come from a family that like completely wants to embrace this, a new beginning. Am I breaking up?
With who?
No, I don't think you did.
Am I breaking? Okay. Yeah. And my family came from, your family came from Cuba in a very torn country. And my family embraced America and we fucking worked everybody in my family has worked their asses off. So we didn't get to where we are for nothing. And that's kind of like what a lot of people forget. You can't just come here and do nothing and expect the American dream. I mean,
no, I agree with you. Like, there's a lot of people who come here and like they don't even want to learn English. Like, that's the basic language here.
Well, it's the entitlement thing that really gets,
Okay, so when I used to work with my dad, like we had a family friend that lives here too, like his family friend, like a good buddy of his that we all worked together. And he was born and raised in Mexico, but I call him a white Mexican because he's a fucking white man. And he speaks great Spanish. And we've been on job sites with like other Mexicans and they'll try and talk to like me and my dad and they'll come up to us and speak in Spanish. And he went up to him and he said, no, if you're here, you need to learn Spanish. And he turned around to our friend and one of the guys and he looked at him. He's like, no, they need to learn Spanish. And he just went off. Like you're in fucking America. Like
you said Spanish, but first, but like I agree. If you're in America, you should learn English. I mean,
sorry, I might have said that backwards.
That's okay. I understand what you meant. Like if I move to Mexico and I'm going to make that my primary residence, of course I'm going to learn Spanish. Like what?
Like for them to get mad at us because we don't understand them, that's something else.
Yeah, well, and that's why our primary language is English. I mean, you should learn it.
Yeah, this is the problem we have here is in Canada, we have, unfortunately, with the Trudeau government, but not the Trudeau you're thinking of, the other Trudeau government from, a few decades back, he made our official language French and English, and now it's fucking goddamn it. Now, every product, I think the wine I held up has every product you sell has to have French on it in Canada. Like every product has to have French. I mean, look at this. Look at this fucking bullshit. Get a hold of these knockoff Zins because I can't even get real Zins here. Look at that. See, I don't know if you can see. It says mint and then it says menthe. And then it has the warning and it has avertissement, le nicotine crée une forte dépendance. It's like, fuck off.
What's mint in Spanish?
How the shift is because you said you're an American citizen, right?
Yes.
So have you ever thought about moving back to America?
Every waking second of every moment of my life, Topanga.
Like what's stopping you? Is it just like a financial thing or
it's part of it's like family, part of it's friends, right? Like most of my ties. Yeah, so like a lot of my most closest ties are now in Canada. So yeah.
Oh,
this is how we can tell this is how we can tell you're most, like, even if it's only 51%, we can tell you're mostly Canadian.
No, mostly
fuck that, American. Man. If I was like American Wisconsin. As I am, look, like, like you can make more friends and you can build stuff. have kids and all that good stuff.
Well, yeah, that's I'm not opposed.
Yeah, you have friends in Florida.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe I'll go down to Florida.
Wherever you guys are from. So yeah.
Yeah, I'm there half the year.
Maybe after Con happens, maybe I'll just stay. You know.
Are you a snowbird, Ag?
I'm like the reverse of a snowbird. I come to Colorado when it's like cold and snowy, and we get the white Christmas and all that good stuff, and then I go back to Florida for I go there for the summer and the beach and all that good stuff.
The only thing nice about Florida summer is that there's less people. But I've noticed now, like the last couple years, I've noticed there's still just as many people. Like I don't even.
Well, that's because of a lot of people have flocked to Florida because of our taxes.
A lot of people have flocked here, and I can't even like extinguish like snowbirds to just residents anymore because it's packed. It's packed.
I can tell how they drive and how they dress.
The state tax is also very generous in Florida as well.
You don't have the government income, the federal income.
Yep. Yeah. And it's just kind of like if that's where you want your primary location to be, that would be the most rewarding.
Yeah, that's my primary residence, and then I own a house in Colorado, and I'm just here after that. That's what I'm kind of like the reverse of a snowbird.
You guys have DeSantis in Florida, you know, that's the main reason.
DeSantis isn't the greatest, but he's a lot better than some of the other ones.
Oh, see, and when during the primaries, I was like I wanted DeSantis to win.
Well, I was going to say during the big C-19 stuff and all that was going on, DeSantis was like, "Fuck this! Everything stays open, everything keeps going." And bro, this shit was booming in Florida still.
Mm-hmm.
But I think he was like he was the first one. Now, did he go with the like the 2-week kind of shutdown to kind of control the spread?
I think he may have, but after that, with the whole mask mandate and the mandating the the pokey pokies, I don't think he was. I don't think that became mandated and all that. Like,
yeah. And I know
I retired in Cinco de Mayo.
If weren't wearing it, but yeah.
Yeah, Cinco de Mayo 2020 is when I retired, and that was like right at the beginning of all that shit. So I kind of stayed low, anyways. So some of the stuff I'm like, I
don't blame anyone for the 2-week thing. You know, at the time, it's like, like if we go back into that moment, it's like 2 weeks. Yeah, okay, that's fine. We can lock down for 2 weeks, right? That sounded reasonable. It's like I blame people that went on for like 2 years, right?
Well, so I went to Hawaii in 2020, like the end of 2021, and they required you to take a C test, and you had to take the test, get the results, and they be negative within I think it was either 24 or 48 hour time period of arriving on the islands.
Yeah. Geez.
So it was super crazy because you could take the test and you might not get the results for like you're already fucking about to be there. You know what I mean? Luckily everybody was negative and we got there and it was a great time. But Hawaii did have a lot of they weren't super pot, like people weren't super pot. It wasn't an exploding spot for the C-19 stuff.
See, that's the good thing about Canada. We had the whole trucker protest. You guys heard about that in America? You know?
Yep.
No, we didn't hear anything about that. How'd that go?
No.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
No, yeah, it was pretty big. I remember that.
Yeah, that was stupid though, man. I mean,
wow.
Fuck, dude.
What? That was amazing.
Nah, it was stupid though, man. What the hell did that? What did that really accomplish besides slow down traffic?
The trucks aren't going to stop, but I think they just wanted. It's like they put these kind of things in as distractions. That's saying like, oh, we're going to do this, and then a lot of people get mad, and then they get in groups and they do protests or do like whatever. It's all distractions. Like that whole time period, I can't remember everything that happened, but just in 2020, like the first couple months of, the shutdown, everything happened. I remember that like dozens of things came up like on the news that people were doing all around the state.
I think the truck protests, just if anything, they made things worse with supplies with the supply issue, and they didn't really cause any new actions to go into place that would like benefit everybody.
I from a Canadian point of view, I think they absolutely did. First of all, it showed.
So they didn't make your prices go up. They didn't make the shelves go empty.
I mean, they had like supply chain problems, but I mean, first of all, they showed Canadians that the Canadian government will be fascistic when they need to be and will freeze people's bank accounts, which I think
that's awesome. But what does that help?
But I'm just saying that alone is It's important to know how far your government will go when you go against one of their policies. Like, that's a helpful thing to know, you know? And I think it did eventually lead to the lessening of the mandates, because I think a lot of
Americans know that.
This is from a Canadian point of view, you know?
I was going to say Americans know this already, but like that never mind. I don't.
Yeah, well, look, Canada. It took a while. Canada didn't, you know. Well, first of all, actually, in Canada, I mean, this shocked me. I didn't think I didn't like the Canadian government before, you know, but I didn't think they would like freeze people's bank accounts for like, you know, doing protests and stuff. I didn't think they would go that far. You know, I already hated Trudeau before that. But I mean, I guess in some ways it didn't matter because we elected Mark Carney, who is the same Liberal Party as Trudeau anyway.
Did you elect him, or did he just, you know, kind of happen to fall into that place?
I mean, he fell into the place, but people still voted for the Liberals over the Conservatives, which was crazy.
Well, it's kind of like our option, like where Biden and then all of a sudden Kamala is thrown in, and you have a choice.
Yeah,
you have a choice between Kamala or Trump.
Yeah, and like, Mark Carney got in so at the end.
They got voted in, it's kind of like lack of options. Like, it's kind of like you know, like 90s, 2000s rock music and all the other music, like. A lot of people listen to some stupid shit, but it was lack of options.
Yeah, that's fair. Oh, Marilyn is in the chat. Marilyn. Shout out to Marilyn.
I'm still here.
Shout out to Frankie, who is still here.
Frankie too sweet.
Oxycat says Con is a Canuck man. Yeah, I am Canuck man.
Canuck man.
As opposed to Florida man, you know, I'm Canuck man.
Is that like a
you are getting
3-syllable or like Canuck man or like Canuck man? Like
it kind of sounds a little like, you know, Aboriginal coded, you know, like it reminds me of like an Inuktitut or whatever, if you guys know what that is.
It kind of reminds me of like what we call northerners that come to the south for the
snowbirds.
Canucks. Yeah, Canucks.
That's what we were talking about.
We're talking about Canucks. I don't know.
Oxycat, are you like a couple minutes behind? Hit that live button.
Pharmacat says, well, why did I call her Pharmacat? I don't even know where I got that from. Oxycat says, Canada had crazy C-19 restrictions. I had to test within 48 hours, submit my proof of jab, and submit a 2-week quarantine plan before I could go. Yeah, Canada, we went wild. We went buck wild with that shit.
Exactly.
You know?
That's what I was saying. I retired in May 2020, right around the time they were trying to require us to get the COVID shots. And I was like, boop, I'm out.
And you know who fixed that? Was the Daily Wire, the Ben Shapiro's of the world. They did a lawsuit against OSHA and they fucking won. That whole thing that you had a company above like 200 people, you had to get
how many fucking millions of people already got the jab?
Yeah.
It was like a day late, dollar short.
Yeah, because Frankie was in the army during that time, and he was forced to get it or lose everything.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
I'm to find out, even after the fact, after they restricted that, everybody that got kicked out, they got full benefits.
Well, now, yeah, now, but back then it was like
back then,
you didn't know, and you were going to lose everything.
Here's the story. I didn't want to lose everything. I didn't want to lose rank.
I understand.
I didn't want to lose my education.
I was okay. I get it. I was okay to just opt out and be like, I'm out. But there were so many people.
Like, I got a few friends of mine that just shitted on me for this shit. They just shitted on me for this. He's like, oh, you could have done it, just take it. I was like, look here, motherfucker. You weren't in my shoes at that fucking time.
Oh yeah, I know. Trust me, I know.
I mean, I'm triple jabbed, and I wasn't even forced to do it. Okay, so I wasn't even forced to. Yeah, I got 1 Moderna and 2 Pfizers. You know, so
I never got any. I've never got any.
Look, like they keep saying that, oh, you're gonna have heart issues or this, that, and the other thing. Thank God I don't. Praise the Lord that I don't. And like, I hope I don't, but I believe I won't. So there you go.
I have an uncle that got it, and he was paralyzed for 3 months after the jab. Like, he got it, and the day after, he woke up and he couldn't move. He went to the hospital. He stayed there for weeks, and he's still, like, today, like, he got movement back in his limbs, but he still today has to get, like, he has, like, a really bad cardiac in his eye or some kind of shit. He has to get a shot in his eye every 3 months.
Like
in his eyeball.
A cataract or what?
I don't know what happened exactly. Like, I don't know all the medical terms, but he calls me sometimes, like 2 days after I gave birth, he called to talk about my newborn baby, and he was, like, in the waiting room waiting to get his shot in his eye.
Jeez.
But this all happened. Like, he got the shot one evening, went home, went to bed. The next morning, he couldn't move. Like, he was paralyzed.
All that it's such a tough thing. The data is like really hard to like look at with stuff. Like there's like the VAERS database, which I'm sure we're all familiar with, and it's like,
well, it's like what other vaccine have you known that has been manufactured and manufactured and produced to everybody like so quickly, like that fast?
Polio, maybe.
Maybe no, not even polio.
Smallpox was pretty fastly given though.
This was made within like a couple weeks, like few weeks.
I mean, but the technology is there. The mRAS like technology, they've been working on that for like the last 20, 30 years. So I mean, I'm
not denying the people that
mRNA,
died from COVID.
Yeah. Well, it's supposedly modifies your DNA structure or whatever.
It's a different type of vaccine, though. I will agree with you there, Topanga. It is a unique type.
I'm not denying anybody that like died off of the like getting the sickness in 2020 or even 2021.
Well, it's hard to prove. That's the problem.
Yeah, that it was that to begin with, because a lot of people die from the flu yearly.
The scariest thing to me is the pushing on children, because usually when it comes to medicine, America generally leans on the fact that, hey, unless we can prove that this is 100% safe, pregnant women, children probably shouldn't take it, just because we don't know what type of long-term effects it can have on the child.
They try to push it on my kids. Like, my kids were very young. Like, my kids weren't I had my one kid that was in preschool, and they try to force it on him, and I said no. I was like, if my kid can't go to fucking pre-K because of this, he won't go to pre-K then.
Yeah, that's the stuff that gets my back up too. It's like especially because kids are like just in the data that all of these studies point to, right? It's like the kids are just not dying from the C thing, right? Unless they have like multiple comorbidities, they're just not. And so the risk from a risk benefit analysis, it doesn't make any fucking sense.
They had underlying issues to begin with before getting it.
Right. So like maybe if I had a kid who was like asthmatic and had like type 1 diabetes and was like, I don't know, morbidly obese or something, that's like, then maybe, but it's like to just as a like, because my government still is pushing it out. I mean, I know kids that have like 9 now. They've had like 9 boosters, right? And it's like,
I think the majority of
why do you? Okay, so that's another question. Why do you need so many boosters? Why do you need a jab? And then why do you have
because the virus mutates. I mean, that's how like the flu.
So does every other virus. So does the flu. So does the common cold.
That's what I'm saying. They all mutate, and so they give boosters.
Why do you need a booster for one singular
But
sickness?
they do that.
Okay, so look at it like
they do that with the flu shot as well. Like they push a flu booster every year.
Yeah. Look at it like this. Like say like patient 0 gets. Okay, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I was going to say patient 0 gets X virus. Okay. After how many millions of people get it around the globe, billions even, by the time it gets to that last billionth person or whatever, the virus is mutated so much that you need something to counteract that.
Well, I understand. I know how mutation works.
Oh, okay. My bad.
I understand how that works, but
I'm lost then. I'm sorry.
It's like anything. Like the common cold. People have died from the common cold.
Yeah, well, it's just supposed to make it less
How many
severe.
different boosters out there are for the flu shot? Because I know you get the flu shot yearly, but how many boosters are you getting throughout the year because of it?
Just one. You should just get the. I mean, supposedly you should just.
Yeah, and if it mutates, to every person.
If it mutates differently than you have the flu shot, then you just get it less severe. Is what's supposed to happen.
I mean, with the flu shot specifically, they're also like guessing. Like we in the West, we use Australian data because their flu season happens before us. Because there's so many strains of the flu. So we try to guess which flu strain is going to be the worst here, and then we try to pick one. And I've seen in the news that we actually picked the wrong one. They think it's going to be a really bad influenza season because apparently it's always a guessing game because you can't like do a vaccine for every single strain of influenza because it's constantly mutating and stuff. And so you just
I have a hard time believing that it's going to be worse than the first cases of influenza years and years ago, or even the first cases of the C-19 that happened. I mean. When influenza first hit, it killed millions and millions of people.
But we're talking about like the Spanish flu. That's not like your
the first influenza.
Killed as many people as it did World War I. And let's not forget, the common cold destroyed the Mesoamericans with the Spanish one.
But to be fair,
that's what I'm saying. Like C-19 is just a souped up influenza. I mean, that's basically what it is, and it definitely targets people with comorbidities.
Right, but I guess the thing is like the Spanish flu is a type of influenza, but every cold is a type of coronavirus, right?
No. Influenza is different than the coronavirus.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. I said the cold is a coronavirus. So
the coronavirus is a type of cold, kind of. You could look at it
that's what I'm saying. Every cold, and anytime someone has a cold, they have a coronavirus.
No.
Yes.
No. It's not the same virus. You're talking
about a SARS virus versus a influenza virus.
It's not the same virus. The same.
Look it up. Look it
up. Confluence.
Okay. So just to be clear, what I'm saying the cold is always a coronavirus. It's not C-19. Okay. I'm not saying that. I'm saying the cold is a coronavirus.
And the coronavirus has been around for years, but influenza and the flu virus has been around for longer. Pretty confident, but I am more confident to tell you that it's different virus.
It's different. It's a.
Well, then why are you saying it's the same?
I'm saying they're both coronaviruses.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
Okay.
I just looked it up. Confluence.
Yeah, it does say
from Mayo. This is Mayo Clinic. It says some viruses that cause the common cold are coronavirus. Not all, some.
Okay, I'm just gonna share my thing. Okay, this is the Department of Health coronaviruses in brackets common cold viruses. Okay. That's all I'm saying. And I guess yeah. Okay, so maybe the confusion is that when we say cold, we could mean like this is talking about that when it could mean rhinoviruses, coronaviruses. But I'm saying a lot of times like coronaviruses have existed for hundreds of thousands of years.
I digress. Maybe they started including them all together.
They didn't start. Coronavirus has been a term in medicine for like 30 plus years.
Yeah. Influenza has been around longer, but I mean, maybe they started including them together.
Is that true?
Look, viruses causes colds. So some viruses could be caused by a corona.
We're going to grok.
Some viruses could be caused by an influenza strand. It depends on.
I believe influenza has been around for longer than the actual. Corona, or even because coronavirus has had many different forms way before C-19.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, there was the one in the Middle East that was pretty bad.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, according to Grok, coronaviruses have been around much longer than influenza viruses. Okay. I'm just saying.
Maybe I had it backwards. My bad. Hey, I will stand corrected whenever needed.
That's why I love about you. That's why I love about you.
I am not going to take ties from you.
3 to 800 million years ago.
But I think didn't more people die from the influenza than corona, even though it's been around like
in the mass scale of history? Yes, because of like the Spanish flu and stuff. So yes, But a year
think
over
it's
year,
also
no.
different.
Like in 2020, more people did die of COVID-19 or C19 than they did die from influenza.
Wait,
Yeah.
why
Yeah.
Okay, we
I
have.
don't get that.
Well, I'm
You're
not sure
right.
if it's
You're
going to
right.
get demonetized
Something
or
weevil.
not.
I don't know either. That's why I've been trying my best to use
Just
the.
refers to the shape of the virus. So any virus with that shape is a coronavirus, and the common cold is a coronavirus.
Can common colds be caused by any other virus?
Yes, he said that. I don't remember which ones he
Yeah,
said.
like we
yes.
because common cold.
Like the rhinovirus.
Correct me if I'm wrong, ChatGPT. But sometimes I think when we use the term cold, it's like that's not a scientific term.
I
and
apologize
it could be caused
for
by
derailing.
a rhinovirus. It could be caused by a coronavirus.
I stand corrected. I apologize for derailing.
A lot of times people mistake a cold with actually like a respiratory bacterial infection as well.
Yeah.
So it's not cut and dry. But as far as a coronavirus goes, it's just referring to the shape of the virus.
Right. And even like early Lysol would cover some, quote unquote forms of coronavirus, but the new C19 was a totally different strand, I guess.
Part of the skull.
It's almost like it was like made maybe in like some type of lab like setting.
I'm not going to go with conspiracy theory stuff.
That's
just saying
not a conspiracy theory anymore. It used to be.
Okay.
It's not.
I'm not informed. I'm not going to speak. You know what?
We haven't directly proved it.
We haven't proved it. It's true. It's an open question.
He's not wrong. It is still a theory. So I mean.
It's still a conspiracy, honestly.
I don't think it's a conspiracy. It's in enough medical journals and stuff. The lab leak hypothesis. It's not just in like weird like InfoWars stuff. It's an actual
we just spoke about the mutations process and everything else. We don't. I don't know.
Well, even being made in a lab, it could still mutate after being
exactly. That's my point.
I agree.
This particular strain that broke out. In 2014, I think was the last year. It had to be used from a university. It had to be moved from testing in a university in I think Texas. I think around the San Antonio area.
All I know, at least we know that they were doing gain of function research in the Wuhan lab, and that we know C19 showed up within like what was it, like 10 miles or something from the Wuhan lab. Could have happened in the wet markets. It's just really close to the lab, and we do know from what we saw Fauci under oath that the U.S. was even funding gain of function research in the Wuhan lab. He tried to say no, but money is fungible. They were giving money to the Wuhan lab, and the Wuhan lab was doing gain of function research on coronaviruses.
Yeah, I apologize. I wasn't trying to open up a can of worms. I was just saying that Okay, so you got me on that year over year, virus for virus. Okay, and starting in like 2019, 2020, the C virus did maybe kill more than like flu victims. But what I was saying is like ultimately, historically speaking, the influenza virus has killed more than the C virus. That's all I was saying. As far as whatever you guys can continue on, I don't know about all this conspiracy shit or not conspiracy shit or what happened in the lab or what mutated where. I don't know. We don't know.
Well, I know a lot about it because I believe all of it.
Like
Oxycat's goated cat.
What's your
Sorry,
profession?
holy shit.
Is this kind of your field of profession?
Yeah, infectious disease.
Oh yeah,
but
that's why.
Yeah.
Anyway, you guys frustrated me with that coronavirus shit, so that's why I had to come.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I apologize.
The last person that jumped down my throat was Hasan, or not Hasan. Brian.
Hasan jumped down your throat, brother.
Whoa!
That doesn't sound fun.
In a normal way, or?
It was not consensual.
All right, I have to go, but happy Thanksgiving, y'all.
Happy Thanksgiving, Oxymorphone Cat. Okay, you guys keep talking. It could be about C19. It could not be. I have to pee. But keep it going. Feel free to talk about graphs or anything, really. And no TOS, but the floor is all of y'all's. Okay, it's Thanksgiving. Live a little. You know what I'm saying? Fucking live a little.
Well, I'm sorry. I apologize. I may have had it backwards, and I also quit healthcare. I worked for healthcare for about a decade and saw a lot of this shit. And when it started coming on in 2019, and then in 2020 is when I retired, and I was like, "Fuck all this shit." Yeah. And I did it just in time because that's when COVID started hitting hard and heavy. And there were people being put on ventilators that weren't necessary. A lot of people died from the vents and the infections that came along with that. I did keep up with it a little bit after I, left,
movies everywhere.
But yeah, and like listening to news and then listening to people that I know that still worked in the healthcare industry. I know that the vents that was a bad idea, especially when they started putting people on like the shared vent systems because they were running out of vents. So they started like sharing vents and
my lead at
pushed
work
up infection rates. What's that?
I said my lead at work died on a ventilator.
Yeah, my late father-in-law, my late wife, when she passed away about a year later, that was right. Like my late wife passed away in November 2019, and she was a cardiac nurse, and I worked at the same hospital. But anyways, about a year later, late 2020, that's when he passed away. But they put him on a vent. They were like, "All right, it's all good. Everything's going to be great. We're going to put you on a vent." But he did have a lot of comorbidities, and when they put him on that, though, I mean, it was like not even a month later he passed away. So it's like, but I kept hearing everything from everybody else, and I'm like, it's like they're like, this is a bad idea, you shouldn't do that, and I'm like, I don't have control over it. It's like, and it happened anyways, and I saw a lot of people, not just him, but a lot of other people that passed because of the infection rates, that other stuff that came along, like, and they would get COVID even worse. Like they would have COVID and they're like, "Oh, we're going to put you on a ventilator and it's all good," and then it just become fucking 10 times worse. So
I mean, it's the same thing.
That's just my personal observation,
Yeah. Well, because we had people like Cuomo and I probably shouldn't say her name. I'm pretty sure it's Gretchen Whitmer that was putting people in nursing homes. Just bad COVID or bad infectious policy that really caused problems to be so much worse.
Oh, yeah. Really?
No, really. Like my mom was put in nursing home, and she was completely clear and good of all that stuff. And around right after my late wife had passed away, because my mom was living with us because she was having strokes and stuff, so she was living with us. But when my late wife passed away, and she was a nurse and she was helping, and I was respiratory, so we were like working together. But when she passed away, I was like, I can't do this with 3 kids alone. So we put her in a nursing home, and within like 3 months, she already tested positive. Yeah. So it wasn't like a clean environment at all. They just threw people in there, and they were like, "All right, let's just disperse people wherever they can go, whatever we can do, like avoid, any kind of respirator, anything like that we can do is about that time period," because they started figuring out that it was kind of worse.
Oh yeah.
So, like a lot of shit in my life happened around that time period. So, anyways, everybody's got their shit, but that like my late wife, my father-in-law, who, like, God, I love my late father-in-law. Like, dude, if it wasn't for him, I don't know how. And God forbid, like, anybody loses their kid. That's like one of the worst things. I think might be the worst thing that could ever happen to anybody, is to lose your kid. Like losing your parents, siblings. That's all crazy. Like, but this guy lost his daughter, my wife, and he fucking stepped up. Like, dude, this guy was amazing. And then a year later, this shit happened, and he was telling me the whole time, like, this is what's going to happen. This is what's going to happen. Like, he was like, fuck COVID, the C shots, fuck all that shit. I'm not doing that. I'm going to continue on my life like I was before. I don't give a fuck. And you know what I mean? Like, that's how I was too. And fucking that happened. And then, last year my mom died too. So, and it was definitely related to COVID because she tested positive, and then like a month later she passed. So,
and to be fair, it's I don't want to say I hate them, but I generally dislike people who try and downplay the severity of COVID, because COVID was fairly bad. Like on a scale,
it was definitely a souped up like a fucking Homelander version of the flu. It was like fucking souped up. And this is what I was saying from get-go. I heard about COVID coming because I worked at the hospital and I worked in respiratory, and I heard COVID was coming, and then like all of a sudden it started hitting, and I was like, this is just going to be a souped up flu when it's all said and done. Everybody's going to do all this stupid crazy shit. And sure enough, that's what everybody was doing. They started where I worked. They started like it was a requirement other than like religious beliefs, or I forget what the other fucking thing was. But you get like it was just like with the flu shot. You get the COVID shot, or you're fucking out of here. And I was like, you know what? I'm fucking out of here. Fuck this shit. Yeah. And then when the school started requesting it for my kids, that was right when I started putting I put my kids in online school, and I started homeschooling them too. I was like, I'm fucking out of here. And now that I'm at home, I'm going to fucking homeschool my kids. Fuck that. And we've been great. But everybody else that's like, oh, I'm going to get the shot. Like everybody that I know in my family that's like, oh, I'm going to go get the shot. They fucking had issues.
Yeah.
They I'm not gonna, I don't want to, I'm not gonna dox anybody in my family, but I have a very close family member that has had heart issues ever since they got that shit, and they had to because of the military.
Yeah, I mean this stuff, especially with Moderna, right? They didn't know this at the time, right? And that's the thing about emergency approval, right? And this is a known thing now, right? That Moderna, especially in like people of a certain age bracket, right, will cause myocarditis, and that's why they don't even give it to young people. They give like Pfizer to young people, but at the time they give a bunch of people Moderna.
I'm not sure who said it earlier. I was going to say, I'm not sure who said it earlier, but they did come up with this shit really quick, and they didn't run enough tests on subjects to be.
That's what I said earlier. They were giving people the wrong.
Okay. And they can't be sued because it's emergency approval from the FDA. Yep. It doesn't matter. It could cause the worst type of cancer in 20 years. They can't be sued. No one can sue them, which is crazy in my mind. That's crazy.
We don't have lifetime studies. Like we don't have long-term studies. So it's like we could be it could be the perfect vaccine until 20 years down the road, and bam, we start getting hit with massive side effects. Because I mean, asbestos, lead, these are other things that we ran into the same situation to where you'd be exposed to this, and then 20, 30 years down the road, you would start developing cancerous cells.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I will say, I don't know, because it sounds like a lot of us, not a lot of us, but some of us had to take the jab, and I didn't have to take it, but I still took it. But
negatory. I declined.
Yeah, but the ones that did take
I never got it.
I'm curious, like I guess Frankie and K2, Big Soda. I don't know if you said you got it.
I didn't take it.
Okay, so I guess us then. It's like I would say that was like some of the most insane side effects. Like, and I know they say it's normal, but each shot I had, especially Moderna, the first one, I was like so ill for like days after it. Like I felt like sick as a dog.
Have you gotten sick since then?
I tested positive for C19 after having 3 vaxes,
Well, I mean, you say C19, so let's just assume that it like mutates over the years. When were you diagnosed positive with the C?
It was about maybe like 6. So this would have been, I think, 3 years ago, something like that.
So 2023.
Yeah, and so it was about maybe 6 months after my last booster. I think this was around the Omicron thing, and I was like, so at that point, I was like, no more boosters, and then
what I'm getting at is, as this fucking virus mutates, it's interesting how they keep pushing out new vax for it, and they're like, oh, we know it's mutating. Here's a new vax. Take this. You must take this.
Yeah.
It's fucking bullshit.
And I don't like the marketing, because originally
it's just fucking bullshit. They're fucking manufacturing anyway. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to go on a side tangent.
No, it's a good one.
You know why they do it? It's to keep this. It's to make everybody scared. I feel like it was a whole control thing. Like, let's see how far we can get these people under our control. Let's see how far we can take these people to do it.
Anytime they can make you rely on them more, they have the most control over you.
If we want to talk about control, we could talk about a certain group of people.
It's about
no.
Oh, I'm gonna get sick unless I get this fucking thing, this needle in my arm, and oh no.
Okay, I got sick, so I got sick again, so let me take this new one that they're telling me that's
I'm not up in conspiracy theory alley. I'm just saying it sounds like a load of shit to me, and I was out from day one. I'm like, fuck this.
What bugs me is like the shifting of the goalposts is really frustrating, because at the beginning, right, when this was all released, they were like, oh, it will greatly reduce your chances of getting it, right? And then they were relying on, like, this is what they said at first, and they were relying on on studies that were only testing people like 3 weeks after they got the jab, and then being like, look, it's 90% effective at not contracting it. And then of course that wasn't true, and then they switched the goalpost to, oh, you'll just have better health outcomes, you'll have like less.
That's just what they wanted to tell the general. That's just what they wanted to tell the general populace, to make them believe that it's like completely avoidable if you do this, but in reality it's just like the flu virus. You get the fucking flu shot and you might get the flu, but it's just not as bad because you got the flu shot.
Yep.
When I got my first two,
it's bullshit.
It is. When I got my first two,
it's not worse because you're getting a shot for it and you're getting the fucking virus.
Yeah. Well, exactly. When I got my first two, that was what was said at the time by the WHO, by the CDC, by the Canadian government. They said that, you will. If you get this, you almost certainly won't get C-19. And then of course,
21.
And then of course that shifted to, oh no, you'll get it. Almost like 99% of people will still get it, even if you've been like quadruple vaxxed. You'll just have like better health outcomes.
I want to say, nice come over.
Look, I don't know what you guys want me to do with my hair, okay? I don't know what you want, because I feel like this looks stupid. I don't know what haircut to get, okay? I've heard the advice. I've taken it into consideration.
You should get one where they put like a line over your head and then do that. And then you'll look like
I don't know if I like how I look with like bang. Like, imagine this was my haircut. Imagine if I wasn't like cut this way. It was just this. Like, I feel like that doesn't really look good either.
Praise K2 for changing the subject. Even if it was the confluence,
this is derailing, but no one of us derailed it, because if we remember, we started talking about Ron DeSantis, which naturally led into his goated stuff, which then led into the trucker protest, which then led in, and it got everything just
Does Ron DeSantis have a comb over too?
Wow.
This is an intentional cut, okay? Maybe a bad decision, but this is not a comb over, okay? This is cut this way, okay?
Hold on. I'll send you a picture of a haircut you should get. Hold on.
I was trying to change it to Ron DeSantis, but you kept it on you, bro.
I am the professional derailer of the conversation.
DeSantis
I'm going to grab a beer
and
I'm going to change it to my computer.
I'm going to be honest.
I'll be back.
Ron DeSantis is such a savvy politician. I'm so shocked at how a disaster his campaign was.
I know. I was shocked too. I thought, because he in Florida, he got so many policies done, especially with like the alphabet stuff. He got a lot of stuff done. He was good at pushing policy through, and then his campaign just like absolutely
wasn't ready. He just wasn't ready for it. He just wasn't ready. And we all knew that Trump was the front runner. Everybody else was just there for entertainment. We all knew Trump was a front runner.
Yeah.
All right. So there
I
wasn't.
wanted Nikki Haley too. I don't know if you guys like her. I kind of simp a little bit for Nikki Haley. I'm not gonna lie to you. Okay.
No, oh my God, Nikki Haley is fucking. What's his name?
What a
Fucking
bitch.
Dick Cheney on heels.
I look. I'm a neocon. Okay. What can I say? I'm a bit hawkish on my foreign policies.
You want nonstop wars?
You're a simp.
Evan in the chat. Good to see you. Happy Thanksgiving, brother.
If you sign bombs for them to be dropped on children, there's just something about you that just fucking sucks.
Did Nikki Haley do that? I saw there was like someone.
Hold on, if Emmett wants to come up, I'll go down. But really quick, that's the haircut you should get. I sent you a message.
Okay, let me see this.
God.
Let me know if Emmett wants to jump up. I'll jump down. He'll be more entertaining than me.
I don't know, Kate. Depending on the haircut.
You know what? Fine. This is the haircut that K2 wants me to get. Okay. Here it comes. Everyone take your bets on what it's going to be.
I didn't say to show it.
Well, it's being shown.
Oh my God.
Apparently.
It's a Bieber cut.
It's K2 approved. K2 approved haircut.
That's just what your hair reminds me of.
It does. Yeah, it kind of does look like that a little bit.
Oh shit! You showed the whole picture on YouTube.
It's historical. It's historical, brother. That has to be okay, right?
I don't get why, like, even saying their name or even showing a picture. How is that bad? It's just.
Damn it, man!
I don't even know. If it is, like, I know
it was for historical purposes only.
I know on TikTok, if you say like Yahtzee, but you don't say it, you get. I think on YouTube, I think you
windmill
de-boosted. I don't think it's actually like you get your channel gets in trouble. I think it's just like people will find it less because YouTube like picks up controversial phrases. You know. There's certain words obviously that are like TOS for sure, but like stuff like that, like the H guy, it's like I think if you just or C19, it's like you can obviously say that, but it's like I think it will just show you in the algorithm less that
it's
specific
like
video.
Context based, but like that's kind of a nebulous term to kind of mean for any reason. If you're talking about him and we don't like you, we can do action against you.
Right. It's it's more of like the deboosting at their whim. Because like, some people, if you're Hank Green, you can say all that shit at any time, because you're YouTube golden boy,
And plus, like World War documentaries, you have a reason why they'll be able to say it.
Oh no, Ag dropped.
Ag's back in real life this time.
Yeah, if you're gonna do your haircut right, and it seems like you got that type of hair, make sure you don't mess up the other side.
Like, you mean the mustache? You mean like I should, No.
I'm talking about the other side of your head. How you get the hair comb over there on one side. It's like
it's shaved.
You went to go shave, and you got like a big square missing. You got like a bald spot where you like clipped it with your clippers.
You leave the length on purpose?
Yeah, this is like a kind of like a Miley Cyrus cut. Like I shave it on one side. I mean, I don't personally do it, but I get it shaved on one side, and
just make sure you keep the line going on the one side before it like flops over. You gotta get that distinguished line through there.
Am I good visual?
Yeah.
Yes, you're good. We see you.
Good in both senses. Yeah.
All right. Cool.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, dog? Shit.
Shit.
Get your hair right,
dog. I almost pulled up H guy again. Whoops. It's not that.
I almost see no, really though. Like not trying to
No, say
and you weren't supposed to show that. I was telling you what haircut you're going
I'm not
with.
trying to focus in too much, but it looks like you got a part right there on your like if I guess we're looking in the mirror, so it'd be your right side unless you have your
Yeah.
Right side, is that gray or is that just
it's I do this thing called, I don't know if you guys have heard of biohacking, but it's like people will do it to change the color of their eyes. So it's like if you set an intention and you like affirm it. Like if you guys have read the book The Secret, then you can like change your eye color. And so I try to do that on my hair, but it doesn't work all the time. So there's some like gray roots that show up. But then if I do the meditation, then I'll get rid of the gray roots.
How the fuck
you can change your eye color?
How we can't? You're wearing glasses, dude.
Well, yeah, I know you can. So I used to have brown eyes, but you can see I've done enough biohacking and now they're blue.
You're probably gonna go blind, bro.
Sorry.
You probably already is. That's why I wear glasses.
Quit masturbating.
I am pretty like I can't really see any of y'all like this. You know, these are prescription aviators. To be clear, I am very much bad visioned, myopic, if you will, and you must. Myopic, short-sighted. Yeah.
That sounds made up.
Short. Like, this is fake news.
Nearsighted, you know, myopic. It's a real word. It's a real word. It's not a word salad this time. I promise.
Word salad.
I'm nearsighted. So I can see things close to me. I cannot see them far away.
Yeah, I have a problem with depth perception. I'm nearsighted to my left and farsighted to my right, so it fucks with my.
Imagine putting the wrong contact lenses in.
Oh my gosh! Yeah.
Well, yeah. So my ophthalmologist was like, "Okay, you only got to wear one contact," and he's like, "Just put it in your left eye," and I'm like, "What the fuck?"
Okay, the cool thing though is you could be heterochromiac. You guys know what heterochromia is?
Your mom.
You guys know what I'm talking about?
Using all these big words, bro.
Look, there's no smaller word to describe this. Okay, this is actually the only word.
This is the first time I'm seeing Confluence because I'm not at work.
One eye, or what is that?
You need to get a one.
I'm a Polish.
He's gotta Google it.
No, I want to pull up a picture. I want to pull up a picture.
Oh, okay. All right.
This is the type of thing you want to see visually because it's so beautiful. Okay. Wait, why isn't it letting me? Oh, I'm not sharing a screen right now, am I?
I think y'all just sound like a bunch of blind fucks.
I'm not. I don't wear glasses. I don't wear contacts. I was like, fuck all that shit. I see just fine.
Okay, this.
I'm just fucking.
Look at that.
No,
Look
I know.
how pretty that is,
bro.
It's when your eyes are like, one eye. So if you only wear one contact, you could look like this guy. That'd be so cool.
Oh, is that multicolored eyes?
Yeah. It's when your eyes are like, look at this.
You have that?
No. I'm saying because you only have to wear one contact, you could just put in one colored contact, and then you could look as beautiful as this girl does.
I can't see.
Sorry, I have to. I forgot people on stream cannot see this unless I go back to stream.
I have green eyes. I mean, that's pretty.
Oh, like the mounted horse, the one horse that they used to have called Blue. He had brown eye and a blue eye.
Yeah.
I don't need to wear contacts.
Animals get that gene from inbreeding.
Yeah, that's genetic disorder.
Man, if that's inbreeding, then holy, I mean, look at this chick. I mean, Jesus.
Confluence, you kind of remind me of an inbred.
It's probably like an edited photo. I mean, to be honest.
You want to fight her brother for her love?
I'll commit fratricide, but from her point of view, that's another word. That's another word.
No, but that is really pretty.
Yeah, see? Yeah, it's goated.
No.
Heterochromia is beautiful. Again, this is, I think it says in the corner, this is an AI image. So this person does not technically exist in a certain sense, but...
Maybe
Confluence is an AI image.
But if I had to make an Android, you know what I mean? If I was buying an Android, not in a weird way, but just to have as a companion, right? I would probably want their eyes to look like this, in a normal way.
So you could do a coom. So you could do a coom shot.
Oh my god!
Never escaping them allegations.
Yeah, Barrett, never am. Back to the guy that Ryan called hot. Ryan, the radical coder, said this man is hot.
I thought Ryan, the radical coder, said he would have him cuck him.
I don't know if he said that
with his wife.
I don't know if Ryan technically said those exact words, but
Yeah, watch out. He likes to randomly rush in and jump on stage and insult you.
Yeah, that is Ryan's thing. That's what gets
Ryan's
him going.
kind of gay. I thought he said that before in chat.
I mean,
someone has a screenshot of it.
He called Hasan hot. I mean, people say I say stuff in a gay way. I would not call Hasan hot. Okay, that's crazy.
No, that was pretty gay.
That's what I mean. That's like gay in like a for real way. You know what I mean?
You can tell how Ryan talks. He's like flamboyant gay.
He's fucking gay. He's a pussy.
Oh, allegedly.
If we insult Ryan enough, we will summon him, and then he will fight you. Okay, so that's
Well, see, the wild thing is,
we're trying to incur that.
We just have to say his name 3 times. Ryan the Radical Coper. Ryan the Radical Coper. Ryan the Radical Coper.
No, you're saying it wrong. It's Ryan the gay radical coper.
There you go. Do that 3 times.
I'm afraid that would turn me gay, though. That's the problem, So, as Nietzsche
You're already gay.
As Nietzsche said, don't stare into the gayness lest you turn into the gayness yourself, okay?
The gayness look bad.
And lest you fight with gay people. Don't fight with gay people lest you become one. That's the other Nietzsche quote.
He said that in like the 3rd book.
Yeah.
That's pretty gay.
Actually, that was in the Gay Science. That's a real Nietzsche book, by the way, the Gay Science. But actually, for real, this is the first time that makes sense. Not in a gay way, in a normal way. Because Gay Science back then, he was just meaning happy science. Because this was a book from like the 1800s. So he didn't mean it in the gay way.
Like they took rainbow from.
Yeah, they took the word gay too. But I mean, I guess it's a German translation, so I don't know what it would be in Germany. I wish Ivor was here, my German friend. The Gay Science.
Google it.
It's called Die Fröhlich Wissenschaft. Wissenschaft.
Now say it angry, and then you sound German.
Yeah, there you go.
It sounds like you're about to
German. 99999.
But yeah, look at this. See the gay,
that's like a language
gay
I would love
science.
to learn. I want to learn German. Just so I can sound angry all the time.
I heard there wasn't another Austrian man that was rejected from art school last year.
Last year. Oh shit.
We'll have to keep an eye on that one.
K2, you should download Silk Song. That's what you should download, brother. You fuck with Silk Song?
Is that a
no?
Oh, come on.
I messed with Helldivers, and then I bought Ace Combat, so I can be a fighter jet and fly a F-14 and pretend I'm Top Gun.
Okay, what about XCOM then? XCOM is like K2 coded. It's like, military based and shit, Do you know what XCOM is?
Are you into that type
Your
of
mom?
game?
Your mom.
Yeah, I mean, I like those strategy kind of games,
I like XCOM.
I think it's cool, I mean, my main strategy, and Emmett can relate if he's still here, Final Fantasy Tactics, or Tactics Ogre, if you guys have heard of that game. These are like old PlayStation titles, They're like what's the word? Isometric? Isometric.
You know what was a great game?
Angle, and it's like you're in a little,
Killzone was a great game. I wish I could have played as the Hellgas, though.
Oh, I played the shit out of Killzone 2. That's what me and my bros would play back in the day.
I wish you could have been the Hellgas.
2 and Halo 3.
The space windmills. I'm joking.
I like to play Wolfenstein, but I cheer for the bad guys.
Who doesn't cheer for a great uniform?
I think we all knew that without either of you saying that. I think we saying the quiet part out loud.
If you would zoom up on my profile picture, you would see the Hellgas flag.
Oh, is that what that is?
Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, it is. We can hear you. We can hear you, Ag.
Thank you.
And we can see your beautiful face, not in a gay way, in a normal way.
That's pretty gay.
I was trying to ask what you're trying to say in German. What are you trying to say?
The Gay Science, which was which
Nietzsche's
was
book.
Die Fröhlich Wissenschaft. Here, I'll share the tab.
Yeah,
Die
what is it?
Fröhlich Wissenschaft. You say it, Ag. You must know more
I
German
can't
than I
see
do.
it. What is it? I can't.
Oh, sorry. Let me wait. Is it not? Yeah, no, I fucked it. Can you
Kinda
see it now?
small.
Is that
Well,
big?
it's still.
Okay,
hold
let
on.
me see if I can zoom in.
The gays. Friedrich
Nietzsche.
Nietzsche.
Okay,
Uh-huh.
that should be bigger now, I think.
It does us.
Die
Hey, you should look up
Wissenschaft.
J U.
Oh God.
Okay, say it,
Don't
Ag.
trust them.
Say the Die Fröhlich Wissenschaft.
N D
Die Fröhlich Wissenschaft.
Die
E
Fröhlich Wissenschaft.
Wissenschaft.
Die Fröhlich Wissenschaft.
Wissenschaft.
Wissenschaft. Die Fröhlich
I'll just
Wissenschaft.
type it in the background.
Is that close?
I don't understand what you're trying to say though. If I knew what you're trying to say, it might be easier to.
Confluence, read the back
it's on the
chat.
screen. It means apparently it means the joyful wisdom or the joyous science. I guess frolic is probably the joyous part, and I'm assuming Wiesen, just based on how it sounds, I'm assuming that's the sciencey part.
Is that you in the back chat, K2, that you're saying what you're?
Yes, I don't think you could say it out loud.
I'm not going to. I thought that. Yeah.
That's a totally normal German word, right?
Wait, that's something we shouldn't say.
Well, I
Probably
learned. Like as I told you, my history is from Austria, so I learned Austrian German. It's kind of like, it's just a different dialect. I don't know. So some stuff I'm not going to exactly pick up as quick.
You know what's crazy is I have a close.
But that word in the background or in the back chat, I definitely picked that up.
Du bist schwul.
Excuse?
Wer bist du?
Du bist schwul.
Du bist schwul? Oh, I don't know. That sounds Japanese almost.
Yeah.
That's a bingo.
I didn't sound
Du bist
angry enough. Du bist schwul. Du bist schwul. Du bist schwul. There we go. Is that how you say it? Du bist schwul.
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
Yeah, that's a bingo.
Yeah, that's pretty spot on.
Fuck.
For how you pronounce that.
Yeah.
That's why it's easier for me to know what you're trying to say, but I can at least.
Du bist schwul.
Why are you gay?
Why are you gay?
But
wait, is that what that means? Is that what she's
no,
saying in German?
No, it just means
what it means.
it just means you are gay. But
Du bist schwul.
The wild implied.
You know, if I ever go anywhere, I'm just gonna say that everywhere.
You know what's what's crazy to me is I have this Dutch friend that doesn't speak any German, but I guess apparently Dutch is so closely related that he said he can like read like 80% of German. And I actually quizzed him. I actually pulled something from a book by a certain guy. I won't name it, but it was the first German book that came to my head, and I gave him a random quote, and he could like translate it, even though he speaks Dutch. And I'm like, how are they that similar? And I guess they must be.
Yeah, it is. It is super similar.
But it's so weird. It sounds so different to me.
Yeah, but the dialects are from the same area.
Mm.
It's not like speaking Italian to German. It's like speaking like New York to Southern.
So is that like? Do you think it's closer than like Italian to like Spanish?
Yes.
Because it's even more than that.
Oh yeah, yeah. Dutch to German, you mean? Yes,
Yeah.
most definitely.
Okay.
Oh yeah, for sure.
That makes sense. Because I was impressed that you could figure it out.
Deutschland and a lot of Dutch people from the early Americas are it's from that area. Austria, Germany, parts of Poland. Yeah, it's just different dialects. It's like going from New York to like Alabama. Yeah. Or then to Australia. You know, you like you can understand each other and you're speaking the same language, but
But there's like, there's some accent and dialectic gaps.
Dialect, yeah.
Because sometimes I talk to people from the UK and I'm like, I got to get them to repeat it a few times, you know.
Well, the English language doesn't have like the feminine.
Speaking of
neuter
people from the UK, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say the difference in languages with the feminine, neuter, and the masculine, as opposed to like English, uses different words. Never mind. Go ahead.
Speaking of people from the UK, you should talk to Bricky on a rant.
I don't think I know who that is.
Well, you will if you stay on this side of the internet.
Uh-oh. Doomerang, actually, that's a very apt comparison between Dutch and German. He said it's like Spanish to Mexican. Yeah, I can see that.
Oh, that's spot on. Yeah, thank you. I thought you were saying the exact same thing, to be honest with you.
You know what we're going back to? We're going back to Hasan, okay? We're going back to Hasan. All roads lead to Hamas. I mean, Hasan Piker, okay?
All the roads lead to Rome. I don't want to go to Ottoman.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah, we're going to Turkey.
Well, Spanish to Mexican. I mean, it's like it's kind of like Portuguese to like Mexican to Spain. You know what I mean? Like learning the proper Spanish as opposed to going to like or like Cuban to Puerto Rican. It's
the same shit.
I guess it's probably, to use a Canadian example, it's probably like France French versus like Quebec French, where it's like
exactly.
Like,
exactly. There's going to be some shit like it's like Canadian French to like going to Louisiana, and
I hate Louisiana.
Section 230 asks, did I ever play Warframe? No, I have not played Warframe, unfortunately.
You might actually like
when we gonna play Helldivers, Confluence?
God, I watched Gibbs and Kel, and I can't remember who else play, and I was just like, I don't think I would like this game. I couldn't. There's so much shit going on. I was like, what the fuck?
That was the most gay answer I heard today.
What was really cool? What was really cool is watching Gibbs at the gun range when last Monday. Me, Grid, Gibbs, Jess Gerald, a couple of guys. We went to the gun range and watching Gibbs. Dude, I gave him my gun and he was like, wait a minute. And then once he started going, dude, he was like point blank shooting the targets. It was fucking great. It was like he was just unloading on them. Oh, shit. Gibbs is cool.
Oh, yeah. I've always...
Was that the first time you met Gibbs, like IRL?
Yeah, it was the first time I met all these people IRL.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
Gibbs had he was like rocking some sick fits during DebateCon.
Yeah, Gibbs is pimping, dude. Gibbs has got some pimping outfit. Gibbs, not Grids. Gibbs had some pimping outfits.
Oxycat says French Canadians are gross. W Oxycat. French Canadians are fucking gross.
I'm gonna be honest, all Canadians are gross.
No, hashtag not all Canadians, okay?
Confluence. Do you speak French?
Un petit peu.
Oh, yes.
A little bit. Very bad. I used to speak it better, and I can communicate in like a very basic way, but I've been told my grammar is atrocious now, which it is.
You are atrocious.
Agreed.
K2, meet me in the closet.
What?
That's awkward silence.
Sorry, I'm reading section 230's thing while Frankie's talking about gay shit, so I'm reading about Warframe.
Oh, like K2 needs to meet me in the closet or in the basement.
Well, Frankie's propositioning K2.
only if Confluence watches.
Hey, I'm always down. Always down to stream it, you know?
Closet or the basement.
Imagine that, right? Imagine you meet this dude and you're like, okay, I think you'd be friendly. You go to his house like, yo, you want to come down to my basement? Like, what? No, the murder basement? Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's like, would you rather go to Buddy's basement, or would you rather be like, if he was like, hey, check out my closet?
Yeah.
That's the worst option.
I think I'd rather do the basement first, bro.
In the closet. Confluence is like, come sit on my bed.
Come check out my room.
Hey, that's still better than a closet. Still better than the closet. I'd rather be in a man's room than be in a man's closet. That's all I'm saying. You know,
I'd be like,
it's easier to have the gay stuff happen in the room.
I mean, yeah, but hey, too. Like, did a priest touch you when you were little?
dude, he went straight for blood, bro.
Did a priest touch you when you were little or no?
First blood has been.
No, he wasn't one of the better looking kids.
I was an ugly kid. It took me a while to turn into a swan. I was an ugly ducking. I had red hair, freckles.
Oh, did a nun touch you?
K2,
What?
keep on ugly duckling.
Hey, how about we change the subject?
Yeah, let's talk about Blue Jays.
What priest touched you when you were a kid?
No, let's move on.
Zero priests. Zero priests.
Wait,
You're not gonna Ianopolis pill me, okay? I'm not gonna make that mistake, you know.
We cool, I hope, but let's change the subject.
Yeah, that's a. Well, let's go back to Turkey. You know, where we were always meant to be. Okay, we're going back to Turkey.
No, we're going back
of
to
society in terms of
we need to take
scientific
over the
achievements.
government.
And
Well, we didn't. I didn't
think a
say
lot
play the
of
fucking
younger
video.
people also feel the same way, where they feel like there's nothing to look
Look,
for.
we have to trust that Hasan will give us something new to fight. We'll pause in like 30 seconds, you know. But this will be the
Dungeon
topic.
and democracy. Fuck, dude.
I think
two
I think
here.
Confluence
And I'll give you guys an example from the UK. I remember seeing this TikTok of this guy that goes around and is like asking young British people, would they serve in the British military? And
Shit.
I am not even remotely nationalistic by any measure. I don't care about those sorts
Hold
of
on,
things.
what game was I
But I
downloading,
think it's
Cat?
important to understand, like, it's a good way to see the temperature of society. And a lot of the young British people were like, no,
Oxycat,
why
am
would
I
I
done?
fight for England? Why would I fight for the UK when it seems
He's not saying anything interesting, but Oxycat said, "I miss Milo. I miss Milo too." Okay, I miss Milo too. Milo Yiannopoulos was a fun guy.
Emmett.
I don't know.
Hey, look, you're finally up to 12 viewers. Look at that. That's an achievement right there.
Wow, PB.
PBR.
Not that hipster, okay? As soon as you said it, it went down to 8. You cursed me.
like my government's not even fighting for me at all?
Hey, move me up where
See, the
someone else.
reason a lot of them will say that, though, is it's not so much about that we're not like China in terms of building high-speed rail, although that is a big issue in the UK.
Yes.
I agree with you. The main reason is they feel like they've been let down by mass immigration that's eroding the values of their country. And of course, you know, this is where I think people on the right are very blind to this issue that we already raised, which is wealth inequality
This
and
one I
opportunity,
have.
right?
He's got some hairy ass arms. Holy
Who,
shit!
Konstantin?
No, the guy that was just talking before you paused it.
Yeah,
Holy shit, dude!
Hold on. Put me on big screen. Oxycat, is it that game? Or Emmett? Is it that one?
Well,
I'm pretty sure it is that game.
yeah, it looks like it.
All right.
Yes.
Whoops.
There are some people who feel that way, of course, but
Well, think about this, Hasan.
But
Right?
even
Hold on,
with
let me
the-
just finish
okay,
the point.
go ahead.
Like
Fucking
stereotypically
hairy
speaking,
ass arms.
is it left
Yeah,
of center
sorry,
people
Harry.
or right of center people
It's
that
like
are going
only
to go
the
and fight for their
forearms,
country?
though, really.
Typically, it's going to be
dude.
right of center
Like,
people
unless
because
it's
of the
just a
mindset
shadow,
that they
like-
have.
Look at that!
Right.
Look at that!
when it comes to shove,
Oh
everybody
my
fights for their
God.
country, because that's why you have to have a draft.
In a war, but
guerrilla
what we're
coded.
talking about in this situation is, will you go and serve in the armed forces? That is going to be a more right-leaning
sweaty.
perspective. And those people we probably fair to say know the UK pretty
Look
well.
at his pointy
Those people
fucking
are
Vulcan
concerned
ears
about
too.
the
He does
national
have very
identity of their
pointy
country.
ears.
It's like, why would I fight for a country
hearing's
that
probably
doesn't
so
feel like
good.
my country?
They look
is
a little bit
is the issue for
swollen.
them.
This is where the
like
big
they've been
point of division
smacked.
comes for someone like myself. You're
Fake ass
Venezuelan
background.
originally, like your family comes
that's
from
real.
Venezuela.
They're
Your family
really
came from
there.
the USSR.
I don't know
You
where
guys
it
are the
is,
most
but
British people
it's
I've
real.
ever encountered.
I have a very British face.
Yes.
You are correct.
Yeah, exactly. You're British to the bone.
Yeah.
Like
yet
Mystery Science
your
Theater 3000.
families also came from countries that were somewhat far away from England, right?
Yeah.
And I'm Turkish. I grew up in Turkey. My whole family lives in Turkey still, with
He's
some
Turkish.
exceptions.
Oh my God.
And I would say I'm
Congratulations.
pretty assimilated to American culture.
You're a fucking
I grew up being fascinated by American culture, grew up consuming American pop culture, as do many people all around the world. And
Fuck you,
what
you
I
piece
always
of
find
shit.
interesting is when people focus on the newcomers to say that this is actually destroying the social fabric or social cohesion, not realizing that there are a ton of polls conducted on this.
Harry
stuff.
Potter
I can just
glasses
speak for
and shit.
America, especially, where by the second generation, assimilation is almost complete, and by the third one, it's like virtually
Are those-
impossible to distinguish in
are
terms
those
of performance,
AI
educational output, and job performance in general. It's
Like meta glasses, are they?
Yeah, look at them. They look like they are. Look at the next to the lenses, the LED and the
Oh, it does look like that.
yeah,
Man, those are some pervy glasses, you know?
fucking creeper.
Yeah. What are you recording, Hasan?
He's recording this other guy's sweaty ass forearms.
He's like zoomed in. He's like, enhance.
just like everyone becomes American.
So
That's
juicy.
not true in the UK, though, unfortunately. So if you look at, for example, Islamist radicalization, second and third
In the
generation
ears.
Muslims are much more radical than first generation.
Yeah,
So we're not. We that's the issue that a lot of people in Britain
This
are
guy's a
concerned about. Is
wizard.
not
Look at
everyone's
him.
assimilating the way that the three of us have done.
So here's
All
the
right,
interesting
I
point
digress.
about that. Well, two things I want to address. First, like I said, people assimilate. It's and they become a part of the
Some people.
normal forces of society. They become a part of the culture, or they bring some aspect of their culture into British culture. You know, they change the cuisine, and people seemingly enjoy it, even if they also simultaneously go attend an EDL rally and then get a little quick curry afterwards, or a little kebab on the side.
Yeah, you guys heard it. That's all mass immigration does. It just lightly changes the cuisine, of a country. It just means you have a couple more kebabs.
Makes you want some like different colored curry. It's all good.
Yeah. The demographics definitely aren't destiny. That's insane. By second generation, everyone is guaranteed to assimilate. Guaranteed.
Oh, I prefer the red curry. Excuse me.
That's just a fancy way of saying that place has grooming gangs now.
Fucking gay.
Oxycat has ordered Metaglass. Oxycat, whose hairy forums are you trying to creep on?
Doomring.
Here you go, Confluence.
Get a load of these, Oxycat. I don't know if that's these they're not quite Konstantin level, but
They're not fucking sweaty like this guy's. Look at this. Look when he lifts his arm. Look at the dripping coming down.
Well, it could be in his defense. It could be very hot, right? They're outside,
Yeah, and that's not water. He's
Confluence. Zoom me up
so I can see your. What is
dude? That shit right there. I told K2 a while ago. That shit right there is fucking legit. Look at that fucking samurai sword too. What is that? That's not even a sam. It's like a dark saber samurai sword.
Yeah, that's my rifle.
Oh, is that?
That's my rifle. That's a Halo gun.
Shit.
The Halo rifle.
Oh,
the mark though is spot on.
Them fucking goggles are spot on.
I like the helmet
right there. Look at that. Yeah. What's that in the back? What's that armor in the background? Go back. Yeah, what's that right there? Put that shit on. Fuck, dude.
No.
Change the yellow to red and fucking throw that shit on with the red.
I can't change that. This is a skin, bro.
Oh, well, my bad.
Is this? Well,
What
I
did
don't
that
even
say?
know
5? Drive for Liberty.
Dive
Go
for
back.
Dive for Liberty. I think is this Helldivers based on it saying
Yeah.
that? Okay, that makes sense.
You're a genius, Confluence.
It would have been
never-
better if it was Drive for Liberty because it's K2. You know, K2's always driving for liberty. That's
I've
kind of
never
his thing.
Played this game. Okay.
You'll put me back.
Arc Raiders.
That's why I'm showing you my character.
That's pretty fun.
Look at this guy's look on his face on the left. He's got they both got this O face.
Yeah, I think they
They're
both
like,
simultaneously.
They're getting like something
moved.
done under the table, and we can't see what's happening. But
They both have their own assigned Monica Lewinsky.
the confident hand, the fingers crossing. That
Yeah, they both have the exact same pose, the exact same face. Body language is fully in sync.
Do you remember the Triggernometry music video we watched yesterday, right? Or 2 days ago, right?
Yeah, that was courtesy of Ryan, the Radical Coder. It actually was a good video.
Look at the guy on the left, and then just picture what that music video is trying to describe.
Yeah.
It looks like it's one of those moments where he's like, I don't know what to say. Am I supposed to talk now?
I wish I could find that video. What would it?
you got to superimpose them if you do.
Because the guy on the left hardly talks ever.
Yeah, he will say one or two things.
That's how I used to be. I should go back to that.
No, we love it. I love it.
Oh, I wish I could find it. I don't know what it is. Yeah,
I found these
disappointing.
the shed antlers, man. Fucking where are they at? I found some shed antlers yesterday.
Some shed antlers?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what that is, Compliment?
No.
I can't.
When they shed their antlers and you find them on the ground.
Oh, I thought he meant antlers that he got from a shed.
No, I was about to show you, but it's all good.
I want to see them.
They're in my garage, I think.
They're in your shed, so I was right.
My garage. I got to clean them up. They're not exactly show worthy, but they're fucking. So 12 point.
Oh.
Yeah.
Pretty big guy right there.
I don't know how many points. I don't know how many points are normal.
I'm gonna be honest. 8's about it. Like 7 and 8's about average.
Yeah.
Like for average size deer. Typically, the more horns they have, the bigger they will be. That's not an every time case, but on generality, you know, depending on their size, is how many.
So these had 6 points, and then one of them was gnarled, gnarled down to where it was I'm just gonna call it a 12 point. It's probably a 12 point. But I found them within about 10 feet of each other, so I know that motherfucker was just digging them off or got into a fight. If he got into a fight, that motherfucker was way bigger than that guy.
I'm memorized by these two people's faces and also thinking of shed antlers now.
Yeah, deer shed their antlers every year if they live long enough, and so it just shows to exactly what he was saying, how big they can become. Soda's got it right. Yeah, that's some of the fuckers you want to watch and you want to keep an eye on, and then that next year.
What?
Disavow.
Shit, that fills the freezer. I don't know what you're talking about. One of them motherfuckers. I mean, but never mind. Yeah, disavow. I was gonna say the younger and the more tender the meat, but
whoa. What are you talking about, brother?
Well, you don't shoot a fucking 5-year-old buck.
Hey guys, I'm gonna get off. I'm gonna wait for the other guy to come in so I can get out of here.
All right, Frankie.
All right,
Frankie. See you, man.
See you.
Okay, we got to get this coon face off of these
Am
coon faces.
I blowing the stream? Should I get off?
No, I was never. As long as you're ready to get a little more angry about Hasan Piker, okay? You know, that's all I ask is just, anger. It's
Which one's
Thanksgiving,
Hasan
after all.
Piker?
Which one? The one that's not cooming right now. The absolute moron on that is off screen. There we go.
Beyond that,
this guy.
The reason why people are angry is always going to be because the trains are not running on time.
He's cooming just because of his shirt.
The NHS is improperly managed due to underfunding. That's what I believe. I think it's always an issue of underfunding, where they're not getting the same services that they once used to, and also things are becoming more and more costly. So in that anger, it's much easier for them to
AI glasses,
be guided by a guided by the right-wing forces to turn around and say, you're angry and you're right to be angry. And the reason why you're angry, the reason why all of these things are happening is because we are importing all of these
Hasan Piker.
Inshallah.
Strangers into the country who don't speak your language, who you are scared by. And that, I think, causes division, and it causes friction that makes it harder for people to integrate. And that is part of the reason why I think, especially in a place like the UK,
the Irish immigrated pretty well after they got beaten.
This resilience towards full-blown integration into society.
I also think as well, Hasan, if we're being honest, it's also because we have had such huge amounts of immigration come into the country that people understandably this pace of change is too much.
What?
Look how his eyes are like, yeah, bro. Yeah, like he's like, so the problem is like
he always does that. He takes so long to talk, and when he does, he
Does he have AI glasses? Are they just using that minus cameras, or what are they doing? Look at that shit.
Yeah, this is actually all filmed on AI glasses. Every shot you see.
Shut the fuck up.
And you have to think, let's go back to 2016, which was the Brexit referendum. Now, Brexit was about many things, but really it was about people wanting immigration to be lowered. And that was 10 years ago. Work. Immigration hasn't been lowered. In fact, it's been ratcheted up. So people people voted to lower immigration, and for instance, I voted Remain. People voted Brexit.
You should do
that's democracy.
We're going to make the best. Where they're 95% said
when you ignore people's wishes,
immigration isn't going well.
Yeah, that's one of those crazy things where it's in what sense? I think about this with Canada too, where it's in what sense is something a democracy if when you poll people 90% of people want X action to happen, but it doesn't happen, then it's then in what sense is a democratic process happening? Because pretty much almost everybody, I mean, even the Labour Party in the UK wants to lower immigration. So it's all of the parties want to, but then it's then can't something be done? Is it
do your part and have more children.
Yeah, that's those are two good points. Those are two good points.
If white people, I'm sorry, my bad.
Hey, I don't know.
Easy there, Bree.
Who's bringing race into this?
Go ahead.
People explicitly vote for something, and you ignore them for the best part of a day.
Do you have something to say about race realism, Ag?
No, I just was going to say minus the W people. What were you going to say?
I don't know if do we want, I mean, what comes after that?
Okay, never mind. My
well,
bad.
no, I mean, K, that was K2, right? Or is that Big Soda?
I don't know what you're talking about.
That was K2.
K2. Yeah. Was what you were going to say good? Yeah, see, that silence speaks volumes.
Okay. That does generate a lot
of
energy.
You can have other people too.
I think
just as long as they assimilate.
Frame,
pause.
Yeah.
If what?
He said I could father other people too, as long as they assimilate.
Assimilation is a necessity.
It's a requirement. If you don't meet that, no, get out of it.
Yeah, if you can't assimilate,
I just like to be edgy on your show.
Yeah. You always towing the line, Sometimes stepping a little bit over, but
No,
Something's wrong over it.
we don't know what you're talking about.
I'm not trying
There
to.
was enough
It's in your
appetite
nature.
by the government to address the financial harm that people were experiencing, the economic struggles that people were
Did you
experiencing.
notice how he was like?
There would still be a lot of people who say, I don't want a brown
Yeah.
person, I don't want a black person around in my neighborhood. But ultimately, those numbers would be far smaller. And that's what I always go back to. I'm a leftist. I believe in
Very handsy,
economic improvements.
talking.
And I believe that a lot of the reactionary forces actually take advantage of that instability, the economic volatility that exists, in an effort to shift the attention away to people who have the same exact interests as you and I do. Because ultimately, I don't believe that anyone is coming into the United States of America or the UK, as a matter of fact, because they want to bring about a Salafist-style Islamic caliphate in London. I know you won't.
Really? No one?
Salafist, man?
No one?
That's a cold accusation.
What
no
is
one?
Salafist and how do you spell it?
Salafist. I think it's like a caliphate type thing. Like I think it's like
Salafist?
yeah. I think it's like a super serious, sometimes
Focused.
jihad based.
Terrorists are
Type- yeah.
Salafists who focus on non-violent dawah, preaching of Islam, education, and purification of religious beliefs and practices, who follow the Salafi Adiki.
There's bound somebody that wants that.
So Islam.
Yeah, and so it's like it's weird for him to say. I don't think there's anyone going into the UK that wants to change the UK into that. It's like I mean that's a crazy statement. Obviously, there are some Muslims, as Frankie calls them, that
They still
want
have
that.
somewhat of a O face. Look at them.
Yeah, they just have resting O face. Okay. I mean, I wish I was in that level of pleasure all the time. I mean, Jesus.
I've heard of resting bitch face, but not resting O face. That's great.
Especially Konstantin on the right. I mean, his eyes are almost like just glazed over, you know.
Agree with me on
It's
this.
not about whether I agree. It's
I
about whether
died.
the facts agree with you.
I don't think that's the case.
Hold on.
I think
Well, let
ultimately,
me just give you some facts then. If that we have a terrorist attack on a monthly basis by an Islamist, effectively, we just had two in the space of the last month as we're recording this. 33%, I think, of British Muslims want Sharia law in Britain.
Oh, based.
According to polls.
Hold on.
More than half.
Pause that. That's a big graph to read in 2 seconds.
Yeah, let's see. Can I make this bigger at all, or like zoom in?
Well,
Can you zoom in a little bit to YouTube videos?
Doesn't look like it.
I know I can on my phone. I mean, it may be different on a computer.
I can see it fine here on my computer, but because he looked like he was going to just skip past this.
So I guess one of the significant ones would be Islam declared as the national religion. So British Muslims, 14% say it's very desirable. Am I reading this right?
Well,
hey, UK is the first Muslim nation to have nuclear weapons.
That is true.
Oh,
Well,
yeah. Sharia law is like,
well, they had nuclear weapons, then they became Islam. It's like a reverse of, like, what I see. The biggest problem is the 51% in Sharia law.
This is a very confusing graph, though. I don't know if you can see my mouse, but so there's this thing on the side where it says like minus 51. I don't know if is my mouse showing up in the screen share, and then
No.
So it's gonna be, but okay. So if you look at Sharia law, it says general public minus 51, and if you look at the bottom with that like arrow, then it's like it's adjusting for like percent saying desirable minus percent undesirable. Because for that one, the general public, that 51%, that's the general public. But then it's minus 51%.
Yeah, minus 51.
And then with with the British Muslims, it looks like it's +9. So
I will always admit when I'm wrong. I was looking at that. There were complete reverse. I thought it was 51%. Like,
yeah, that's how it looks. It's real. I've never seen data presented this way. It's very confusing. It's like you have a minus thing on the side.
I apologize. That's.
I mean, this is confusing me too. I don't know why it's presented this way.
Yeah, but this actually is. Where the fuck is this from?
Yeah, I don't know. It says source and description, so I don't know if they made this or what.
Yeah, where the fuck is this poll from? That's what I'd like to know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not a bit.
Let's see. It says source and description, so I'm actually curious about what.
This is all Confluence's fault.
Where's this? It says source and description. Where I don't see. There's no source here.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
Unless it's just a plug for ground news. Unless they want us to just go here, but yeah, there's no.
No, they just want they want you to take what they're saying here in this.
I don't think they're wrong. It does match up with what I've heard about 33% of British Muslims wanting Sharia law to some degree. I do think that is true.
I don't want Sharia law.
I don't want to think. I want to see where they get this information from.
Yeah, I want to.
But it would be funny for all the feminists if we went under Sharia law, because then they'll be like.
I'm turning to Grok. What percent of British Muslims want Sharia law? Let's see if we can find a source on this.
All of them.
All of them.
That's a good source. That source is from Big Soda.
Okay, it looks like at least the most recent one is
Guy.
JL
Yeah.
Partners, Henry Jackson Society, and it seems to be what they're quoting because it's 33% favor implementation of Sharia law. So it looks like it's this. Looks like I think is what they're quoting because it's the same number. So it's a sample.
No, that's almost 20% difference.
No, I think this one says I thought it was 30. This is 32%, and they said 33.
Yeah,
well, you do have the Dearborn mayor going, if Americans need to assimilate to immigrants.
I mean, okay, even look at this. Assuming, I mean, I don't know if we trust this like poll site.
I shall return.
Okay. But only 1 in 4 British Muslims believe Hamas committed schmurder and grape in Israel on October 7th. Only 1 in 4? What? The 3 and 4, 75% of British Muslims just think that no one was like actually murdered, or like that's insane.
Only 20%.
I don't believe any of the Middle Eastern countries.
No, that'd be 25%. 1 in 4, right?
Oh, and okay, this only 23% say it would be undesirable to have Sharia law. So 75% then think it, I guess, is desirable, which is a bit frightening. And then what's the general number for? Okay, we're getting stuff that's starting to, yeah, I think this is probably the chart. Okay, I think this actually is, because at least it's like stylized the same way. Oh yeah. Here we go.
And then,
so this it's got the same weird arrows and the same little side thing. So this must be what they're using.
It will be kind of funny if we go to Sharia law, because then they'll be like, because they were always like, men want to take away our rights, and then it will actually happen.
Oh, Firewall. Hey, Firewall, if you want to hop up, a detractor has showed up. This whole stream is just sad. All political theater, just like Hasan. Firewall, 56.
You can kick me and put them on.
No, you
can kick me and put them on.
I think we got enough space. There's not 6 people here, is there? Yeah, no, we got space. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Or yeah. So we got room.
I'm sorry. Hey, Confluence, before you do that, you should look up the Jesse Lee Peterson Dr. Phil interview. That's what I was quoting.
Wait, what's the quote? I feel like that's got to be a long interview. So
It's probably a good hour-long interview, probably.
I'll have to save that for a different stream. But yeah, okay. Suffice it to say, it seems like this at least is being quoted from an actual study. Now, I don't know the Henry Jackson Society, so I can't really speak on that. But apparently, I'm just doing political theater anyway, according to Mr. Firewall. So just like Hasan, just like him. Speaking of which.
I
haven't seen these polls.
Well, we can put them in for people to see. More than half want to ban homosexuality, right? So when you say people aren't coming in to introduce an Islamist stuff, well, some of them want to if they're in a position to do so.
It's a horseshoe theory.
5 MPs who are effectively elected on a sectarian ticket, like as in we are Muslims, vote for us because you're a Muslim.
Who would you say those MPs are?
The 5 independent MPs. They're called the Gaza MPs or whatever way you want to call them. Right?
Are you talking about like Zara Sultana?
I don't know if she's one of them. I think one of them is called Adnan Hussein. There's 5 of them. We can look them up. We can put them in for people to see. Right. So I think it should be said that the overwhelming majority of British Muslims don't want Sharia law. But if 33% of them do, you can see why a lot of people who don't want Sharia law might be concerned about that, right?
Sure. I don't.
Sure.
I don't.
He's like, sure. I don't see what the problem with it is.
I haven't seen these polls, and I also don't know what British Muslims or the 33% that are saying they want Sharia law, like what they're talking about.
If you want,
what cope? Look at that. I don't know these polls, but even if they're true, I don't know what exactly they mean by Sharia law. Okay.
Or wherever you listen.
Sharia law.
The counterexample always is, there's plenty of right-wing forces in the country that also want to ban homosexuality or trans people in general, right?
No one wants to ban trans people in Britain. No.
Okay, well, that's not what I have seen so far,
cooked.
but maybe I'm wrong on this.
Hassan getting cooked.
I feel like there's a lot of this is a point of contention for you guys as well. But it's like when you want to ban trans people altogether, when you want to remove access to medication.
We just want them in mental asylums.
Okay. But besides that, no. There's no political leader that is saying that. And that's, I guess, the point. If you polled most people, they don't want that. I understand a lot of people probably in this chat want that. And I've argued with, many of you before that they should not be put in asylums. But people do not broadly, the American public do not want people to be banned. They don't want transgenderism to be banned,
Yeah, but
I don't know.
Hillary.
Have you ever talked to Mel?
Mel?
Talk to Mel, then come back and talk to us.
I don't know. I'm not sure who's Mel. I'm trying to think if I know who that is. I don't think I do. But I'm saying there's no obviously people. Oh wait, do you mean Mel like the fox?
Yes.
Yeah, I do know Mel. Yeah. I have talked to Mel before. We have me and Mel have argued a few times on different places.
Talk to Mel, and then your feelings will change. Do it for like a month.
Look. I think the bar to to 5150 somebody is should be pretty high, and I don't think Mel meets that criteria. Okay, I don't
know.
But besides that, it's statistically, it just doesn't match up. I guess so, and you would even agree with this, Big Soda, right? So maybe that's what you want, and probably a lot of people in the chat might want that, or maybe even on this panel, but. Most of the American public does not think that it should be illegal to be trans. Right? And
no. I think you should just go to mental asylum if you want that.
Right. I understand your personal beliefs.
Yeah.
But I'm saying most people, if you polled them, I don't think they would say that in America or in the UK. So I think that is the qualitative difference.
Lies.
And I don't think that's why Hasan's argument works.
I don't think people are just open about it. I don't think they're afraid of the backlash. I speak.
But polls are it's not like you have to give your social security number on a poll, right?
I don't know. You probably got some blue-haired person going. I'm gonna find out who you are and give your information.
Is there a poll for this already, or no?
We could check.
I would
Yeah.
think the majority
I
would
think
definitely don't want it promoted.
they're just fucking mental.
Wait, which side? Oh, like
the trans people are fucking. They're mental.
Yeah,
if
but
you can't even choose your
think,
gender
do you think it
of
should
what
be
you are, why should you decide anything else for yourself?
Do you think it should be illegal though?
No, like we said,
trans?
You can do it, but you gotta live the rest of your life in a mental asylum.
What you think? I'm asking Topanga.
Okay, it should not be illegal to be trans, but we need to put regulations and restrictions on a lot of things that they would want because they have a mental disorder.
Yeah, it's not legal to be schizophrenic, but we're definitely
but it's like you're not gonna let a schizophrenic person go into a freaking store and buy a gun, right?
Nope.
Exactly.
Wouldn't let a T person either.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is like there should be restrictions and regulations for those type of people because if you can't even choose your gender at some type of like some point in your life, then why should we let you choose anything?
Okay, but I will say, I guess the thing is, I would say most Americans are not like super.
They're not there yet.
Yeah,
they're not there yet.
So I guess to compare it to the Islam thing, you know, where one in three want like Sharia law enacted, it's like that is different because it seems like okay, so I can't find something about what percent want it to be legal, but it looks like around like 80 to 90 of Americans think that discrimination against trans people should be illegal. And I know that's not the exact same thing, but I think probably if you're in support of a bunch of laws protecting trans people, then you probably don't think it should be like illegal to be trans.
Wait. You're telling me 80 to 90% of Americans think discrimination against trans
I don't believe that. That seems wrong.
Well, I mean,
I think more people want to make fun of them.
Yeah, but it depends what we mean. Like, okay, so it says here. I'll share what I'm sharing. I'm looking at a Grok thing, but it's quoting sources, so we could click them. But it says so like this Washington Post poll, which I disavow Washington Post, but just to give an example, showed 65 to 80% support laws prohibiting discrimination against trans people with housing, public spaces, and healthcare. And I would agree with that.
Well, I mean, if you're just avowing, then why are you even quoting that? Like, fuck that.
Well, I think it matches up with the other ones. I'm just reading that one.
I don't think it does.
Look at Pew Research. I definitely avow Pew Research, and it says the same thing at 64%. And I would agree as someone who's like, I have like mixed feelings about, what laws should be enacted. But I think, it should be illegal to discriminate against a trans person on housing, right? Like if you're trying to find a place to live, like an apartment.
If I'm renting a house, I don't want no crazy person living there.
Yeah, but if you're renting a house, you can choose for a number of reasons.
Let me say this too. All right, you can identify whatever the fuck you want to identify as, but I think it comes down to like when they're able to change their licenses, their birth certificates, their documentation to kind of play along with the role that they want to play in. I think that should be illegal. They shouldn't be able to change their licenses or their fucking birth certificates and all of this to play in the role that they feel like they are playing in.
Right.
That's what it is. They're pretending. It's not. They're pretending to be something.
That's the thing. I just want to clarify.
Do you want me to spurg or do you want me to?
I want you to spurg.
I want to say one thing, and then I want you to spurg. I want to say one thing because it's section 230. I want to respond to both him and Doomerang. They're saying most Americans voted for Trump, so yes, most of us do want that. I would disagree. I think, like, for an example, I want like trans stuff to be kept away from minors, right? And I feel very strongly on that. So even if I'm fully trans in every other way, I'm not saying I am. I think there should be boundaries on all this.
Sounds
stuff.
Like you are.
But I think, well, I do think people over the age of 18, or I could be argued higher. But at some point, if you're like 25 and you want to take HRT and you're willing to pay for it, I think you should be allowed to do that. We live in fucking America, myself included.
You don't.
You just argued that you would discriminate them in public accommodations by saying, "Hey, I don't want them promoting stuff out to children," meaning pride parades. stuff like that.
Well,
That would be discrimination.
sure, but the poll is about discrimination in jobs, housing, and public accommodations. That's not
exactly what I said.
But that doesn't mean
would be them having parades and them promoting their sexuality.
That's not how I would interpret that poll. I'm just saying that I would interpret that as like that, you know, in public accommodations, that you can't be like, hey, just because someone is like trans, they can't like shop at Walmart. That's what I would take that as. They can't go to like a park. But that doesn't mean that doesn't mean drag queen story hour is like allowed, right?
I would. That would be a form of discrimination that would fall into this criteria.
Section 230. Most Americans do not. I mean, I have the studies up here. I mean, if you want, we could click one and go through it. Most Americans do not feel that way. Okay, they don't.
Well, you do. I do. Everyone in the chat does. I mean, that's anecdotal evidence.
Yeah,
so it's
that's why we have polls. That's why we have
polls. Polls are also anecdotal evidence, because I guarantee you click on that poll, you go down to methodology. 2,000 people were polled. We don't know where these people live. We don't know how these people vote. We don't know what they accept. A poll is also anecdotal evidence.
I know. I look. I understand. But do you think most?
Another question: are the people voting on these polls, are they trans themselves?
I mean, okay, it's Pew Research. Pew Research is a very reputable polling stuff. They know how to do polls. They know how to do sample size. This is like a statistics thing, right?
No, they don't. This is all a gay op.
Pew Research. Look, I will accept Washington Post is bad.
I promise you, if you click on that poll and you go through the methodology, you would see, oh wow, I don't think I agree with that poll.
Okay.
I don't agree with anything Confluence is saying right now.
Are you telling me that 80% support trans people having pride parades through their towns, which would be public accommodation?
Okay, well, this is more specific. Okay, so most favor protecting trans people from discrimination. Okay, so 64% strongly favor. Okay. And
do you think that people with that are transgendering have a mental issue?
Yeah,
like gender dysphoria.
Yeah, I think they have. Yeah, I think they have gender dysphoria, and I
don't.
This
whole shit makes sense. Then
I would say
none of this shit should fucking have any relevance. Then.
Well, what I'm saying is, I think people that are like furries have like something probably a little wrong with them, but I wouldn't say it should be illegal.
But they
to
have
be
a right
furry. Yeah, you have a right to do it.
No, furries get indoctrinated online when like lonely kids that want to find.
I understand, but I wouldn't support a law that says if an adult wants to be a furry, it should be illegal. I would not support that. It's this if we live in a free country and you want to be a furry, go ahead and be a furry. Just like I think BDSM is bad and like degenerate.
So then why should we?
I am okay to just go ahead and dress up as a
fucking person wants to identify as a furry. Somebody wants to identify as a transgender person.
Well, not the shitting part.
But then the people that don't agree with it and we call them out on the streets, we get charged with a hate crime.
Yeah, well, I disagree.
Right?
Yeah, if you burn a pride flag, you get charged with a hate crime. What the fuck is that?
It's like they can come out and be this thing, and then if we push them back on it, or if we discriminate them, then we are shamed, and then we're charged with hate crime.
The problem comes down to when we are indoctrinating our kids to become that.
I agree.
Yes,
the problem is when we're teaching the kids it's okay to go ahead and dress up as a fucking cat and go and have to use a litter box and fucking all that bullshit.
Right, I agree. And I think that stuff I would legislate on that. I would. But I think two things can be true at once. I think
it's where it starts though.
I know. But I guess what I'm saying is I don't think I'm contradicting myself if I say I don't want this. It should be illegal to like teach this to kids, and like HRT, that should be illegal for kids. But if you're like 30 and you want to pay for it, then yeah, it's like I don't think it's right, but it's like I don't think that's the best treatment. But I think that
it's okay. It's okay for people to do this and to adopt kids and to teach them that this is okay.
Well, no, see, you're adding stuff that I'm not saying. I'm not saying that.
This is the most basic way you can look against trans people by discriminating, hiring a teacher.
Well,
a Confluence.
Because that would be discrimination under this criteria.
Look, I'm just saying. My whole point is that you can have a nuanced view. Two things can be true at once. You can think something is like bad at a certain age, and then be like, okay, well, if you want to do this, like there's like someone can be anti-tattoo for kids, like I am. I don't think you should get tattoos as a kid. But if you're 25 and you want to get tattoos all over your fucking body, I think face tattoos, you're going to regret it. Probably a bad idea, but I don't think it should be illegal to get a face tattoo if you're a fucking adult. I think you should have the freedom to do that. That doesn't mean I think you should
reverse.
How come I get charged with a hate crime if I burn a pride flag?
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about.
First of all,
It's
and most of
even
America,
worse
I
in
don't think
reverse if you look
I
at
agree
it.
with you.
First of all, I don't
In
think you
Florida, in Florida, they got
back in the
charged
way
with a
you're-
hate crime for their scooters making marks on the pride crosswalking in Fort Lauderdale.
It's even worse if you look at it and
Or
you reverse
the trucks that
Go
did
ahead.
skid marks. The truck that went throughout the whole pride parade. They got charged. They got charged for that.
Okay.
I want
it got painted
people.
over after the fact. Like,
okay, even if but I guess what I'm saying is I don't think that should be a hate crime. I think you should be allowed, but I don't think that's a contradiction. You should be allowed to say what you want about trans people. I'm just saying that trans people should be allowed to do what they want to do. Like, if
that's not the world we live in.
If they're adults and they're not doing it to kids, just like a lot of degenerate stuff. Again,
problem
use the
is-
example of BDSM. BDSM, I think, is degenerate to go to a BDSM club. I don't know if I'd legislate on that. I think it's like if you want to do that.
We all know you want to go there. Stop coping.
The problem is these adults that are it's okay for these adults to do it, and then they're raising and adopting kids and indoctrinating them that it's okay.
But then what do you I guess to put the question
And next
back,
thing you know, we end up with juvenile gender affirming care.
I understand, but I guess I want to throw the question back. Like with other things that you think are immoral, like let's say swinger parties. Okay, I think those are immoral. I don't think those should be illegal, but you could use the same argument you're using. Well, then swingers, they could teach that to kids.
You think they're immoral, but you don't think they should be illegal?
Yeah, I think swinger parties. I think hookups are immoral. I don't think hookups should be illegal.
But they shouldn't be illegal.
Yeah, I don't think hooking up with someone should be illegal. Definitely not. I think
No.
if you want to go, if you're, let's say, I'm a single guy. If I want to go out and meet a girl and consensually have sex with her, I think that should be fully legal. I also think it's fully immoral. But I don't want to legislate on that.
So
if I own a business, why do I lose the right to then control who works at my business?
That's a
Swinger parties don't happen in front of kids unless it's a trans party.
That's a fair point, but that's a different topic, I guess, and we can go
There was
into
a group
that.
of them arrested in New York City that they tried covering up.
But I guess, do you guys get my point?
But
Like with the hookup example, I think it's immoral, but I wouldn't say you still. If I want to go out and have consensual sex with someone, I should be allowed to do that under the law.
Well, having consensual sex with somebody is different than what are you?
The reason I'm bringing it up is I'm saying you can think something's immoral without thinking it should be illegal, and then someone who's hooking up all the time, I mean, they still can have kids, right? Like, so
consensual sex is not illegal,
right?
So what's the comparison here?
The comparison is that it's still something I find immoral, and if you're let's say you're fucking people all the time, you could still have kids and then teach them to have hookup culture, and now you're corrupting kids. But that's kind of like the case with everything we find immoral. Like, unless we start being like, hey, you're not moral enough, so we're gonna like take away your kids because you hooked up too many times. Like, as long as you're not, like,
I don't know,
as long as you're not doing like child abuse or something like that.
Gays are cool, and all their kids are gay now.
Yes, Confluence, but let me ask you, should I get hit with a hate crime for shaming you for swinging or hooking up?
Yeah, absolutely not. You shouldn't. That shouldn't be a hate crime.
With the T stuff, it is a hate crime.
I know, but I'm saying it shouldn't be, in my opinion. It should not be. You should be allowed to say what you want. It shouldn't be a hate crime.
But you understand, this is in this thing, it's arguing, or I guess it's saying that a percentage of people do think it should be a hate crime.
Yes, yeah. A percent of people do think, and I disagree with that percent of people, right? Like,
let me ask you something, Confluence.
Sure.
There's also a difference between like raising somebody into your kind of lifestyle, or like the parents' lifestyle, and there's a difference between raising them into that or grooming them into that. Are these parents grooming their children to go into their same lifestyle of like?
That's the point I was making.
But like, if that's happening, then that should be illegal.
There's videos out there of like at pride parades that these parents are coming forward saying, I knew my kid was trans before they did. So what does that tell you? They're grooming their children into this.
I agree.
Them full of these opposite the opposite hormones that their body isn't even producing to begin with.
But guys, I don't disagree with anything you guys are saying.
That we didn't.
So there's a difference between like having a kid and having a lifestyle and having a kid and grooming them.
What's that?
I said there's a difference between having a kid and having a lifestyle, and then having a kid and grooming them into what your lifestyle is.
Yeah,
I think my friend groomed his kids. Him and his wife, because all their kids are gay now.
I see, but this is kind of my point. This extends to everything. Everything that is immoral, you could groom your kids into it. The grooming part, then yeah, that's where probably CPS should be involved, and it shouldn't be allowed, right? I'm anti-grooming. You shouldn't be allowed to be very clear. You shouldn't be allowed to groom your kids.
People aren't having these swinger parties in front of children. They're just not.
I mean,
if you want to call it that, man, I groom my kids into like bisexual, like homosexuality and bisexuality. Wrong,
man.
Like,
man.
Fuck.
Like,
sorry,
how's that wrong?
I grew up like I was a tomboy growing up, and my parents didn't transition me.
Yeah, no, I have 3 daughters, and I'm like,
yeah,
you can go to college and you can get your education, or you can have kids. It's not going to work out as great as you want it to if you try to mix the two. Like if you try to you want to go to college and you want to have kids at the same time, it's not going to work. It just I did that. It doesn't work exactly. It's never going to work how you want it to.
Yeah, I feel like I have to briefly respond to Section 230 because he says swinger parties don't happen in front of kids, hookups don't happen in front of kids. My point with that stuff is that no, it's not Anson. My point is that those things don't happen in front of kids. But I'm saying you could.
I hope they don't.
Yeah, I hope not. You could be a swinger or a chronic hookupper, and then you could teach your kids those things, and you shouldn't. And in some cases, if you're doing it and it's grooming, it should be illegal. And so I agree with the trans grooming.
Well,
that
kids
should
are smart.
be illegal.
They pick up on it. Kids pick up on a lot of shit. And I mean, if you're like, if they're seeing it and you're teaching them that's two different,
Okay, the difference between like swingers and like having gay parents or trans parents is the swinger parents aren't bringing their kids to these swinger parties, but the trans and LGBTQ parents are bringing their children to these parades,
right? And that should be
That's
illegal.
Another difference.
I know, but I guess I just want to make sure we understand that you understand. I think that should be illegal. Friendly. I know.
Yeah.
Yes, hey, what about those 2 gay guys that adopted kids just to do things?
Okay.
So they've been.
You think jobs should be able to discriminate based on sexuality?
Do I think what? Adoption agencies? Yes, I do.
No. I just read that. There was a country that actually banned gay couples from adopting children. What was that? Does anybody
I thought we did that in some states.
I don't think so. I think that's bound to be unconstitutional.
Answer my question, Confluence. Do you think jobs should be allowed to discriminate based on sexuality?
I would say no. Sexuality, so not gender stuff, like just like if you're gay or not, I would say yeah, they shouldn't be able to discriminate. I don't think so.
So if
I want to discriminate,
teacher has an OnlyFans and she's promoting sexual content,
that's
do you
not
think a job?
Okay, so that's not sexuality. That's not what sexuality
and
means.
she promotes her content to kids too, which I think is wrong too.
I just want to be clear. That's not what sexuality means. The sexuality.
I didn't say it did. Just listen. Answer my question.
Okay, I thought. I'm sorry. I thought you were connecting that because I'm emphatically not saying that. Okay.
Okay. So the second question: Do you think a school should have the right to fire someone who's promoting sexual content?
Yes.
Okay. So would in that same instance, if a teacher is caught going to a pride parade and she's promoting sexual content, do you think she should have the right to be fired?
If she's promoting sexual content, then yes, I'm fine with ethics clauses in jobs and stuff. If someone just like attended a pride parade and they're just like caught there, then no, because I think that's like a slippery slope where then it's like, well, then if the left's in charge and you're caught going to like a pro-Trump thing, it's like you could equally get,
Well, I mean, there's a little bit of a difference. You can already discriminate based on political views.
Not you can't be.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can.
But like, what teacher has been fired for just being like of the Republican Party?
Well, it wouldn't just be fired; it would be the ability to then hire. Like we've already seen prime examples of people not being hired based on their political views.
Yeah, like
and
okay, yeah, I
as
guess
a company, you
it's
can
not a
say,
protected
"Hey, we're not
class.
going to hire you if you're Trump supporters. We're not going to hire you if you support,
That's just another form of discrimination.
Stuff like that."
But you can in the law you can discriminate on things that are not protected classes, right? And but having an OnlyFans, that's not a protected class. You could not be hired based on that.
When you use that, well, no, it's a broad interpretation of what sexuality is.
Yeah, you could discriminate on anything. Holy fuck.
No, you literally can't. Legally, you can't.
Yeah,
you can't discriminate on protected classes. Like that is you can't. That is illegal in every state.
Yeah, it doesn't.
I don't know. It didn't count.
No, honestly,
if you're telling me it happens, I agree it happens. I'm saying it's illegal. Like you can't discriminate based on someone's race. Race is a protected class.
I don't know.
California tried to roll that back.
They fired a whole bunch of white people from jobs.
No,
do you disagree with what I'm saying? I don't like.
All right,
don't give me the
Let me tell you something.
You can't sit there and say it doesn't happen. Even with white people, it's
it happened.
bullshit.
No, okay. Then I want to clarify this with you, Ag. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I'm saying it's illegal. Obviously, illegal stuff still happens. So yeah, people get discriminated based on it. I'm saying I'm just trying to say under the law, it's technically illegal.
There was an FAA. Yeah. I'm sorry, Ag, you go. I'm drunk. A little drink.
No, I was just saying, even with protected classes, quote unquote, it.
I agree. I agree. It happens. I was just trying to say it's illegal.
The control tower. That was what I was trying to say. The control for the air, whatever that's called, the FAA or whatever, they were like to be a control pilot. There was a black supervisor giving out things once he found out there were black, saying, "Do what I tell you, so you sound more blacks, then we can hire you."
Well. Plus DEI is a perfect example of discrimination.
That's what I just was saying.
Practices and hiring.
Yeah.
Can I say something really quick?
Sure.
But
all right. So here in Florida is it's a right to work state. So honestly, you could be in any company.
No, that's stealing. That's stealing from. That's bad. That weakens the collective bargaining.
Let me just finish what I'm going to say, because it's a right to work state. So you can get hired from a company. In the first 90 days, you can be fired. They can just tell you, "Hey, it's not working out. You're fired. It doesn't matter if you're black, whatever."
That's no fault.
Right?
Right.
But I worked for this company. I worked for this cabinet company because I worked with my father. I worked cabinetry for fucking years. And I got this job through a company because work was slowing down with my dad. So I got a job that was steady pay for my children. And after I was the only woman in this workshop, only woman. And I was one of the builders. But being a builder, I did a lot of other things in that shop. And I did just as well as any other man in there. After my 90-day review, I went into the office. I went in there with the GM manager, the manager, and he let me go. And the floor manager, I got along with everybody in there. I never had problems with anything. Didn't really have a lot of problems. Yeah, mishap happens when you have wood. Everybody has that problem. But when I went in there, they let me go because it just wasn't a right fit. And I was close with 5 other people in that shop. Like text messages, like Facebook, we were close. We talked, we hung out. And after I was fired, everybody asked why I came into work that day and I just left because I was let go. 2 of the people told me that the floor manager himself said that he didn't like a woman working in the shop. So is that discrimination? Yeah. It's 100% discrimination, but with the Florida work law, with the state laws, your right to work, I could be fired for anything. I can't go back. I can't sue them or anything like that.
Well,
just to say something, that's why you vote that out and you vote against right to work.
Yeah, but that's my point. That's my point is it's not illegal. There's a lot of discrimination that's not illegal because there are state regulations that go by it.
I could be wrong on this.
And you could share my screen just as a simple Google search. I just shared it with you. Yeah. Do you see what? So, as far as employment, they could fire you for no fucking reason. They don't.
I know, but read point one. Read point
my
one.
reason,
Employee
But,
employers
like,
cannot
right
terminate
to work.
employees based on protected characteristics
But they
such
don't
as
have
race,
to.
color, religion.
The point is they don't
point
have
is
to. They don't have to give you the reason.
I know. I'm
They-
saying
The
that if
employees
I'm
can
saying
terminate
if
you
they,
for almost any
Confluence.
reason.
but if they
Confluence,
say
what I'm
I'm
saying.
firing you because you're black, that is still illegal in Florida.
Confluence. You don't think they're
Confluence,
good.
that's what I'm saying,
think
they
any
can go around that. People
reputable
around these
employer is
factors.
not going
What I'm
to
saying is
say
after I was fired, I had 2 people state to me
Right.
that the floor manager told them the same thing, that they didn't like a woman working in the shop because God knows what because they couldn't talk shit about women in there. I don't know what. But I got along with everybody. I did my job. I went there every day.
The point is they don't have to give you a reason.
No.
I understand.
They don't,
I understand.
That's the point.
I
the point
agree.
is they're not going to. Anybody's not.
I know
any
they're not
employer's not going to be like, "Oh, we're firing you because you're black."
I know they're not going to say that. I'm just saying it is illegal still in Florida, even with the right to work and stuff. It's still illegal.
But they can't say that. They can tell you, but on their paperwork, Confluence is I wasn't fit to be in the shop. It's the whole 90-day period.
Yeah, I know.
They can fire anybody for any reason.
I feel like we're all talking past it because I don't disagree with
It's
both you or
corporate.
Egg. I don't disagree. Discrimination still happens. They don't have to give you a reason.
Well, I think
I'm just saying technically it is still illegal. They will skirt around it, of course. They're not going to say it, but it is still illegal to be like, we're firing you, or we only want to hire black people, or we only want to have a restaurant that only serves white people. Those things are all illegal, right?
Well, some okay. Some of those things are going to be more evident than others.
Always going against right to work. Not good.
I mean, what you're saying is some things are like we're only going to serve white people. It's going to be more evident than others. That's not the point I'm making, though.
No, I know. I'm just trying to make sure we're talking about the same thing. What I hear you saying is that discrimination will still happen, and that an employer is not going to say we're firing you on this way. And yes, discrimination does still happen. Obviously, I'm saying, but then what I'm saying is we agree it's still illegal to do it, even if we skirt around it, even if it still happens.
Here we go.
It's still illegal, right?
Here we go. Just because certain things might be against the law doesn't mean certain people or organizations aren't going to do them.
Right.
That's all
I agree with that. I agree. Discrimination still happens. I fully agree with that. I'm just saying it's technically,
Y'all can hear me fine?
I would argue it's not.
Y'all can hear me fine?
I would still argue there's still legal ways to discriminate based on all these characteristics. And we're seeing that. The DEI policy and all this other stuff.
Yeah, and DEI gets into a legal gray zone because it's, if you actually look into most of like the DEI stuff that they do, it's usually like incentivizing stuff, and I think that's kind of what you mean is like that's how they're getting around it. You have to incentivize all this stuff, but it's like they're
in which
organize
based on race if the quota isn't met for a certain specific class.
Yeah, so they're not going to just necessarily incentivize certain positions for certain quote unquote people. But
I guess what I'm saying is, if let's say a university has a quota for so many students at Howard, it's going to then, when it doesn't reach that quota, it's going to say, "Hey, white person, you can't come in because you're trying to meet a quota," and so it's going to hire only a certain race to meet that quota. That means some people who don't meet that, I guess, attribute are going to be discriminated against, and we're seeing.
Didn't those universities, like, wasn't it Harvard or Yale or one of those Ivy Leagues? Didn't they get literally sued because that was found to be illegal?
Yes.
I mean, you can get sued and still win the case.
No, but I think wasn't it found to be illegal what they were doing?
I mean,
Yes.
From what I thought.
That's what I mean. So I don't disagree. Illegal discrimination happens, but it's still illegal. That's my only point. It's illegal. It still happens.
When you see the government doing it, is what the government doing illegal?
What specifically is the government doing?
The government under Biden administration had policies in which certain agencies had to pay a certain quota for women and African men.
See, and this is where if you have a source on this, because I've seen there's been like things to incentivize the quotas, but when I tried to make this argument against somebody else, and then when I looked into it, I didn't find any specific like hard quotas. There's soft quotas of like incentivizing things, and that things have to be more presented to people of certain races and genders to have like equity. But I couldn't find anything from a government standpoint that was like you have to hire this exact amount.
I got
well, there's tax exemptions and incentives and
for what? For like race or sexuality or
yeah, the DEI hire.
It's just all of it. It's just all of it.
Yeah, it encompassed a lot of stuff.
But you know,
I don't want to be a source bro guy, but like, what's the source for like that? There was tax exemptions for hiring like people based on like race or like what category are we talking about?
Look at the DEI policies that were instituted. But I'm not going to go into all this. So you can look all that stuff up. I'm just going to hang on, I guess.
Brothers, hold on. Like, look, I used to work security at a courthouse, right? And every other month, whatever, we took a DEI fucking courses. And I just like blew through it. It's all nonsense. But it's like they have
you're roboting.
Frankie, you're robot mode.
You're robot. Say that again.
Fuck. Hold on, because I'm
You're
driving.
good now.
Can y'all hear me
You're
better
good
now?
Yeah, you sound good. Say it again.
All right, no, it's just like I used to work at a courthouse, and it's just like I used to take DEI courses like every other month, right? And I just blow through it because it's all nonsense. But it's like diversity is our strength, and we all have to be inclusive and included. Yay! But if you're a white, Christian, heterosexual, you're evil. That's basically what it is.
Yeah, I'm
a Hispanic,
I'm anti-DEI,
heterosexual Christian.
You know?
Yeah. Well, that's the start of the DEI was part of the problem.
I know I'm leaving late, babe. I'm sorry.
No, you're okay. What the start of the problem was giving people, access to abilities beyond their capability. Yeah, I know. I talk slow.
No, he's not doing that for you. He's tired.
The only thing I can say is giving people more responsibility, kind of beyond their capability, just because of their race, gender, sex, or whatever they claim to be. I think that became part of the problem.
Yeah.
Like just because someone says they can do something doesn't mean they can, and I think oh fuck.
Fuck.
I mean,
yeah, I got shit. I got shit going on in the background too. I'm sorry. I think people's ability should not should be better than their. I'll be back. Hold on.
Okay, look, no, like a person's merit and a person's ability to do things should be more better, should be on a type of priority than the color of their fucking skin, or their, like what part do you come from, or what heritage do you have? Like that doesn't matter. Like if a fucking Asian dude cannot do the job as this dude that's a white dude can, I'm not gonna hire the fucking Asian dude. I'm sorry. Oh well.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think. Yeah, I think DEI is not a good thing. I think it's a very bad thing. I think people should look at people's actual ability to do the job and not look at their.
Yeah,
but
yeah. No, that's exactly what I was saying, or trying to say. But thank you.
Here's where I'm a bit conflicted, right? So here's where I'm a bit conflicted because I worked with women when I was back in law enforcement in the army. Like, there's some females that I know that will rip your fucking arm off and fuck you with it. That's how fucking fucked up in their head that they are, because they will just beat the shit out of a dude. They don't give a fuck. But it's kind of like, but then I see the women in these videos are law enforcement women that are just getting their ass handed to them. Like, this is a bad look, because when I was doing patrol supervising, right, I was patrol supervisor for the provost marshal. Whenever I was on shift, I always told everybody else, whoever was with me that day, I was like, look, don't let everybody punk you, because it looks bad on you, it looks bad on us, and they lose respect for us. And that went across the board. If I was patrol supervisor, because
merit and but I forget what the original question was. I'm sorry. Where were we at? Merit, bullshit. Yeah, the DEI shit is bullshit. I mean, merit should be enough, but it was getting to a point where, race and sex or gender or whatever the fuck you want to call it was.
It's power. It's all powerful.
So, where were we getting at though with all this?
I just hopped on, so I don't know.
Yeah, no, I mean, I kind of trailed off too, and I'm sorry I derailed some of this.
No, I think we're all a bit in the weeds. I think Frankie's point is interesting, because women in law enforcement is what he was talking about and stuff like that. And I think the solution, I don't know if you guys would agree, it's like, I don't think women should be like banned, but I don't think the standard should be lessened either. So like, I think a woman should be able to be a firefighter or to be a cop, right? But it shouldn't be lesser standards. If you can do the same physical capabilities, like Frankie said, he knows a woman that'll rip your arm off, then yeah, you should, but you shouldn't lower it, because that's the reverse type of, we don't want that.
But then here's this problem. Here's this problem. All right. When the U.S. Army came out with a new Army Combat Fitness Test, the ACFT, all right, the problem was that the females couldn't do it. They couldn't do one exercise, the leg tuck. They couldn't fucking do it. It was, if they would have implemented it as they were supposed to do, every single female in the Army would have been gone. Like, the half of the Army strength would have been gone. So they lowered the fucking standard, and they changed the leg tuck to the plank. That was like, we all saw it coming.
Yeah, and I don't think we should have that. I think if a woman can do the same test, then I think she should be eligible for military service. But yeah, we shouldn't.
You only had to do fucking 3. You only had to do 3. That was the standard. The minimum standard was 3, and they couldn't do it.
Right.
I guess I don't know if they're like desperate for people, because with like the SEALs, right, as famously brought up, right, no one has ever passed the Navy SEALs test, right, and it's not like they've lowered that. They're just like, they're just like, well, yeah, women can try, but then they, couldn't do it, which
that's their problem. Like, if you cannot meet the standard, you shouldn't do it. That's plain and simple. I tried for pre-selection. I couldn't do it. I failed the run. Boom. And I'm out. It's like, I'm Hispanic, so you should let me in. No, not at all. I failed the standard. I failed to meet the standard.
That doesn't matter what race you are.
Most first responders are white men. And then there's an article where they're like, we need to destroy that.
That's fucking stupid.
And I don't like any of the Biden administration, pushes for DEI and stuff, and even the soft quota stuff that I was referencing earlier. I don't think it's good. Yeah, I think we all agree it should be merit based. It shouldn't have anything to do with your race or
Being a first responder is you have to be first to respond to whatever is happening. Like, if a firefighter goes to a house and somebody is like bleeding out, that person cannot falter. He has to meet the standard of saving that person's life, whether that person is black, white, doesn't matter. It's like, if you want to be a firefighter, meet the fucking standard.
We need no. We need to diversify it. If you get stuck in that situation, as I was told on that video by a gay lesbian firefighter, that's your fault.
Blah blah blah. No, see, that's just fucking stupid.
Your fault. Why were you in that fire? Don't go in fire.
Why were you in that predicament? That's your fault.
Why are you gay?
Why were you in that car accident? Why did somebody hit you from behind? That's your fault that somebody hit you from behind. Go get the fuck out of here.
Exactly. Now you're thinking it, Frankie.
Take care of yourself.
Yeah.
Well, holy shit. Call me fucking retarded, but are we talking about accidents or what are we talking about? Like, yeah, I'm cool with that.
We're just talking to this point.
All right.
We were talking about that California firefighter.
This shit can happen in front of you when you least expect it, and it's up to you. To, like, sometimes it can be up to you to decide the outcome of these situations. I don't know. Like,
it's up to you to fight wildfire, right? Isn't that the same thing? Only you can prevent forest fire.
Sure. Well, I worked in a hospital for almost a decade, and there was like many times that I'm looking back on, even years later, and I'm like, what could I have done differently or better? Just like anybody else in any other situation. But it's like, what are you going to do at that moment? That moment is deciding. You can't get that from just like, a textbook or someone telling you, hey, you know what? Back in my day, I used to. Sometimes you got to live in that fucking moment. And you got to actually experience it. So, a lot of this shit, not the DEI shit. I trailed off here, but some of it also. I mean, how are we to know that, this monumental fuck up of, oh, let's just try to include everybody on everything was going to end up like this? Some of us knew.
It's a whole thing of like bad intentions are paid or like the bad shit's paid in good intentions. The bad roads paid in good intentions, right? They all thought that it was all good and shit.
Sometimes, man. Sometimes, I guess. I don't know. I'm trying to be devil's advocate, but be that angel on your shoulder saying, you shouldn't do that. Like, hey, you shouldn't do that. But at the same time, fucking this guy over here and being like, motherfucker. They just don't.
Yeah, but like, I'm not gonna
gonna
deny a female if she wants to be a police officer or a firefighter, and that's what she wants to do. Hey, knock herself out. It's like the same thing. It's like I'm not gonna deny a fucking female wants to be infantry. Go, girl, knock yourself out.
But do you think do you think that female police officer, on average, if you look at them, they should be doing the same thing as our male police officers? Do you think they have the ability to diffuse a situation on this?
On average, I don't think so because let's say a female's like 5'3", she's facing off a dude like a 6'4".
Right? Yeah. No,
there you go.
I already knew we would agree, but I just
Yeah.
Section 230 seems to disagree. He wants to deny them all.
No, I just don't. I just don't. The reason why I don't, is because they're human beings just like us, and they should look. If you want to try, give it a shot. Like
Section 230 is agreeing, Confluence.
No,
Section 230 is saying don't simp for them. Like, if they don't make it.
He's saying they shouldn't be in military, police, firefighters, or anything like that, and they shouldn't be allowed to vote.
Yeah,
that's that stupid shit. That's that stupid red pill shit.
I mean, I guess Section 230. You can clarify. Do you think if a woman meets the standards to be a policeman, let's say it's a super jacked woman, should they be allowed to be a policeman?
Yes, that's what I would say.
Right, that's what I would say too. I'm wondering
if they meet the standards, but not the female altered standards.
Right. Yeah.
That's what me and Frankie are saying.
If they meet the same standards as a guy.
This is what we do know.
Yes.
This is what we do know about people. All right. There are certain people that will do certain things. All right. Like Confluence is not going to do anything in law enforcement. He's just not for that. That's a different story.
Nope. Deny them. Fuck that. Don't simp for any women. And no, even then, I'd say they can't.
But obviously,
That's-
there is some women that have passed the male standards
Okay,
of
that's an
law
outlier.
enforcement.
That's an outlier. That's a small percentage.
I know,
You
but
can't
I'm
say
just
they're
saying
some.
Section 230 seems to be saying that even if they can, they shouldn't be allowed to. That's that. At least
Because
that's
men
what
will
he's
go
saying.
out of their way to protect those women. It ruins team cohesion.
Right. So
among
he's saying.
other issues.
So yeah. So he's saying even if they meet all the standards, yeah. So yeah, he said it's not about their physical abilities. He's saying it's about their gender, which I would disagree on.
No, that's that
Okay, I
stupid
guess-
red pill shit. That's that stupid red pill shit. Where it's like, oh, no, the wife needs to be in the kitchen barefoot, naked, pregnant, making me suffer. That's what the fuck she need to be doing. I'll beat her ass. That's the fucking red pill bullshit.
I mean, my wife does spend a lot of time in the kitchen. Not forcefully.
Section 230, yes, I agree. On average, they can't run as fast, lift as much, reflexes are lower. That's true. But again, if they meet that's the question. Obviously, it's not a super outlier. It's not like there are women that can meet law enforcement standards and do the same tests as men, right? It's not like
here's a hilarious thing.
It's a minority of women, but it's not like the 1 in a billion women, right? Like there are women that have passed law enforcement, like basic to be like a basic cop, have passed the physical tests. And so yeah, they might not be able to run as fast, but they run fast enough to pass the test. They can lift enough to pass the test. They can shoot well enough to pass the test. And if they can, and I think they should be allowed to do that.
Like, have y'all guys ever seen Tia Toomey? Have y'all ever seen her? That bitch is a fucking man. That bitch is a fucking man. She will probably outlive all of us in this panel right now. She's that fucking jacked. And I guarantee you, she's like a multiple-time CrossFit champion. And you tell she can. Plain and simple. This is plain and fucking simple.
Repeat that. You
how about now?
You're good. But repeat that though.
All right. Have y'all motherfuckers ever seen Tia Toomey? Have y'all ever seen Tia Toomey?
Yeah.
Do y'all know who that is?
No.
I'm assuming it's a really jacked woman now.
I was gonna say that's what I'm assuming.
Section 230, they don't all get in on affirmative
She's
action.
a multiple-time CrossFit champion.
See, I'm telling you, I understand what Section 230 is talking about. You guys are fucking gaslighting me. Fuck that shit.
I understand what he's turning to.
I know what Section 230. He or she.
No,
I know what they're
here's the
talking
problem.
about.
Who's
Fuck
gaslighting you?
You guys are like, no, they're saying this and they're saying that.
He is literally saying that. He's saying he listed non-physical reasons. I'd still say no. How much more clear can Section 230 be? He's saying even if a woman does all the physical standards, he's laid it out. I'm not gaslighting you. I'm like, this is literally what he is actually directly in plain English stating. He says there's non-physical reasons. One of his examples was that men will rush to protect them. So he's saying even if it is Ronda Rousey in her prime and she's like super jacked, Section 230 is still saying no, because there's still issues with that, because the men will try to protect them. It'll fuck up the squad and all this stuff. That's what he's saying.
Okay. Maybe I'm just having. You're roboting. Maybe I'm just having a retarded moment.
Yeah, Frankie, you're a robot, Frankie.
No, you're roboting. Maybe I'm having a retarded moment. Let me you know what? Fuck. I just don't understand.
I mean, Section 230 said exactly. So I'm pretty sure I'm interpreting him right. I think I am. See, he gave another example: higher rates of sexual misconduct or accusation. So yes, he is saying that. He's saying even if they meet all the physical requirements. I can hear you now.
Because
oh my god! Sorry.
So there's higher rates.
Higher sexual misconduct.
Because the female passes the standards. It's the same standards as a male would have to. There's going to be a higher rate of sexual misconduct or accusations.
Yeah, he's saying. I think. Correct me if I'm wrong.
That's what I'm wondering.
He's saying that women have higher rates of sexual misconduct or accusations. So therefore, even if they pass the physical standards, they still should be disallowed from being a law enforcement officer and stuff.
Could you not make the same argument?
What does he mean by sexual misconduct? What? Are they showing their fucking tits to everybody or some shit?
Soda.
Well, if
No.
if you know the same argument that if you only hire men, that you're more likely to come out with, I guess, violence in the workplace. Couldn't that same standard apply? Like, if you're worried about standards that come out, I mean, if we measure, is there more sexual harassment or physical violence in the workplace?
Section 230. Why don't you? Can you come up on panel and just explain it? You don't even have to cam up. Maybe for Confluence to get on panel, but real quick, or just do something real quick that he says. You don't have to show your face.
No, I've had Section 230. He was just on yesterday.
Okay, cool.
So, yeah.
Can you come on here and just really quick explain it real quick?
Yeah, you can definitely. But
Please.
yeah, Section 230. But Egg, just read what he just said.
I am reading. I've been reading everything he said,
Okay,
but then
but
I'm listening to you guys too, and I'm like.
Do you not think I'm saying the same thing? Just that one
No,
chat. Yep, I'm
no.
saying the physical aspects ban most women by default, and the non-physical reasons ban the rest. So he's saying most women can't meet the physical standards. Even the ones he can, he's saying they still should be banned for reasons like sexual misconduct.
He or she, I've never seen them live, never been on live. He or she said 1 second. So please.
Okay.
This will be a lot easier for me to hear it straight from the horse's mouth. Because I'm listening, I'm trying to read chat and I'm trying to listen.
Like, what does he mean by?
And then Frankie is gonna, if Section 230 comes up, Frankie is
No,
gonna.
please just let him. Give him a second, please, to explain it. I've never heard them and him. He or she. Is it a he or a she?
It's a he. How have you never?
Okay.
I'm shocked you haven't talked to Section 230.
No, I haven't. So just give him a second to explain it to me real quick, because apparently I'm being a fucking idiot right now.
Okay, here he is. Here he is.
Cool.
All right, what's
trying
up?
to be good
dude?
faith.
Yo,
What's up, dude?
What's up, dude?
how's it going?
07s.
All right.
Hey, you need to get higher grade sandpaper than that fine sandpaper. Don't be a bitch.
Nah,
and fucking
that's how you
matchmake
get
with
the
the
I'm gonna
hardcore
mute down,
sandpaper.
and I
That's how you
just
get
want
the
to
ban.
hear what he's saying.
All right, so we already know that having a woman on the team, so for example, we'll talk about the military specifically. We already know that units that have females within the unit that actually goes out into the field, they have already been reporting all kinds of issues. There's sexual misconduct, which we're not going to say the word, we're going to say our word. It's a more prevalent, and it's reported, man. I mean, you could debate me or argue with me about it, but I mean, this is them reporting the increased results of it.
I got you.
And even in the police force, that's true. And if they can perform to the metrics, I would argue that it's an incredibly small fraction of women who can perform to that standard. And then out of that, even if you were to try and still put the ones that do pass into the military, well, then you still have to deal with those other issues that I was just talking about. And so overall, it's just not worth it. There's not a position in the military or the police force that a woman can do better than or even equal to a man. It's just not going to happen.
Right.
Men have faster reflexes, or stronger, faster twitch muscle fibers. We have the biological supremacy in this.
Yes. Yeah. Like for military, it would include.
Okay, look, nobody's disputing that. Nobody's disputing that.
Wait, first of all, Frankie, hold up. Well, I just want to make sure. So, do we understand? Are we between Ag and Section 230 and myself? Are we all on the same page with what Section 230 believes? And then we'll let Frankie go.
Well, yeah. I mean, what I can say is I agree with everything he says. I mean, with military, we're talking about frontline. With
wait, you disagreed with that earlier. You said if a law enforcement officer does pass, you said they should be allowed.
That's why I was just about to get to. Law enforcement officer is different than military. Can we agree on that?
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Okay. So you don't agree with everything he says, though.
I do agree with. I think I agree with everything he just said.
Okay. Okay. So you think
I am
even
saying with
women in non-combat roles, they should not be allowed at all, even if it's a fully non-combat role.
Women can be in non-combat roles, but I don't think women should be allowed on the front line.
That disagrees with what he just said. Holy
That's not
Christ!
Is that what he just said?
230. Do you think women should be in the military?
Yeah. So here's the thing.
Women can be in the military, but not on the front line.
Okay,
They're allowed in
Section
maybe
230.
supportive.
Do you agree with that?
Here's the problem. No, I don't agree with that. And
Thank
there's a
you.
problem with
Thank you.
allowing that still.
I apologize. I will listen. Hey, you know me. I'm willing to listen.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Sorry, I'm spurging myself now.
Nah, you guys are fine. When a woman is shipped overseas and has to stay on a military base, she could be a support role, yes. But what happens if the insurgents and the enemy come to that base? Can they still get injured? Can they still get R-worded and all of this other stuff? Would a man put himself in front of that?
I would agree,
necessarily just to protect them.
I would agree, but
I'll be back. Hey, I'll be back. I have to go home.
I would say this is more of a lesser percentage of things to happen, even especially nowadays.
Maybe.
Yeah.
But the thing is, when you sign up for the military, you do not get to say, well, I will do a desk job far away from combat. If they tell you you're going to the Middle East or Russia, you're going, whether you're a man or a woman, and you will serve whatever job they say, regardless of what danger close is.
Of course.
And so the fact that we let them be in the military at all means that, yes, maybe as unlikely as it seems right now, the potential for that to occur goes up.
Well,
and I mean,
yeah,
hasn't society always protected women from those wars for a specific reason?
Well,
without them, we can't reproduce and we die as a species.
I would argue,
want to put them?
If we're arguing outliers and small percentages there, I would argue that women have played small roles in wars.
Not anything meaningful.
Oh, well, just like you're saying, this isn't anything meaningful either. But we're still let's just say we agree with it. Just to say that women, the role that women play nowadays in modern warfare is as big as population and to scale women played 1,000 years ago or 2,000 years ago.
Inconsequential.
I mean, what would you say?
I would say
it's consequential in a way.
Now, I would say that
but not necessary.
Never a war that we would have ever lost had we not put women in the field. Zero
That's
war.
what I say. That's what I say. It was
so that would make it
not necessary, but it definitely helped.
Well, inconsequential would mean that it didn't have an impact.
Yeah, but you could say that about a lot of you could say that about maybe
Chinese
Americans. You could
say that about the elephants.
There's a lot of minority groups that you could say, if you didn't have this, we still would have won World War II if we didn't have Chinese Americans. It's true, but they still did stuff, right? Like the IDF uses women, right, a lot. They still do productive tasks. I don't know if the IDF needs them, but I wouldn't say that means they have no consequence.
Well, yeah, and if no other, let's just say, we're equating it to male and female, like we are, and if none of the other female agents of said whatever agency did nothing, and then one did, and it saved billions or millions of lives, or whatever number you want to put on it, is that consequential or inconsequential?
Well, yeah, obviously, if one of them did, her actions would have been consequential, but,
right?
But the rest of them, it wouldn't have been. But that's never happened.
Well,
but it's consequential in the small scheme of things. There was that, there was been African American pilots in World War II, right? They, in that specific battle that they were in, they were consequential to the greater scheme of the war. Yeah,
I don't think they were.
Well, but they literally did. They killed enemy troops, right? Is what I'm saying. So they had a consequence in that sense, right? At least in that action, there was a consequence that they had that was helpful to the Allies.
I guess you could say that. If they killed 2 enemies, that's 2 less that someone else had to kill, sure. But would those enemies still have died? Probably, yeah.
Well, I guess I can't go any further than the argument that I was originally saying. Women can definitely play a valuable role in military.
Yeah, right.
Well,
there's a woman in the background.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I was just going to say that.
She was
Up the
making a
women.
comment. she
out.
said,
Hear me out,
so
and then
for
I'm-
those women that were placed in the military, what if they had a man in that position instead? Do you think that the guy probably would have killed more enemies than she did?
Yeah, but with the military, it's like you want as many people as possible, right? I mean, that's what the
But
U.S.
no,
Army
no,
is
no.
like.
No, hold on. Let's get clarification. What are you talking about?
It's not quantity,
Where at in the
quality.
military are these women in place of men fighting? If you're talking about hand-to-hand combat, yes, I would most definitely say that men would overpower.
Men are better with guns too.
And
men have better reflexes too.
And urban combat, yes, most definitely.
In any kind of combat, whether it's firing guns, bows and arrows, anything, men are just better at it.
On average.
In general,
the overwhelming majority,
on average,
sure.
the overwhelming majority, yes.
If average is the middle, men take up the top portion, not the middle. I mean, we're in the middle, yes, as well, but
Well, it would be as opposed to the average women rating at like 25% and the average male rating at like 75% tile. Yeah.
Yeah. So the top 75% would all be men. The bottom 25 would be women.
And maybe a couple of unperforming.
Yeah, I mean, some serious outliers. Maybe one woman got lucky and plus
Confluence is down
one
there.
bullet
No,
or
I'm just
something.
kidding.
You know? No, but so even the strongest women, and we're talking about IFBB pros. That's a professional bodybuilding. They do powerlifting. These women are clearly on humongous dosages of exogenous steroids. They equate to about mid to lower tier average men who don't even lift.
I don't agree with that.
I mean, you can check it.
I have checked it. That's why I don't agree with it.
I'm all
saying
over IFBB content.
You're saying the top lifters in the female that are on steroids lift more than the average non-lifting male.
Yeah.
Who does? I don't. That's
Typically
not
speaking,
true.
yeah.
That is not true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is.
We can look this
because
up.
our muscle fibers are
easy,
different.
this is an easy thing to Google. Okay,
Yeah.
it's an easy thing to Google.
We can easily look up that it doesn't matter because the majority of males can outperform females in all these tasks. And what we were talking about was military, I believe.
Yeah. So you're going to want the strongest, the most
standards,
capable, the best reflexes.
Yes. Especially for
Not
like
about quantity, it's quality.
we were trailing off into like law enforcement and all that shit, but they change all their different standards too. I'm talking about like the best of the best, the motherfuckers that are going to be saving everybody. You're talking about a couple of thousand people that are going to be saving millions of lives. These are the people that we want there. It's not the people that we want hanging out and chilling with us drinking a beer. These are the people that are going to be over there fighting for you and 10 other 15 other. It's 20, 30, 40, 50, 100 to 1. And they're fighting it for us. So we want the best of the best.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're talking about altering these standards to a fit for, this lady over here who, she's man boss.
Yeah.
That's if I was the enemy, I would want that.
Okay, I don't want to, this is a bit off topic, but okay, I just want to pull this up briefly. Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I thought that's what we were.
No. I'm saying I'm about to do something off topic, not you. I'm about to do the off topic thing, which is I don't know if I'm sharing this or not. Is this on the screen?
I don't see it.
So this.
By the way, I appreciate everything Section 230 has been saying. He's based.
Yeah, he is based. This is
Yeah,
these are the
I'm not doing
records.
it. I don't hate women.
The average average guy who does not lift cannot do these records at all, not even close. And then we could look up the average.
I can't see the records. It's too small on my screen.
Okay, so like
I was gonna say, let me zoom in because I can't see that.
And so I'll just elaborate a little bit on that real quick.
they're deadlifting like 700 pounds. The average male
That's
who
not
does
that
not
crazy.
the average guy who doesn't lift cannot deadlift 700 pounds.
I don't.
I think so.
I've done that. My motorcycle laid over on top of me, and I've lifted that bitch off me.
Yeah.
Okay,
so,
we'll look up
so
the
like,
average
okay,
male
so we'll
deadlift.
go
336 pounds, about half the average, and this is for
My-
people that are
My bike
lifting
weighs more
weights.
than that.
Then you're above average. And I don't know if I would
I'm-
say it's the.
I'm
It's
not.
the
I'm not a
same-
huge guy,
It's
man.
not the
You
same as a
fucking-
deadlift. It's not the same as a deadlift,
You-
though.
you
You're not
skinny
deadlifting a motorcycle.
Confidence, let's,
guy.
let's dial it in like this. If a man ranks bottom 500 in the male division, he can automatically take first place in the female division.
I agree, but what you said was in the powerlifting competitions, even roided out women, you said they lift less than non-lifting average men. That's the point that triggered me because that's
Okay,
insane. That's insane.
Yeah, so maybe the very top of those women, perhaps. Maybe their records, perhaps. But most of the women that are power lifters even can't hit those records.
And I'm just basing this off an assumption. I would assume that taking steroids would be illegal in the military, right?
Yeah, you get tested.
I think that it is, though I don't think it should be.
Yeah, wouldn't we want our like elite Marines to be like
Yeah,
roided
they
out?
should be super soldiers.
Be
Yeah,
like, just like trend
absolutely.
to the moon.
Fucking monsters that crush people's skulls with their hands. Yes,
You want them
absolutely.
to act the best they can on the most minimum possible.
Okay, Frankie's back. Frankie, you in section 230. I want to hear you guys.
Welcome back, Frankie.
Go at it.
All right. Okay, look. Okay, I want to ask section 30. Okay, how long you been military for?
I have not been in the military.
Okay,
They
so
wouldn't
the
let me in.
outside looking in as usual. Outside looking in as usual.
What does that matter? Do I have to be something
Well,
to
that matters
critique
because
it?
I've seen with my own eyes. That's what matters. And
Did you fight those women?
what do you mean fight those women?
Well, I mean, you're claiming that these women could tear a man apart and blah blah blah. Did you actually?
I'm saying that as a metaphor. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, it's like because I've seen like the women that I
So
work
they
with,
couldn't do it?
like the women you can't physically rip a dude's arm off in either. So I don't want to go there with you.
I mean, I haven't actually tried, so I
I don't think you can. So how about that?
Well, we don't know unless we try,
Well,
right?
well,
So
then
anyways,
try make a video.
But you're
and send it to
saying.
me. Try and make a
Okay,
video.
well, I have to find
What
a
I'm
victim.
saying is this.
Sure, yeah.
What I'm saying is this, dude. What I'm saying is this. The women I worked with, they put themselves into a standard, not as equal to the men, but their own standard that says, well, I can do what you can do. Maybe you can do it better than me, but I'm still here. And
Okay, but see, that's a
what
contradiction right there.
Well, what I was combat support, which is military police. And what we do in the field, is we're on mission 24/7, and we're on roads 24/7. So then it's like you just got to deal with it.
Okay, I'm not really sure what most of that meant, but I did.
Okay, so you don't know what? Okay, so then let me break it down for a civilian. Then,
yeah, keep pointing out that I'm a civilian. I'm still stronger than the woman you served with.
I care less. I'm stronger than them too.
See, exactly. Yeah, so they weren't to the same standard. They might have put themselves in a mindset,
job.
and they were patriotic.
The whole point is that they did the job. They accomplished the mission.
They didn't do it as much as a man could. That's the point.
That doesn't matter at that point. No matter what matters is they're accomplishing the mission. If the mission is that they have to travel 500 meters to take an objective, and they do it, then what's the issue?
But could a man do it better? Yes.
But what's the issue if they did the job?
What's the mission?
What's the issue?
All of the what ifs that can happen when it's a woman instead.
And the what ifs when men can happen. What a dude can fucking walk on an IED and not get his leg blown off? Come on, dude.
Frankie, let me ask you a question. Did the women you served with, did they have different limits that they had to reach when doing like boot camp or however you would, I guess, assess someone's physical ability?
All right, so the U.S. Army, whenever they did the PT test, and then that's the first test, and then when they changed to the Army Combat Fitness test, they always had like a huge bracket on age, basically on age, weight, height, gender. It's all across the board. Like me, like when I was like 31, they dropped my standard when I was 31. Because like an 18-year-old across the board has to run at least a 14:30 for 2 miles.
And where
I can't run a 14:30. I can't do that.
Okay.
With the women,
the standard that you mentioned that the women met.
Can you run a 1430?
That's also because
I'll have to try it.
Well, then try it.
Then
okay, but how many women passed that?
I don't know. I wasn't judging the test.
Zero. Zero.
According to who?
Well, it's not zero. Women have ran 1432 miles before. I'm just gonna say it's not zero.
And also, if you're joining at 31 and you're not,
pull up and show me the numbers. Pull up and show me the fucking numbers.
Well, but we would be talking about women failing other aspects of the PT.
Okay, you have to understand this. Okay,
they knew you're not going to be in there. You're not a career.
Hey, hold on. Y'all have to understand this. The job of the U.S. Army, every single soldier, down from the cook to like hygiene to like a dental hygienist, it's a rifleman.
Mm-hmm.
Whether they go to the range or not, that's a different story. That's based on the SOPs of the company that they're in. That's not based on if they're a fucking female or they're a male. That's not what it's based on. There's some who are straight infantry that do infantry shit. Cool. There's some who do cavalry, armor, but artillery. It's like, matter of fact, like MP, all the shit.
If you join when you're 31 as opposed to like 18, like you're talking about, you're automatically going to get treated super different.
That's based on the standard of the physical exams. As a person, when you're a fucking private, you get treated like a fucking private. I don't care what fucking gender you are. If you're under my fucking
gender,
squad,
I said age.
Private, I'm gonna teach you. I'm gonna train. I'm gonna treat you like a fucking private. I don't care if you're older than me or younger than me. I'm gonna teach you and say, "Shut the fuck up, private. Do fucking push-ups. Get the fuck out of my face."
Yeah, I didn't say gender. I said age.
No, it doesn't matter.
If you're coming in when you're 30 fucking 1 years old and you got a fucking 18-year-old telling you what the fuck to do, then you got a problem.
Well, you know what? At that point right there, then you should have joined the fucking army.
Yeah,
you should join when you're 18 instead of 31.
And they did lower the standards.
But I think Frankie's right. If you outrank
when I was 18,
right?
as opposed to 31, yeah, the standards did change. So
the standards did change because of life. Life wears you down. That's what it is. I guarantee you right now, dude. I
they lowered
right
all
now,
of the standards because of the women.
Yeah,
no, man. I guarantee you right now that the sergeant major of the army right now cannot run a 1430. Right now, I guarantee you he cannot.
Correct, but I mean,
and he's a fucking male.
Yeah,
he's been in a lot of combat deployments. He's a fucking male. All right, he can't run a 1430.
That's true.
And that's what happens when you lower the standards.
So he should keep running a 1430 with fucked up knees. Is that what it is? Is that what you're saying?
Probably, yeah. Probably.
Yeah, it sounds oddly personal. We're circle jerking. What are we doing?
Well, okay, let's try and redefine it back to the argument. If an 18-year-old man and an 18-year-old woman are joining the military for the first time and they have different standards, I could see that being a huge problem.
That's a huge problem because they have different standards. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just the fact that, well, now we've negotiated a different set of standards for two people who are in the same age bracket and have experienced the same amount of the military.
Plain and simple, right? Look, plain and simple.
Agree on that.
Whenever it was run day, whenever it was fucking run day, every fucking morning, Monday morning, we fucking ran. And guess what? I was always in the last group because I can't run for shit. But I guarantee you, a lot of motherfuckers who were female outran me. And I was like, oh well, it doesn't fucking matter. I don't feel less of a man because a woman outran me.
Well, yeah,
that's cool. But who was in first, second, and third place? Was it a woman?
There's no race.
Matter.
There's no race. It's about getting fucking cardio.
Even if you're
it matters, dude.
For a woman,
having standards matters.
For a woman to fucking be you running and shit, you gotta look at yourself, dude. You gotta look at yourself, man.
No one said anything about less
like
of a man.
Oh my god, I can't believe a woman beat me. Like, you gotta look at yourself.
On one breath, you say less of a man. On another breath, you say it doesn't matter about standards
at all. What, do you feel like you're less of a man if a female beat you in running?
No,
well, it wouldn't happen, but no, I would just congratulate her.
I would say the
comparison.
Do you feel like less of a man? Is that why you keep getting all personal about it?
I mean, I feel less of a man.
Okay,
like, I don't give a fuck.
Wouldn't you want to calm down then? Ain't nobody else getting this heated about it.
No, it's like, oh well, she beat me. Oh well, I don't give a fuck. I still got my cardio in.
This is what I've learned is the comparison should always be against yourself and how you can become better.
Yeah, but the whole thing is women are like, are like the bottom of the fucking barrel. Fuck them all. You know what I'm saying? They belong in the kitchen, naked, barefooted, and making people suffer. That's what women belong.
I mean, I don't know if they belong in a place that's, or if I had the choice with my daughter and my wife on a personal level, I would do my best to keep them from any type of combat role.
Like plain and simple, if I have a fucking daughter, if me and my wife have a daughter, my daughter's gonna be a femme fucking fatale. I'm gonna teach her how to kill motherfuckers. Plain and simple.
Well, I have,
and then she's gonna get rolled by a man who's stronger than her.
Oh, she's gonna get rolled. No, it's like if she runs that fucker over
Yeah,
the car,
she
how
is.
about that?
My daughter's no.
So he doesn't have a car. We can play the same game.
He's trying to fuck
Same
her,
shit.
and she runs his ass over. She put the gun in the dude's face.
I
You know, the
can-
fire is a
guy's
great
better with
fucking
guns.
equalizer, dude. The fire is
My
a great
God.
fucking equalizer.
A man with a gun is still better than a woman with a gun.
See, a female, a kid with a gun can still kill a man with a gun. That doesn't matter. Look at
I think a
Yeah, but
woman
are
with
they
a
better
gun
at
has more emotion than a man with a gun.
Like, who gives a shit?
I think that's more dangerous.
I
Is a
see
woman
fucking
with a
females
gun.
shoot perfect. I see
No,
females
because
shoot
being
fucking
emotional
perfect.
when you're shooting makes you miss.
Everybody's emotional when they shoot.
Not
You can't tell me that
Yes,
you're a
it
perfect
does.
fucking shooter.
You
dude.
have to
You
be
can't tell me
cool
you're
and
a
calm
perfect
to
shooter.
make your best
Everybody
shot.
misses. That's physics.
The
Everybody
problem
misses. That's
is
physics.
you have to let those
My
go.
God.
I'm a very
like-
good shot. I'm in the 99.9 percentile. You guys got, like, I'm just saying this from here. You guys got to relax a little bit.
Yeah,
You guys are
agreed.
like, my God, you guys are talking about, for fuck's sake. Oh my God.
I think this is surprisingly untense. I thought it would be way more spurgy and screamy than this.
No, I can only hear one person
shockingly
at a
calm.
time, and when everybody's talking at the same time, I can't hear everybody.
This is so calm. You guys could be all shooting guns right now and still hit downrange. You know.
Oh,
I guarantee you. I've seen women fucking shoot fucking flawlessly. I've seen dudes just fucking walk around and just not hit at all, and then vice versa. In all honesty, to me, it's the person. It's the person that's like, you have to learn how to shoot. You can't just naturally learn how to fucking naturally shoot, dude. You gotta fucking learn.
I gotta say, I got disagree.
Nobody
I think
disagreed
some
with
of
bullshit.
I disagree.
No,
I disagree.
I'll tell you right now how I did
I am
No,
very
I'll tell you
good,
right
and
now how I did it.
I did not practice a lot to get to that. I am very good shot. I am just super
It
duper.
can
good
come more
shot.
naturally to individuals, yes. But
I
again,
mean-
like, yes, there may be some women who are great shots, and yes, there may be some men who are bad shots, but we're not.
It's a
talking
vice
about
versa,
exceptions.
dude. It's a vice
We're
versa
not
thing. Like,
talking about the
I'll give you a plain and
exceptions to
simple-
the rule.
Like, I'll
That's
give you a
not
plain
how
and simple right here.
generalities work.
Yeah,
Like, if you're playing like,
I'm not.
I was in a
I'm
range.
an outlier to a lot of things. I gotta admit.
I mean, I'm an outlier to a lot of things too, you know. But like,
Yeah.
like I was at a range. It was the last unit I was with. We were at a range. I had a female soldier under me. She had a little issue with shooting because we were just basically sighting our rifle, and she had a bit of an issue on the prone. I told her, "Okay, what's the issue?" She showed me, and I told her, "Do this: high and tight, elbow to the ground, chest off the ground. Because when you breathe and you're on in your flat stomach and you breathe, I taught my wife this too, that your sight picture that you lose your sight picture. She did as I instructed her to do, and she qualled. So I don't know what to tell you.
Cool. I mean,
But how did I do standing up?
Well,
I think you did fine standing up.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this isn't to
I
say that
definitely
women
do a lot
can't
better
shoot.
standing up.
I mean, like.
Wait, I didn't
No one's making that claim.
What is
women
going
can't do
on?
what men can do.
Hold on.
It's the whole women
Wait.
can't do what men can do. It's like, I don't
Frankie,
care. If
hold
they
on.
do the fucking job. If a team of women
Frankie, let your
accomplish
wife
the fucking
speak.
mission, they accomplish the
Frankie.
fucking mission. That's the fucking point.
Frankie. Frankie.
What?
Holy shit.
Our anniversary's tomorrow.
20 minutes. What did
Our
I get into?
anniversary's
Okay, so
tomorrow.
Hold on.
Our anniversary's tomorrow.
I know.
Congratulations.
I know. But like, besides
That's
that,
awesome.
you're on a fucking panel.
How many years?
Okay, let's
1 year.
Let's keep it. Hold on. Let's keep
awesome.
it fucking on topic. What the
What?
fuck are we arguing about? Like, women can't shoot. Women can shoot.
No,
it's about the standards.
I answer from
I think it's.
Yeah.
I think I started it and I shouldn't have, but like women being put in like frontline combative.
No, they shouldn't be.
That's
what I was
but
saying.
they are.
No,
but they are. And
frankly, they should not be.
Women that
They
are
shouldn't be.
because I've seen it with my own eyes.
Women
No
shouldn't. They might be in rare
They should
occurrences,
not
but
be.
they should
I
not
mean,
be
like,
put
what are you
in
going to do about it?
frontline.
Like, what are you going to do about the females that are in infantry right now? What the fuck
We
y'all going to do
can't
about it?
do anything
Nothing.
about it.
They're
They
still
shouldn't
not.
be there.
but-
There's nothing we can do, but they fucking shouldn't be there.
Well, they're there.
Now we can fix the standards, and then they
Okay,
won't.
Our
they're
women,
there.
our women
Accountable.
deserve better, and they should
Women's
not be
rights,
put in
right?
frontline roles.
Fucking women's rights. Who created that? I'm gonna
I
fucking fight her.
I don't, I'm not a feminist. I'm just saying I love women and they shouldn't be put in frontline roles to where
No,
they're
they
trying to
really
defend our
fucking shouldn't
country.
be. Even if
Men,
they're a great
this is
shot.
what men, we
Even
men,
if a woman is a great shot, there's a lot
Well,
of emotion behind everything. When everything happens at a sudden, a lot of I feel like a lot of women shut down. Even if you're the greatest shot.
Facts.
I mean, that's fine. And men shut down too.
things.
It's like men shut down too.
I
It's
don't-
like not every man's a fucking super
why
dude.
should a woman?
Not every
No,
fucking dude's a
I'm
super
not
dude, man.
saying-
Like, I don't
Let me ask you
understand.
this.
I don't understand
I'm
this
not
shit. I'm
saying
not all
that.
about fucking dudes. That's the fucking problem. I'm not all about fucking dudes. I
But
care less about fucking dudes.
Frankie, like
Frankie,
it's
let me ask you this.
that's
What if
not what we're saying.
what if I was asked to go at a front line? How would
That's
you
what
feel
I was
about
about to
that?
ask.
Why?
Like Frankie,
All right,
how would you
if you
feel
were asked,
if
if you were asked to go to the
seriously,
front line,
Frankie,
I'm going.
like-
No, if
Frankie,
let me speak. Fuck.
Mr. Frankie, you are okay to stay at home with you and your wife's children, but your wife thumping has to go out to war and fight on the front line. What do you say?
Well, there's basically home health care, home child care. I can basically just have my
What?
unit find.
It's
Have my
like,
unit
no,
find.
you're like, now all of a
Are we
sudden,
talking draft
that's
though,
what
or
we're
are we
saying.
talking like if something
Yeah.
decided to join a
What if-
combat role?
Like, yes,
Okay,
both.
what if
If you want to
Yes,
join,
both.
if you want to join infantry, join infantry.
Yeah, like
No,
I
what
don't
if
think
I
women
was
should be
drafted to go to
drafted, but
the
I think
front
if something
That's
wanted
not the
to,
question, though.
No,
but
the
you're
more
creating
likely
a scenario.
look, the
a
more
what-if
likely
scenario.
chances they'll
Yeah,
call
it
me
could be a-
back than you
I'm
ever
not
will get
asking
called.
that.
You will
I'm
call me
asking-
back
it's
more than you will ever get
hypothetical.
called.
That's not the point.
Hypothetical. If I
Oh
was
my
Yeah,
God.
just we were just. Thank
at
you.
the
I'm
front
sorry.
line and you had to stay home, how would you feel if I
God forbid
hypothetical.
something stupid like that ever happened. That's all I'm saying, man. I'm not like saying,
Hypothetical.
All right,
yeah,
do it. Fucking do it. Like fucking do it. I'll be fine with the kids. Go out and kick some ass.
I
okay,
mean,
all right.
Really?
At least he's consistent.
That's fine.
If you don't want
Stand
to do
by
it,
it.
don't
Yeah.
fucking do it.
No,
I'll
you
tell you
can't.
what, though.
It's not that when you're drafted, you can't just say don't do it. Like,
Yeah.
Okay,
in this
There's
hypothetical,
absolutely
in
no
this
way I'm
hypothetical,
my
you
wife
either
go to the
do
This is what you
battlefield.
civilians
Just
misinterpret the
saying.
draft. Like everybody thinks that if you get drafted, you get instantly hit the infantry. No, you understand the infantry is like the lowest of the
We're
low,
talking
right?
about if you get drafted, though, you do go to military service and pretty
That doesn't
quickly.
matter. There's so much shit you could
Well,
do in the
that does-
It
military
does
besides
matter
fucking
because
infantry,
most of you
dude.
go to the
Oh,
front
y'all don't
line.
understand this. Y'all really
It
don't
does
understand
matter.
that.
How do you?
Y'all really,
I
like
me. I
find me
don't
a
understand.
fucking
Okay.
find me a fucking
Go ahead.
what the fuck? Oh, hold on. Here we go. Find me a fucking dental hygienist is going to be in the front fucking lines. A military general hygienist is going to be in the front fucking lines. You won't see it at all.
If they
Find
need
me
the
a
bodies,
fucking
you will
shotgun
see
that's
it.
going to be in the front line. You won't see it at all.
When
Why
you signed
would
up with
you?
the government, did they tell you that they're going to tell you what to do and you don't get to say no?
Or how about this? When you sign up, when you
So
sign up
if
for the
they
Army,
need
you
the
actually get a
bodies,
job.
you
in
will
the US
go
Army
to the
instead of
front line.
infantry. You actually choose your MOS.
Yeah, but they
Yes,
teach
you get to
about.
choose in peacetime.
Oh
If
my
they
god!
need the bodies, you're
shit.
going.
I became an MP. Even in wartime, I became an MP. Nobody
Yes,
told
you
me to do
did.
infantry. They were like, "Hey, you want
That's
to do
your
infantry?"
own
No, I don't
personal
want to do
issue,
infantry.
your own story. That's cool, great. Yeah, but what
That's
I'm saying, man, is
not
if we do get into a
impossible
war where they
or
need the
hard.
bodies, they can take anyone who is enlisted, and you don't get to say no.
You understand?
So whether you were a
understand
dentist
this, that not
or
everybody's
you were
actually
cleaning
built
the
for infantry.
shitter,
You don't understand
if
that,
they
right?
need the
Then-
bodies, they will still tell you to go.
You can still become an MP in non-wartime.
You understand that
It's
MP
pretty
does
easy.
infantry shit too, right? You don't understand
That's
MP
cool.
does infantry
I
shit.
didn't say they didn't.
Yeah, MP
I
is
didn't
like
say
a
they didn't.
fucking job.
Nobody can like
That
the
wasn't
whole
my
army
thing.
can't be fucking infantry because that's impossible. That
And if they need the bodies, they can. Yes,
in
that's
general.
the whole
Nobody's
fucking
saying
point.
that.
Look, you know what it means when they say if they need the bodies? If the war is so escalated that they need more people on the front line, they will start pulling from those other roles.
That's called multi-purpose.
Yeah, so a dentist could be told to go to the front line.
Called
yes.
combat support because we support infantry. We support infantry.
Do we always think
if they need more people with guns?
Do we always think that's bad though? Like, look again. Like, there's a reason Israel has like mandatory military service, and it's like women and men because they need the abilities.
No, the whole thing with mandatory service in Israel is because Israel is in a constant state of war with everybody that's trying to destroy them.
If you want me to drop, I can. If somebody else wants to get up, I don't know. Like, fuck, dude. So what's the point of you getting at, dude? We all know this shit that you're talking. What is it?
Are you talking to me or Frankie?
No, like everybody, I guess. Like, what are the point? What?
My point is this.
Are we talking about?
If a team of females can accomplish the mission, there's no harm in this. They accomplish the mission. Mission first.
But they can't.
Soldiers, mission
That's
first.
What if it goes right?
Always. They are trained to accomplish the mission.
Yeah.
You're telling me that they don't train at all? That's bullshit. That's
I'm not saying that. Nobody said that.
Look, Sergeant Major Davis said, "Mission first, soldiers always." All right. If you cannot have the soldiers,
no one disputed that.
Let me ask something. Jesus, let me ask something.
Well, right quick. Good night, everybody. I'm about to
have a good night.
All right, Soda Man. See you later.
Ivor, you can step up now. There's space.
Salute, sir.
We need a lefty. Sorry, go ahead, Topanga.
I got some lefty here.
Women, okay. Should women feel protected by men?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Do you feel protected by me?
Hold on. Stop. Please stop. Women should be protected by men, right? So why should women, if they get drafted or they get put at the front of the lines, why should they get put at the front of the lines if we should be protected by men? Why are we out there doing a man's fucking job?
Well, let me clarify.
Well, because not a lot of men can do the fucking job. How about that?
So Frankie,
No, there's plenty of men that can.
Let me bridge the gap between Frankie and Thumping. So Frankie's argument is because they can. And so therefore they should also be able to. I understand what Thumping said. She just said it. Why should we do that? Because that's males' roles.
Yeah.
So did I bridge the gap?
Okay, so like man, I know Frankie in the end, he's gonna do the front lines before I do. Anytime. Army or not, combat,
of course.
Whatever.
Yeah.
But it's like how can you think that like any woman with a man, if that man can do it, why should the woman step up?
Frankie's saying that.
Hold on. Hey, Agripulse, hold on.
Some women can and they should.
Hold on, Agripulse, hold on real quick. Look, babe, plain and simple. I expect you to be by my side if somebody fucking breaks into our house. I fucking expect that. I don't expect you to fucking hide.
I'm not gonna fucking hide. That's
like, I understand. Look, we have our plan just in case of something like that happens. We have our plan, but like plain and simple, babe. If we're on mission and you're on mission with me, you're doing what I need you to get done. Plain and simple.
Go first? Okay, let me ask you this: if we're on a mission and we break down a door, who's going first?
It would be the front man. So whoever's in front, there's no designation with front man. Whoever's front,
what if I'm the front man? What if I'm the front man?
If you're point man, go on.
So you're gonna have me go first in a house.
Go. We break down door, you breach through, you're point man. Like that's across the board. It doesn't fucking matter.
Oh, this is a conversation for after this.
But Frankie, do you mean in like in a?
Okay, you guys really don't understand that shit. You guys really don't understand that shit. If there's a 4-person team. A 4-person team, and they just line up. All right, whatever. Fuck.
I think I can. Let me see if I understand. I think I understand. You're talking in like a military context. I think Thumping is like thinking. Let's say there's a home invasion. Who's going to get the intruder first? Is it you or is it your wife?
If it's the whole home invasion thing, I'm gonna go first.
Right.
All right. But if I'm talking about mission, if there's a 4-person team going inside a building and they're breaching door, The point man goes first. It doesn't matter if it's male, female, or a quadriplegic. Point man goes fucking first. And point man is never fucking wrong.
It's not going to be a quadruple. All right. Anyways,
And point man is never fucking wrong. If point man goes straight, second man goes right or left. If second man goes right, third man goes left. Fourth man stays in the back, covers the rear. That's how that shit works. And then when everybody's set, 1 set, 2 set, 3 set, 4, move. That's how this shit works.
Cool.
Yeah. I was going to start with
fucking civilians, bro. Ugh.
And it's just you, but okay.
I mean, we understand the standards for your breach and clears. That's cool and all, but that doesn't change the fact that men are just better at it.
Okay, question from the chat. Question from the chat. Okay, I gotta read something from the chat, guys. Good question. Okay. From Ivor, men serve in the military because men are more disposable for reproduction than young women. Okay, we agree so far. Now, women over 45 are more disposable than that. So, ... Should we be conscripting? I think is the end part. Women
the only concession. Listen, the only concession I could make to women in the military, feminists and what is it? SNAP benefit receivers.
Look,
you know,
if they can do the fucking mission, that's all that matters to me.
Maybe we'll put
I
them
can care
as
less who the fuck
fodder.
they are. I care less who the fuck they are. As long as they're going to accomplish the fucking mission, that's all I care about. If they accomplish the fucking mission, that one matters at the end of the day.
They're more likely to compromise the mission.
I don't give a fuck if you're fucking gay and you got fucked in the ass in the bathroom an hour before mission. I don't give a fuck, dude. Like, you're on mission, we're on mission. Like, everything else is out the fucking window.
Weird.
So everybody
go on the conversation,
is,
but all right.
Okay.
Oh, Topanga left.
Of course you did.
Frankie, you're gonna have to make some sweet love to her later on.
Oh no, she's probably gonna come in. She's probably gonna come in and start yelling at me.
Oh, she's gonna hit you. You guys gotta cam up. We've seen this, but we've seen these fights before.
That shit, huh?
They start throwing shit. It gets wild.
You remember those women that he was talking about that can, kick the shit out of dudes?
Yeah, my wife.
We're gonna pay-per-view this shit. Yeah. We're gonna pay-per-view it.
I'll put the fight on my I'll make a little Patreon, Frankie versus Thumping.
Yeah.
We'll see who's really gonna be the breach man. Okay, we're gonna find out. Ivor, you should come up here if you can. Okay, Ivor. Do you think, actually, I'll ask this. Do you guys think trans people should be in the military?
I don't give a fuck if they do. They accomplish the fucking mission. They're so dudes at the end of the day, right? A trans woman is the fucking dude, right?
Sure, but the chemicals that they pump into their body weakens them.
Female is a fucking dude. If you can accomplish the fucking mission, accomplish the fucking mission.
And it alters their mental state.
Oh my god, it alters the mental state,
in the military,
et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. If you can fucking accomplish the fucking mission, all I need you to do,
they can't complete the mission. That's the point.
All I need you to do, you trans motherfucker, is sit on this turret, look that way. If you see somebody, shoot them. That's all you need to do.
Yeah, and then they see some shit that they shouldn't have seen, and then they go fucking mental because their hormones are off, and they start plowing.
Oh yeah, and that happens to guys too. You know how many?
Yeah, but it's more likely to happen to someone on estrogen.
For blowing their fucking head off because like, oh my god, I saw too much shit. I'm gonna blow my fucking head off.
It's more likely to happen with people with mental.
It's more likely to happen with dudes because more dudes in the military commit suicide than females.
What if it's a woman who's on test? So now she's like jacked up,
That also causes
maybe she even meets the standards.
Instability in them. Yeah, I mean that's kind of one of the only ways that they can meet the standards. But yeah, I mean, so a lot of things that people misunderstand about the trans stuff, like, is it makes their bones brittle. It makes their mental state automatically unstable. So I mean, and the military already has standards for not letting people in with mental issues.
Yeah, actually, how far does that extend?
Oh, did my shit die on me? Did my fucking shit die on me? Hello?
We
can hear you.
Like, if you're depressed, can you join the military? There's something I actually
don't
know.
No, you're not allowed to. And if you lie and you get caught, you get in deep shit.
So it's like any mental issue?
Yes.
Okay, what about the mental issues in the military? Like fucking hell.
Well,
like my
yes,
homie
if
Mac-
you were normal and then you served, they'll keep you in, but you can't go in with a mental issue. That's the exact
shit, I
reason
was
why they
fucked up
wouldn't let
before
me
I got in
in.
the military.
Because I had a diagnosis
and then they
before I
let
tried
me
to
in
join,
still.
and they said that I couldn't.
They also
Well, that's your problem.
They also do periodic.
Yeah, it was my problem, but I was
that sounds like
physically
a
fit
you
enough.
problem. That doesn't
I
sound
could
like a people
outperform
problem.
all of the people they were letting
That
in,
doesn't sound like a
including the
people. That sounds like
trannies.
a you problem. That's what it sounds like.
No, it's a lot of people's problem.
I mean, I still see people with fucked up issues right out of the gate, and they still came in. It's like, this dude's all fucked up in the head.
Which means I should have been let in, and they shouldn't have, right?
It seems like in the U.S.,
thank you,
if
recruiter,
you
for that one.
you
Thank
have
you,
to be
fucking
like
recruiter.
3 years clear of your mental illness, so you can
Yeah,
even
they
have
and
had
they also
it.
do periodic evaluations.
I mean, thank you, recruiter, for that shit.
Okay, well, what point are you guys getting
all
at?
recruiters
I
will
don't
tell you the same thing. So,
Well, thank you, recruiter, for that, because my recruiters just basically say, hey, you're in. We don't care if you're crazy or not.
Your recruiters win.
And that leads to a huge amount of problems in the military.
Well, you
that
know,
wouldn't be
recruiters
there.
recruiters lie and they need people. That's what matters.
Yeah.
True, but
thank you, recruiter.
They don't need them that bad.
They do.
When was this? 10 years ago? 20? 15?
What, for who?
8?
Yeah,
You.
for which one?
I'm asking you. Frankie.
Oh, yeah, what? 2017.
2017? Oh,
Mhm.
shit. Oh.
Cool.
Fuck.
Yeah.
That's when you joined?
Yeah, 2017.
But what term did you sign?
8 years.
So you're still in.
No, I'm actually recently got out in September.
I won't ask why. Okay. Gotcha.
No, I basically did my contract.
Yeah, 17 to 25. That's like 8 years, right?
Yeah, I ETS'd.
Why didn't
Ending term of service.
Why didn't you stay?
I want to do something else, and I'm too injured.
Copy.
Like, you get fucked up, and we get fucked up no matter what.
No, I know.
Yeah, can diabetics? Doomerang asks, should diabetics be in the military? I don't.
Okay, no.
Can you be diabetic and be in the military?
So here's the diabetic thing. Here's diabetic. I know someone personally that had diabetes. That she got hit with diabetes, and you know what they did? They kicked her out. No, not because she's
She
female.
can't take her
because she's
medication in the
diabetic.
field.
Because she's diabetic, and she can't do the mission. The whole purpose of the army is to win America's wars and to accomplish the mission. If you cannot accomplish the mission, you're no good to the army. Period. End of story. It doesn't matter who the fuck you are. It really doesn't. Or are you
How many
looking at old man now?
all-female units are there in the military? Do we know
If they
that?
can accomplish the mission, that's not my fucking problem.
Well, he has a point there, and it doesn't matter what branch.
How can you
If you can't,
cannot?
if you
Okay,
can't
how
do
can
the
you
mission,
not say? How can you say they cannot?
It's a mental. That's a mental disorder to begin with.
Like if a dude,
But wartime, you get deployed either way.
But
But
that's not my fucking problem. All I need him to do is give him the fucking gun. All I need him to do is give him the fucking gun. I could care less what he does in his private life. All I need to do is give him the fucking gun. If I see the enemy, fucking shoot him.
And
yeah,
everybody else.
Well, we shoot him because that happens a lot of times.
I guess the question is if gender dysphoria is a mental illness.
Oh my god!
Then,
well, yeah.
then is that,
go.
Either we get back to what we were originally talking about.
Good luck,
I gotta
Frankie.
go.
Good
Fucking
luck.
hell.
Good luck,
Later.
brother.
Yeah, be safe.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Whoops. We did that one.
On the eve of their first year anniversary, let's hope it
It'll
rectifies
make them
itself.
stronger, you know?
Yeah.
It's a lovely relationship.
But yeah, I mean, like, I
You're
get the
great.
point that he's making about, like, well, if they can complete the mission, that's all that matters. Yeah, but that completely ignores everything else. And some people might be okay with doing that, but we can pull up statistics for this. I'm pretty sure that even the people that are in the military talk about, you know, how often a mission can go wrong because of the female members of the unit. And it's not like I hate women or anything. I wish that they could do just as good as men, but men have different muscle fibers, stronger bones, faster reflexes, etc., etc. The list goes on. It's a biological advantage. There's not anything you can do to make up for that. And if you want to say, well, let's give them steroids, okay, but if you give the women steroids, you also have to give the men steroids. And you know what happens? The men excel so far beyond women that even the women on steroids can never come close to the men on steroids.
Yeah, that's definitely true.
I mean, we wouldn't necessarily have to give the men steroids,
right? But I mean, if we want fair standards, though, wouldn't we? If you're going to give women a handicap, so that's the thing: adjusting standards. We would have to lower the standards in order to allow women to compete.
Are you opposed to what Frankie was saying about the age thing? Because I actually didn't know. I'm not booked up on the military. That I didn't know that if you're like older, like he had said he entered when he's 31, so he doesn't have to run.
They adjust standards, yes.
So I guess how do you guys feel about that? Because that's adjusting standards, not for gender but for age. Section 230 ag. Do you guys think that's okay, or should it be the 18-year-old standard applies to everyone?
It would be age, BMI. There's all different kinds of standards.
But then isn't that lowering the standards as well, just under a different kind of rubric?
Of course, but that's what they're trying to get rid of.
Right, but I'm asking your guys' thoughts. Like, what is it good that someone who's 30 is able to, let's say, run less fast than someone who's 18?
Obviously not.
I probably wouldn't have lowered the standards to let someone like that in. It might have offended somebody, but I wouldn't.
And that's all part of it. Like if you have contract or not contract, but you have term people that serve like their one term, like 4 to 5 years usually, and then you have your career people, and your career people that are really keeping an eye on the kind of term people. They keep less an eye on of them. They're going to be gone after 4 or 5 years. They're going to be out of there.
Okay, I want to read something from the chat,
and you can tell all that because how they progress and rank and how they perform and all this stuff. I'm not going to go. Never mind. I feel like I'm in a fucking circle jerk every time I talk about this shit.
Yeah, I want to read something because this is what I'm curious. This is why I brought up Israel. It probably seemed like a weird thing to bring up, but Ivor says, are we looking for elite troops where we have to maximize the skill level of a limited number of soldiers, or are we discussing whether women can contribute positively at all? And I guess that's what I'm thinking. If you have an elite team of 1,000, then yes, you're going to pick all men. But it's like if you are a country like Israel and you need people to fight because you're being, there's so many wars on all fronts, then it's like, it's not just about picking an elite team. It's like you also just need more bodies. Or if you're like Russia or Ukraine, it's like if a woman's willing to fight, then it's like you kind of need that. You're in like total war.
This is what is supposed to separate us from everybody else. We are always seeking the most elite. That's what I think that's what the failure of what we're miscommunicating on here. USA, we are always searching for the most elite out of the elite. We push beyond all other standards.
Right, but we're in a position of luxury, though, right? I'm saying if you're Ukraine, you don't have that luxury to just be the elite. Sure. You need bodies at a certain point.
Yeah,
it's not accurate to compare the standards.
We have the
United States to any other country.
Right? No, yeah. I guess I'm just asking.
Need to do
I guess that's that's what I'm asking. Do you guys think it's like a global thing, or is it just in America? You're saying this applies?
Or arguably, this is almost entirely restricted to America because we have capabilities and technologies that means that we can hold this position where they may not.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was alluding to.
I got you. Yeah, so for Israel, for example, they have nukes, right? They technically don't need to use their women to defend blah, blah, blah. They just stop, and to use one of your words, right? They need to stop being a politic cuck, right? Because they're so worried about what the world stage is going to say about them, and, oh, that's naughty, how dare you do that? it's a genocide in Gaza, right? But I mean, if it's war, if they were to actually just handle business, would any other women have to fight that? Probably not.
But I feel like
I mean, there's reasons why they're holding back. But
here's my question.
Well, it doesn't have to be that. I just said, because they actually have capabilities far beyond what the people around them actually have. So if they wanted to end this war tomorrow, they actually could.
Yeah, but there'd be a lot of extra casualties, I guess.
Sure, yeah, there probably would be, but I mean, that is war, isn't it? Do you think the enemies care about collateral damage?
No, but I think we should be better than enemies.
Speaking of war, though, like, do you think they would, though? Even if they shouldn't, and we believe they shouldn't as men, we should, defend our women. Do you think they wouldn't if it came down to it? Like, women would fucking fight to the death just the same as men, right?
Right, and I think we saw that when we were in
would
Vietnam.
I think that's Frankie's argument. I'm not trying to
say at some point in our history, women had the gumption to do that.
Right.
Nowadays, absolutely not.
You know what I mean?
And scream and hide under their bed. They don't even want to look at a gun. They won't date a man who has a gun. Most of them. They're scared of it. They're not
hard to imagine
to defend the country. They're going to get owned.
Yeah.
So, I mean, maybe at one point in our history, yes, that would have been true. And, I'm actually for, instead of putting them in the military, how about we just put everyone through mandatory gun training and give everyone one standard issue military assault rifle? That way, if there ever is an incursion in America, they can actually help defend and they know how to shoot. That's fine. Why would we need them in the military, though?
I think we should start, if we're going to do something like that, I think we should start with sidearm training first.
Well, sure, yes. I mean, when I say gun training, I mean like all the way up through the classes. Start with, little pea shooters, and as they get more comfortable and more expertise under their belt, then you start giving them bigger stuff that they can handle. But now they can, do it safely. Of course, proper gun training.
Yeah,
anyone who goes to a gun training course, they're not going to start them with, a 50 cal Beagle.
Yeah, I always agree with proper gun training. I gotta say, you're not going to really convince me otherwise of that.
But I have no issue with women learning how to use guns. That's totally.
I guess once we start talking about that, because I think we agree on that, we should start with the specifics of where you kind of start them off at what age and. But anyways, I agree. I think me and you agree on that for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just more hardline because my position is protecting the women, because without them, our entire society falls. So whether it's one casualty or multiples, it's going to be a serious problem for us. Because another thing that a lot of people don't like to talk about is women out in the field, when they get hurt, it demoralizes the men even more so than if a man beside them got hurt.
Yeah.
Like there's a certain level of one of the female members of your unit got captured by the Taliban, and you know what those Taliban are doing to her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can see that argument.
That's kind of like my rebuttal is like, okay, so I have 3 daughters and I teach them to use firearms and safely. And we have classes and everything. I mean, I've taught them all the way up from bows to sidearms, and now they're using rifles. My 2 oldest are. So
there you go.
I think that's something that's been lost. Even if the government's not gonna. So I've heard a lot of stuff about Tennessee, and they're kind of doing some of this stuff in Tennessee, and this is supposed to open it up for the rest of the country. But I don't think I think it's something that needs to be done in home. We need to teach our kids about firearms. Sure. They're not going to go in. Right. And I mean, I don't know. I love hunting.
Can I pose a question?
And military is big in my family. So
Now, is this gun stuff that you were saying, Doomer, or not Doomerang, a Section 230?
Yeah.
Do you agree that there should? Are you saying that there should be given? You said assault rifle to everybody in gun training. Do you mean everybody? Like, do you mean people on the other side of the political aisle? Do you mean like people like what are we talking about here?
If they can pass a minimum training, yes.
But then
if they pass training and a psych eval,
yes,
anyone that passes should get a standard issue firearm for the sake of defending the country. They should know how to
not to bring this up. But what if a trans person passes a psych eval? Would you give them?
That's not going to happen. By nature of them being a trans, they would not.
But we'd have to change the psych eval, because right now they do pass psych evals in our current society.
Well, yeah, we should have proper standards for it. Those would have to be declared not based on necessarily what we're doing now, because we're already not doing it. So if we're going to build the program, we're going to build up the requirements as well.
Okay, gotcha.
And up, I think it was the DSM-4. Up until the DSM-4, it was in fact classified as a mental illness.
Yeah.
It wasn't until the DSM-5 where a bunch of them complained to get it changed, then they finally changed it. But up until then, and all throughout history, it has been known as a mental illness. And I feel sorry for them, and I hope that they all recover and feel wonderful and enjoy their lives. But when we live in reality, we have to make reality claims, and it is what it is.
And they require certain medications that the average person does not.
Right.
Also, and when you're talking about frontline combat,
Thumping wants to make it very clear she
disavows
anything Frankie has expressed on this panel.
Yeah. To supply
us, we don't hold anything against you or Frankie. Everyone's entitled to their opinions. It doesn't, no big deal.
And this is just my opinion, but to have to supply frontline personnel of the military on any kind of, situation, war, etc., with gender affirming medication, that would just be kind of a step further than
what I. Too many issues.
I think it's just not. It's like women on their front line. They need. When they go through their monthly cycle, and they have to bury that shit because the dogs of the enemy are smelling their tracks, and they come across a fucking bloody tampon, and all of a sudden their location is given, and you see what I'm saying? It's just there's certain things that men don't have to deal with that women do, and it's not. I'm not saying that it's a horrible thing, and they're horrible people, and oh my god. I'm just saying that there are some situations that's not exactly pliable, and
biological reality.
Yeah. So when we're talking about those kind of situations, now when you're talking about like normal everyday, like law enforcement situations, even then I would still argue that men are more physically apt to be able to handle situations that most women cannot. To say that, well, there's women that can handle this, do this, that the same men, that's obviously an outlier. The majority of men handle the major physical situations when it comes to law enforcement.
Yeah.
And if not, then obviously the force implied would be mechanical, as in pew-pews.
Yeah, then we're gonna have a bunch of cop females shooting a bunch of dudes because they just couldn't arrest them. That's not what we want, actually.
And we don't want that in the military either. And that's what could happen potentially when you put a bunch of females, in one unit, and they're like, okay, all these men that are coming, you have the same amount of men that are coming at you, but except they're men, and they same exact height, weight, everything measurements, they have the same weapons, but they're men. Who do you think is gonna pew first?
Yeah, and we've all seen those body cam videos of 100-pound female cop getting absolutely bodied by some perp.
3 of them trying to fight one tall black dude,
getting their own
getting fucked up.
Getting their own weapon used against them.
I mean, if you want a reason not to have female police officers, just watch a few of those videos. There's hundreds of them on the internet. You know what? There's not hundreds of one female taking out 3 dudes.
You know,
That's not a happening thing.
I'm not saying there's women that can't do. Listen, I'm not saying there's women that can't do that. I'm sure there are, and you know, God bless them. I'm just saying the majority of men, you know, majority of women cannot do the same thing as men can do.
Right, and if
Physically.
one female can do it, does that mean that we should now let all the females who couldn't do it
and that's
also
the thing.
join? That's an absurd standard.
No,
That
but
is-
I guess, and this might be our final point of contention, I guess. I would say that the law still should be built around with outliers in mind. So I would still say let the
Why?
test. Well, I just think let the test be what it is. So yeah, don't drop the standards.
Except when it
And
except when it involves some kind of national security or domestic or non-domestic military or law enforcement or anything like that, except in those cases.
Well, I'm saying even in law enforcement, yeah. This is just my opinion, but I mean, I think we talked about this before. But yeah, I think if the woman can pass the male cop standards, then yeah, I think that's fine. You know, I understand Section 230 has arguments that are non-physical. I get that, but
yeah,
to me, they're not. I don't find them compelling enough to say that we just shouldn't have any women in law enforcement at all.
No, I'm not saying that either. I mean, there could be women in law enforcement, but I would think more of like backup roles or clerical roles, or however you want to say it.
Topanga says women belong in the house.
I mean,
it's also where they're the happiest.
Preferably, yes, but if you know, in the current state, you know, women want to be boss babes. So, clerical roles, backup roles, sure. Frontline roles, no. Military, law enforcement, etc. No, they shouldn't be on the frontline roles. They shouldn't be out there. Like, I don't think like a woman cop, officer, whatever you want to call them, should be driving around in their cop car and then pulling over a fucking 350-pound dude and trying to fucking take him to the ground. I don't know. It's like huge hypothetical. Dude was doing something wrong. They know it's him. They, you know, whatever happens. This chick is, you know, just because it's a cop or, you know, officer is trying to take this guy to the ground. It's like, aren't you, there's like this inherent risk of, what the fuck am I trying to say? I'm sorry, it's getting late where I'm at. Section 230, back me up here. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Like men are inherently better at this. Is this Section 230 even there to back me up? Confluence, you're not going to back. Nobody's going to back me up. So what I'm trying to say
I'm trying to find out what you want backup with. I mean, I already stated that men are stronger. We have better fast twitch muscle fibers and all of this stuff. It's a biological thing.
My bad. You're right. Yeah. So would you rather have a man doing this or a woman? I would say a man.
Hey, black people have higher counts of fast twitch muscle fibers on average than white people, though. So should we prioritize black cops?
Sure. Why not?
But that's affirmative action.
Well, it wouldn't be based on their race. It would be based on their musculature.
Okay.
Wouldn't it?
Okay. Yes.
That's not exactly the same thing.
Well, okay. So as long as with the women, it's not based
affirmative
on that
action.
Either, you know?
Has to mentally.
Affirmative action is hiring them specifically for their skin color, not because of their capabilities, and that's why it's an issue.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So that's not an equivalent analogy, I would say.
The equivalence comes to if you're saying women shouldn't be in law enforcement at all, and you're using the argument of men on average have higher fast twitch muscle counts, then the argument I think holds more water, because then you could use that to then divide by
less
races.
susceptible to mental and emotional issues on the job as well. So even if we want to take physicality out of it, women have more mental breakdowns because of the shit they see while on the job. You can't have a cop having a fucking mental breakdown while out on the job. And sure, it may happen to some men, but not the majority of them. And it happens to the majority of the women. They are more prone to it. Unfortunately, they're emotional creatures, and that's okay. But
Yeah,
we should
I
put
guess.
people
Yeah,
in the roles that they're best suited for.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that's a problem with the averages though. Like, if there is that, you know, like, yeah, sure, on average this is true, but like if you yeah, I don't know, is this true for
Sure,
if
but
you
why
do
is the standard
like psycho evals on women as well, and it's like, and they come out that they're, let's say you can determine that they're not more likely to break down, at least than an average man is, so maybe they're not as, you know, emotionally strong as the most emotionally strong man. But if a woman is more emotionally strong than the average guy who meets the standards of emotional strength, then it's like it feels then different at that point. So if you're talking on an average level,
all of
sure.
that being true.
What?
And none of the data. I said we would have to grant any of that being true for that to even become in the realm of possible scenario. But I mean, none of the data right now shows that to be true at all.
I don't think the data shows it to be the data where you're talking about is averages, right? What I'm specifically talking about is not averages. So it's like, so
okay, but see, that's the thing. We don't, and this is across the board. I don't think that we cater our standards to exceptions. We cater it to the generalities, the standard, the average.
Well, and see, I don't know. I think the standard should be catered to merit and the person's ability. So, and if a woman is emotionally stronger to meet the emotional standards, and they're physically stronger to meet the physical standards, right? Then it's like, then I would say, yeah, just build it. Don't build it based on gender. Just build it based on, these are the standards.
Sure.
You have to pass these psych evals. You have to have this not history of mental illness. Have these physical character traits.
And what about the sexual related issues that occur?
Yeah, that's the one where I do agree with you on frontlines military stuff, because I think that is something.
Even in police departments, there's a story in the news not too long ago about a woman who basically slept with the entire police department.
And
all a big problem.
All the text got.
I mean, and that's not the only time. That's
but
not the only time.
The problem is
happened.
where this leads, and I'm afraid to ask you this, Doomerang, or I keep calling you Doomerang. I'm reading his chats and looking at you. But I'm afraid to ask you this in a way, because what you're saying can apply to like any workplace. So like, do you think women should just be not allowed to be in the workplace either? Because that could happen in a corporate setting where a woman comes in. In fact, it definitely does, right? I think we'd agree that women entering the workforce means you have like more adulteries in the workforce, right? So do you think women should be excluded?
May be the case. That may be the case, but none of those are offices that are engaging in the safety of the public.
Okay, that's fair.
A huge factor.
That's fair.
So police, firefighters, our military, they're not just, working a desk job at a cubicle. They're out there protecting people's lives. They need to be able to perform to standard, and we don't need to constantly be having all these issues with them. So it's a little bit of a different environmental standard for that.
Sure, I can see that. Okay, Fuck It Button. Nice to see you. Haven't seen you in a while with the $5. Thank you, Fuck It Button. And it's a negative comment about me, but I will read it because the man paid for it. Does an average point to the rule or the exception? Why would you make a rule based on exceptions to better your average? Confluence L. That is emphatically not what I'm saying. I'm saying keep the same rule of men. And then if a woman can show that she can meet all of those things, psychologically, physically, emotionally, I'm not saying to change the average. I'm saying keep the average, the male-centric standard, drop all the other DEI bullshit, right? That's in like these departments where, women have to lift less weight. Get rid of that stuff. But my opinion is if a woman meets those, then, but I do see the argument about what you're saying about like, yeah, there's like sexual differences that can happen and stuff, and those could lead to complications. So I understand in what Section 230 is saying about that. Yeah, in certain pivotal government roles, like law enforcement and firefighting and all that stuff, then yeah, I could see why those could be a problem.
On top of that, if we fix the standards to where they used to be, or even increase them, so we're actually getting the best police officers, for example, you're going to eliminate 90% of the women who were even trying to be in the police force in the first place. And then once you also tag on that there's a mental evaluation requirement, that's going to chip away at that, the percentage, the remaining 10%. So maybe, 5% of the women are even going to make it past that. And then we have to make sure that they can handle the stress issues. And then there's no way to mitigate the sexual issues that arise by having a female in a male-dominated space.
Yeah,
you're going to have like 12 women in the United States who can even fill that role.
I wish Frankie was still here because I want to ask him about because I have a friend who's in the U.S. Marines, and he talks about what he calls barracks bunnies. I guess that's like a military term for like the women that are on the barracks are like sleeping with all the guys, and it's like probably an unhealthy thing. And it's like, it's like I wonder if that is an argument too of like, because if you have a small amount of females and a bunch of males, obviously the males are going to want to have, carnal knowledge with the few females in that situation. Yeah. And is that going to cause a bunch of issues in the barracks? Oh,
and pregnancies and STDs.
Thumping, $5. Thank you, Topanga. Hey. Less women in workforce equals more children. That is fact check true.
Yeah, well, and not only that, but you know why they pushed for women to be in the workforce in the first place? More taxes. If you think it's something other than that, I'd love to hear it. But it used to be that a man could work a job and support the American dream: a house, cars, kids, wife at home. She didn't have to do shit. They could go on vacations. We can't do that now. You're lucky if you could make it with both parents working a job.
Yeah, I think I
pushed women.
Yeah, we have seen women entering the workforce has caused now pretty much everything to be based on a two-person income, which I think is driven up housing costs and like a bunch of other things. And so, but at the same time, it's like I think if a woman, like I agree with Topanga saying, obviously less women workforce means more children. But at the same time, I don't know, maybe this is where I get called a lefty. I think if a woman wants to be in the workforce, she should be allowed to be in the workforce. I mean,
well, and the thing is, they actually were allowed to be in the workforce in the past too. This idea that women couldn't have a job at all and women couldn't go and do this or that. Yes, they could. They absolutely could. It's the feminists who say that they couldn't because their entire worldview would crumble if they didn't make up these lies. But women were already in the workforce. It just wasn't the dominant amount of them in the workforce, and society was better for it.
So you'd be fine, I guess. So you wouldn't want to legislate to say women shouldn't be. You would just want a more social standard to be that women, in general, stay home, raise the kids, but you wouldn't want to say that they should be like legally barred from entering. Is that right?
I'm kind of in the air about that because I see some kind of benefit to both. I actually lean more towards no, tell them they can't work. I mean, there's no reason that they need to. If a woman is
what if they just want children, to though? Like what if they just want to?
Yeah, I mean, like I don't know. So for example, there's some women who can't have kids or aren't going to get married or ever have kids. Could you argue that maybe those women should be in the workforce instead? I suppose. I mean, so I guess maybe not legislate that they just can't be in, but a huge societal push towards them staying home. Because another thing about them being in the workforce is that the only people who actually benefit from that is the corporations, because now the wages are going to get lowered because you can just be replaced left and right. They used to have to pay you a decent wage because they couldn't just replace you left and right like they can do now. They doubled the workforce. That means they can pay you half. And if you don't like it, they'll just get someone else to do it.
Mm-hmm. I think we agree, because I always think it's better to have, if you can, I think it's better to have cultural shifts than it is to have top-down legislation, if it's possible. Like this, to encourage social things. It's like just like what we were talking about with like the trans stuff. And I mean, you probably disagree with me on this, I guess, but I think it's better. Well, maybe you don't disagree on what I'm about to say, that it would be better if as a society we just moved away from seeing gender in this like new way we're now seeing it, and if things just corrected themselves without the need for like top-down legislation on the whole issue. Like that would be optimal.
Less government is always better. Less government is always better. But if they refuse, I wouldn't necessarily be against us doing it legislatively if it came to it, I guess, is the way to put it.
Okay, Ag, now that you're back, can you hold on, guys, a sec while I pee?
Yeah.
And entertain my chat?
I'll do what you gotta do.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. What? Catch me up in the last 15 seconds.
Sure. So women in the workforce and the impacts that it had, and whether or not we should do it, switch them back to just being at home where they're actually happier. Should we do it through legislation, or should we do it through more of a social pressure aspect? Where do you land on that scale?
Both.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you elaborate a little bit on each of those?
Yeah, I think. Well, I mean, maybe less on the legislative if it can be done on a more personal, less legislative way. I mean,
yeah.
Obviously,
only use government if we can't get it done through society itself.
Yeah, but I think
Okay.
it can be done. It's been done before. I mean, it's totally possible. I just think Western society is a little bit susceptible to brainwashing influence.
Yeah. That's a fact.
When it comes to religion, everything kind of changed once everybody started coming over here. I don't know.
Everyone started coming over here. You mean immigration, or?
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean,
so the social cohesion kind of broke down, and people went away from what our original founders basically laid out for us, because of trying to meld their cultures into ours.
I think Christianity kind of broke into so many sects of different branches once it hit the Americas, and started going from there.
Right, and so you would want to see it go back towards Christianity, but whatever is the
Orthodoxy,
most appropriate form of that, and get rid of the rest of them. Basically.
Yeah.
So there's cohesion. And
I mean, I don't know about
make the push, basically.
I mean,
yeah, I don't mean persecute them, but basically, socially, we adopt the for example, the Orthodox view, and everyone just kind of accepts that that's the best version, and that's what the standard is set by, and then use that to influence society into reshaping and doing better. Is that what you mean?
I think starting at the family level would be the best way.
Sure.
And
then how would you expand out from there?
The education system. Overhaul it.
No. Well, yeah, this is kind of a more complicated conversation that I wanted to go into.
We all agree it needs to be overhauled. We won't get into the weeds on how, but it needs to be overhauled.
So yeah, I think the structure needs to be the nuclear family should be definitely a good structure to start with, and it should build up from there to your locality, your obviously the government, and I hate to say it, but the more influence with good people like that to the government, the better government we will have. So it's like my daughter I'm not going to dox myself, but my daughter wants to be a pilot, and I'm like, well, you could accomplish that in a couple of years just by basic schooling and or tech school or whatever, and you can get a pilot's license within probably a few years. She's smart as fuck. I said, or you can do all this before you complete high school and join the military, and you'll be the one telling other people what to do, and you can fly a plane. It's like just that incentive alone gives them that push, gives it, you know, I don't know. I think it's all about the people that are in these positions that make these decisions, and the better people we put in these, like, fuck, dude. I'm tired. I'm sorry. I'm trying to explain it the best way I can.
No, I think I understand what you're saying. You're saying we should prioritize like incentive structures and having good moral people.
It starts from the family.
Yeah.
It starts from the family, and it can work its way up. And what you teach your
circles
kids
out.
about.
Yeah, I agree. The nuclear family's at the center, and then I think, yeah, your church group, your religious group, and then, you know, hopefully the education system, and then hopefully broader society. Hopefully we're electing the right people, good people that want to affect good changes.
Yeah, sorry. It's getting late here, and I'm tired. I'm sorry, but I'm trying to explain it the best I can.
That's all good, man. You don't got to be sorry.
Apologies.
You got to be sorry, or however you guys say. I say.
I apologize, my friend.
Sorry.
Which I don't think I say it like that, but you know, I keep getting called out for it. So, well, I'm getting tired too, so I think I'm gonna call it. Got to be up early tomorrow. Thank you both for sticking around.
Yeah.
Thank you for stepping up, Section 230. Thank you for being here.
Sure, man. Anytime.
Always great to see both of you. And thank you to anyone watching that's in my chat still. So yeah,
we didn't scare them all away.
Good talking to you, Confluence. Good talking to you, Section 30 family.
I'll be live tomorrow.
Likewise.
If anyone wants to stop by, you know, more. It might be more Hasan stuff. You know, it just depends. Hard to say, really. But all right, 07s, brothers, take care.
All right. Take it easy.